Mike and John was saying that Winter was actually coaching Nigma Galaxy.
Yes.
So that's an interesting little improvement. Obviously, didn't help them that much. Sorry, Winter. But you've got some good coaches as well on RSG's side too.
Oh, Neon looking to make their first real movement of the game. A smoke down bottom with Play Hard and Avatar mode, trying to combine together with Enryu.
Look at Roger's positioning,
though. Fissure into the Doom. The Fissure's going to be on the right side, but Roger still can get at least some abilities off to protect the Faceless Void. And now Xiaoyu, he's going to TP in. They've got the Exo, they've got Excellent as well to try and catch up to Enryu. But the Doom is able to reposition under the tier 1 tower, and no
it's
one
just perfect
dies.
by Roger. Perfect. And they use Doom and Lasso for that.
Oh,
this is what Omni does, man. This is why I'm an Omni advocate. Can't be going forward like this, though. Maybe he just feels like he doesn't have any threat of dying because they have used a lot of their stuns for that sort of purpose. Like, the Fissure goes down, he's like, all right, let's move on forward.
So this now...
Sorry, go ahead.
I think we're really going to have to kind of keep tabs on how Neon look to take these fights, because again, I really do not think Doom can ulti the Omni Knight. I think it has to be someone else that addresses Roger, and probably that is up to Avatar mode. You really don't have anyone else. I mean, Blink's going to be a bit slow for Play Hard, considering you take a look at his net worth and his bottom net worth at the moment. So I feel like this is really all going to come down to Avatar mode to find the Omni as mid lane. Excellent. Yeah, Mortimer Kisses into the Pulverizer combo that I'm sure we'll see time and time again in this game 1.
Oh yeah, for sure. They don't have anything now to play around the Chronosphere, so that's... I mean, again, kind of what I was saying with the Batrider rotating mid previously. Speaking of mid, just getting poked a little bit here by Excellent. It does free up them a little bit of time to be able to farm as well, right? Fortune Soul, we basically haven't talked about him at all. He's doing a really good job just staying up towards the top of the net worth despite being part of 0 kills. Only, what, 600 or so behind the Faceless Void, so having a good time up here.
Under attack.
It definitely does feel like Dire have this more... would you say slow-paced lineup? Because even Batrider with Boots of Travel, like, you kind of do want BKB, and I think in particular with a game like this. So maybe you can look to make plays on the side lanes if you find a tier 1 tower, but it definitely feels like RSG going to be controlling the tempo early in this game.
You do want BKB, but I feel like this is a Blink game. I mean, I feel like that previous kill attempt down bottom really emphasizes the need that you gotta find Roger, right? And I don't feel like you're going to have the reaction time to be able to come through to save it.
What
actually,
hero,
just dive it straight in.
Look at that. Excellent. It doesn't matter how deep you can dive if they got the control to answer you. And now look at the Morphling. Fortune Soul. He dodged the corner.
He got out.
Oh, Fortune Soul. That was beautiful. They still lose the tier 1 tower. But Enryu's going to look to waltz on forward. They've got the Fissure to hold back Roger. Xiaoyu is bodyguarding, trying to protect the Omni as best as possible.
Oh, Play Hard!
Play Hard, clipping onto 3, just walked into the middle, but there was no damage follow-up. As MKS time walks back into the reveal, is going to try and deal with Fortune Soul, but Official will buy some time. The waveform's still on cooldown for the moment, so they're going to drop the Mortimer Kisses. They need every single little bit of damage they can find, but Fortune Soul, it will still go down. The side steps are not enough, and Excellent, he started the fight, and he'll end it onto the Earthshaker's life.
Even just slamming the creeps down, showing him who's boss, establishing some dominance coming through there. I mean, it was a really nice Fissure coming through from Play Hard to be able to disrupt that fight a little bit, right? He was blocking off Excellent from the rest of his team, making sure that Omni wasn't able to just walk on forward, because Roger knows, like, he knows the limitations of his hero. He knows you can't just walk up into this team fight that's got a Batrider and a Doom. It just is a recipe for absolute disaster. The fact that he stayed back, sure, you lose the Primal Beast, but he was in position to make sure that the Death Prophet didn't die. Just getting multiple uses of that purification off means that Xiaoyu, even though he was the Doom target, still ends up living and dealing a good amount of damage.
Yeah, and even after all of this, all the ultimates, all the heroes that almost went down, all the damage that we saw in that team fight, it is still RSG that find multiple towers off the back of that. Tier 1 tower went down through the middle of that, and then top, they got the Tier 1 tower as well. So all Tier 1 towers are now gone, and this is really going to open up the map for RSG. We mentioned as well, they're probably the team that will have access to Roche early on, considering with the Exo and the Lil Shredder. So now, not having to worry about the Tier 1 towers is going to make it that much easier.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Roger's even been able to go off into the Neon jungle and be able to steal a few of these stacks coming through. He's got full points into the purification at this stage, not even worrying about the Heavenly Grace, because, I mean, I suppose the only time he needs to use it is when the Bat Rider makes a dive.
You asked for a Denog, and there we go. The blink picked up from Avatar mode. They're going to drag Xiaoyu under the tower and putting him in a position where Roger will have no hope of getting that Heavenly Grace off.
It's a good movement. Like, I completely understand the reason to go for this, because you just need to find that one pick off. And, well, Roger at the time, unfortunately, they realized that he's probably not going to be standing right behind the Death Prophet as she's next to that Tier 2 tower. He hadn't revealed on the map, so...
Bottom lane, and Ryu. They're going to miss on the charge, but still...
Oh yeah, the odds for Western EU are super duper mega uber shit.
To be able to cancel the ultimate out of Jabombo, but maybe his just raw health is enough for him to be able to sidestep this. Gets the Doom before they succeed on the kill, but there's no follow-up. That's a Doom expended onto the Primal Beast, and RSG, they're here to turn it around. They want to smoke and take another fight.
They get the jump though. It's
a silence into the corner. They're in, and they'll have plenty of damage. You got the Pure from the Purification, and the right clicks from MKS. That's a big kill onto Fortune Soul.
They even get this Observer Ward D-Ward there. They had complete vision of Seth just coming up and dropping that Observer Ward. So, Roger, it's good play after good play coming through from this Omni Knight. Really showing his experience coming through from... I would say he would have to be the by far the most experienced on this team. Maybe Xiaoyu rivaling him a little bit, but certainly has the maturity to be able to pull his team through to the later stages of these qualifiers.
Speaking of Xiaoyu, he's got that Exo popped down bottom with the catapult. Glyph has already been expended, so... Tower looks like it's going to go down. Again, Radiant just scouts out a 4-man smoke from Neon, so they know exactly what is happening. Look at Jabon's positioning. Let's get a double fish play hard. Gonna try and step in with the Acro Slam. Clips onto 2, but the damage is non-existent. They haven't killed anyone off yet. And Ryu using a defensive BKB, but they'll still chase him down. Off to the right side though. Avatar mode was able to fly over to the cliff line, getting the lasso onto the Faceless Void. And now once again, the fissures coming up from play hard, giving Fortune Soul an opportunity to start to stack up the damage in the Morphling. They've also spied out Roger to the right side, but the stuns are lacking to control the Omni Knight.
All right, I will do a first for me and actually say something that Roger didn't do great this time. He had the Guardian Angel there available the entire time. So I feel like that was really the time that you needed to drop it. Faceless Void was getting right-clicked down by Fortune Soul. He wasn't the target of a ton of magic damage coming through, but unfortunately just not using it, putting a little bit more emphasis on just trying to take out that Tombstone. Perhaps a bit tunnel-visioned, and well, that's what Neon needed to be able to get their foot in the door to at least start coming back in this game. They do still have all of that great vision down, though, the deep vision coming through from RSG that's going to provide them a lot of this information.
Will you switch to T1 versus Execration later? Probably gonna go for the Liquid game. I actually just wanted, you know, I'm Western EU, so, you know, want to see the Western EU teams play. I could do T1, but I mean, I just kind of have to ask chat what they prefer.
Going to have that BKB picked up as well.
Lane.
Nice for him.
Forced off from Avatar mode. Tries to sidestep the Pulverize. Exilon. Knock. Oh no, he's stuck. Oh no. I think the Firefly just expired. You hate to see it in the end. RSG are able to chase down Avatar mode, and it's a bit of a streak given over to the Primal Beast as well.
Liquid ADG much very like one-sided already. Very likely.
For that last little engagement coming through here is, oh, here we go. Exo coming up in 1 second, instantly going, not even waiting for that level 2 Exo, it seems, on Xiaoyu, and they should probably need to use it here. Who are they using the Heavenly Grace on to? Yeah, Primal Beast just giving him a ton of that extra damage coming through. Look at him. He's got a 335 damage right now on Primal Beast just with the use of that Heavenly Grace.
Schmack, schmack.
Very balanced. It's like, you think this is the little brother just hitting his big brother right now?
I want to see the Primal Beast with a, what, Bloodlust? Bloodlust.
BKB.
What's BKB? I can't
Giant's
remember
Ring.
the 5. Giant's Ring. And does your portrait with Heavenly Grace a little bit or no?
Nah, I don't think so. You're just glowy.
Well, those 3, and then we can see the Primal Beast be able to
Even
rival
at
that
least
of,
we can see how
Roche.
Thompson and Anna sync with the
It's not little
that was
brother.
actually
Pinoy.
pretty clever in the mid lane. So Exilone,
Well,
I
that
think
is
he
true.
might have a guess that he's under vision. So he used the onslaught because it actually, you can hear it even if it's from the fog of war. And because they had this observer ward, they saw that everyone was just sitting in that mid lane. So he wanted to see if there were any reactions that came after the Q came out. So they did react a little bit, and that's why he didn't actually finalize the charge coming through.
And again, that high ground ward scouted out the Batrider, starting to make his way bottom. I think it just missed Enryu. The lane ward instead's going to see Avatar mode. And they're going to make sure they don't group up because MKS, he's going to jump behind the Batrider, anticipating some reinforcements playing to the right side. And, well, no one's nearby, so there's no threat of a Chronosphere onto more members in Neon. It's just they can now solo down the Batrider, who might make it out. Oh, my lord! What?
Very sneaky Avatar mode, being able to dodge out all of that.
Dire's top tower.
Do you have to expend anything, really? I mean, you use the lasso for sure, but outside of that, no one's really got BKBs to use outside of the Doom. And to get rid of the...
Last time Anna played with TNC in a show match, he lost. To be fair, he's lost a lot every single time Anna played.
Space, that's alluded.
But he hasn't really like played with a team for longer than like a week. Every single time he plays with a team, he's there for about a week and then, you know,
you're not as worried
bye.
about the Batrider. You're not as worried about even just the Infernal Blade onto yourself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And with the little last couple of seconds of this exorcism, they're going to get a decent amount of damage done onto the tier 2 tower. I mean, it's 21 minutes and they have no tier 2 towers to play around.
Call Neon. Zexil, and he's gonna start very far away from the team.
Pop the
Does pop the
BKB.
BKB before the Doom. He's gonna have Roger nearby to be able to play with as well. But there's no follow-up. Another ultimate expended from Neon, and they don't get anything out of it. And look at this. RSG, they want to clap back. They want to look to get some kills. A smoke. Trying to end. No!
Oh, very nicely
no.
done, Fortune Soul. His baiting's been really good. I mean, all the times that we've been casting Fortune Soul back in the day when he was on Cobalt, he was making these sorts of plays. And it's very clear to see why Neon picked him up.
Well, they're going to smoke even with the Undying down. They've got a great ward on the high ground to play with for Neon, but they don't have the Doom and they miss the Fissure.
Well, they found the
so
Omni.
Roger, he's in trouble. They're able to get some spells off for the moment, but they haven't secured the kill on the Omni Knight. Now Neon, they've got to get out. You cannot stick around now even to fight into the Aegis advantage as they just catch up to the Morphling. A waveform's going to be back up in a couple of seconds. Can they close the distance though from RSG? They're considering
slow.
about entering the high gun with the first ship bash, but it won't be the Fissure that holds them back. But MKS, they've got no response to the lasso, dragging him deeper inside the base of Neons. But Exilon and Xiaoyu, they're nearby to try and protect him. Silon's going to jump into the middle, buying some valuable seconds for MKS to reposition. But again, the fissures from Play are just stopping them in their tracks. And now Neon, they want to look to enter the high gun. They know they've got the numbers advantage.
You're only going to lose one, though, for a buyback on the enemy Morphling. You're going to be incredibly happy with that. Roger just trying to get himself in the safer position.
Oh.
Nice lane break coming through.
Oh, that cookie.
Oh, Xiaobon Bond!
The cookie on to 2, jumping over. What a leap from the Snapfire. And now Sam will be brought down as well, as they were kiting them further out of the map, playing around their own vision, and RSG turn it around in a heartbeat.
And Xiaobon, take a bow. I mean, he, all the way back from when he was playing on 496, from the position 5 role, he was the star player back then. And you know, obviously he's made the transition to position 4. He's doing it just the same. His Phoenix, his Grimstroke, his Dark Willow, and now on the Snapfire, just making fantastic plays. They know that there's no buyback.
I actually have to look up the games previously from last Thursday, I think.
They need Primal Beast now, level 15. He's got that Dispel on top of the BKB that I was mentioning before, and it's going to be at minimum the tier 3 tower going down.
Oh no, it was...
We're just getting really goddamn close to the scepter.
Okay,
as well.
Eon versus CDC, what was the score?
A bit awkward, but at least
CDC beat Eon 2-0.
And now as soon as it expires,
Extreme versus IG. Extreme beat IG 2-0. How would...
What are you doing to them? I suppose Snapfire can't be making this many plays, but still the Void in a bit of trouble for the moment. The Echo Slam along with the damage from Enryu will get the kill onto
I don't think
FPS,
Xuan is affiliated with them.
I think it'll be enough to stop RSG from staying in the base. It looks like it will.
And just that Wraith Pact is doing so much work, right? They try and go for the super deep dives, just reducing the damage.
I'm doing... Oh crap, actually I need to jump to the different game. There we go.
Completely random teams, like some team named F1, some team named V Gaming R. I personally don't follow the Europe West scene that well, so I don't know who these people are, but they're not in Div 2. They're not super professional teams. It's a little concerning when you see that, and now they have to go up against a team like Liquid, who, despite their results, are still competing at a tier 1 level.
And that's the thing with Liquid. Like, you look at their LAN results and you think, okay, they dropped out in group stage, but it wasn't like, you know, a 0-16, they are not here to play against these big teams, right? They are taking games in these best of twos, you know, off of TSM FGX, off of Boom, off of Fnatic. Like, a lot of their group stage was 1-1 draws, and that was kind of, unfortunately, what led to their downfall, was not getting 2-0 wins anywhere. I think they got 2-0'd by OG in Genting, and that was the only 2-0 loss that they suffered. Arlington, it felt like the same thing. You know, they were taking games off RNG, one of the best teams out there currently. So they are definitely a squad that has it in them.
Yeah, but he's coaching a different team now. Isn't he coaching like Fnatic?
Is this just a drafting thing? Like, thinking about back to Arlington, is this something that Liquid have failed to adapt to the end of that patch? Now moving into this new patch, maybe they've got some ideas up their sleeve.
I believe they talked quite extensively about this in a bunch of their videos. They said that in Stockholm, going back even further, they had problems with drafting because their hero pools weren't wide enough. They weren't playing the meta heroes. There was just stuff that they were kind of, not being able to pick up, which meant their opponents were out drafting them as a result. And they said moving into Arlington, they fixed that issue, or felt like they fixed that issue, where their pools were much wider and they had like this bigger pool, and they said that they felt like everyone was kind of on the same level in terms of the meta. They were like, okay, we think everyone has figured this out, so it just becomes an execution game, which obviously then doesn't feel good seeing your result. And going post Arlington, Insania mentioned that he felt like it was a confidence thing, and that the team simply wasn't feeling good enough about their ideas. Like they hadn't had that success, and they just needed like a win to feel good about themselves and go forward and really, get that stride going. It was kind of sad, actually. It's just sad because it's like this was said before Genting, and they were like, yeah, we're just really looking forward to ESL. We really, it'd be really nice to win this thing. Then they go 11th, 12th.
Yeah, it's upsetting, isn't it?
It is. You want to see them win. This is Matu's last year in Dota.
One last ride.
Yeah, he said he's retiring after this TI, which is absolutely like a massive. The voice lines are going off again. I swear to God, why is a pro player spamming every single voice line as soon as they get into a lobby?
Well, at least they're spamming one of my favorites, the Rampage.
That was a good
Definitely one of the best ones out there. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like quite often, people can think of this as like a blanket statement, and maybe, talking about momentum and talking about team mentality is just a, kind of wishy-washy way of saying they need to do better in the future. But it absolutely, like, even within games, within series, within tournaments, you like you say, you get one victory, you realize that what you're doing is correct, and you have more confidence in executing your game plan, and things can go much smoother just with that knowledge. But yeah, we'll see what they do, because going up against DGG now, as it looks like we are ready. lobby is set, draft is underway, and our first game of the regional qualifiers for Western Europe should be waiting for your viewing pleasure as we get ourselves into Team Liquid up against DGG. And the thing I'm always most excited for, though, is maybe next time's camera. Every CIC, I see MNT and I think Gary Oldman. I just see Gary Oldman whenever I see his face. It's a little mustache.
Yeah, I mean, it's currently showing our poor cameras, so the viewers at home can't feel you yet.
We'll see it. We'll see it eventually.
Yeah, we'll see it soon. Yeah, that's nice. DGG, I definitely am curious to see how they'll face up here against Liquid. I think for Liquid, you're probably hoping here to kind of stomp. I know there's no kind of arrogance involved in this sort of bracket, and you can't.
Lilzy,
like,
you
we're
won,
gonna
by
crush
the
this.
way,
I think that has
together
led to a lot
with
of
someone
teams'
else.
mental
So
downfalls.
send me
But at the
DM
same
on
time, it would be a
Discord and
massive
I'll sort you
confidence
out.
boost for them here to kind of sweep the series and just go on in the bracket. I do think their overall bracket is relatively easy. They're kind of dodging like the secret entities and the on their side of the bracket, so they can make. I think they can make top 3 at least with relative ease.
Okay.
Potentially.
Yeah.
If they're playing at their best form, I think top 3 should be easy for them.
I'll also quickly do the China thingy.
Planned, scripted, as we expect.
RNG Extreme VG,
Nigma,
okay.
and then Team Secret and Entity probably moving on as well. But it looks like we've got our draft ready.
That one's a little bit longer.
One of the kind of interesting things with this, format of moving from one region to another, having pairs of regions play off the back of each other, is that now we're into the last couple of regions. We've seen a lot of play on this patch, right? We've seen a lot of drafts and a lot of these heroes and picks coming out. How much of an influence do you think, say, Eastern Europe has on this Western Europe drafting style?
Eastern Europe, that's a big question. It's hard to say. I feel like every region starts to kind of come together throughout these types of tournaments and qualifiers because people just say like, oh, they're highly rating Undying. Everyone's playing Undying. We're all scrimming each other, and everyone's playing Undying, and then that starts to just get banned out really hard. There is, like, of course, the factor of you're playing against Team Liquid, you have to ban their Lone Druid, or you're going to get Lone Druided. I think overall, we're probably just going to see a mix
this
of
competition
more
takes
heroes
way
and then
too...
just personal flavor
Yeah,
and
I actually
style.
thought Ask the Aries, Amankira, really, and CDC.
Yeah, that hero's pretty... It got pretty explored towards the end of Europe East. I would love to see how Europe West handles it.
We've seen it a bit in NA as well. I feel like people have tested and tried this position 4 Primal Beast a little
that's
bit.
4.
Maybe could be explored
Plus
a little
3,
bit more.
plus 2.
But it
Oh,
feels
Jay
like the
Kenneth
best
got
from
all 3
position 2 and
correct.
3.
No,
I
actually,
feel
he did
the
not.
mid
Never
Primal
mind.
Beast the best out
My
of
bad.
all the
He had
other ones.
IG instead of Vici. He has 7 points. So currently, he's the front runner for
I
China.
really like it as a core. I love the mid where it just gets that extra levels and stuff and can rotate really nicely onto side lanes, or you bring a support and it's just a lot of kill threat. You can TP and you have so much range with Onslaught. It just felt really nice every time I saw it. That GPK game especially was great. But we're not seeing it here right now. We're seeing a DP. We're seeing the Lina response. I think that was quite common in Europe East when we covered it. And Lina looked absolutely amazing every single game we covered for the most part. She could do this normal build with the Silver Edge, the BKB, the Daedalus, right click it up. Or she could go this build with the shot and the Ags and do so much magic damage. Kind of a return to the old build, now buffed up with the new patch. It's really nice to see the mobility there.
So the 3 people who have 7 points already
and just in terms
China.
of laning, it means if DP does go mid, she's just gonna have a really nice and kind of free mid lane to farm it up as she pleases.
Yeah, and then going into like mid to late game, just being able to.
Everyone went for RNG Extreme IG in their predictions.
Usually we kind of think of magic damage as early damage and physical, kind of scaling damage going later into the game. But I think you're right with Lina's changes, magic and pure damage going late is absolutely insane. We had a couple of games like Phantom Assassin was dealing with this magic damage PA and legit just getting blown up with a couple of spells.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think Lina with the shard and Ags and stuff, she's doing... Like, I think I saw her use a Dragon Slave and a Light Strike Array on a support and nearly kill them with just that alone. And in the past, she had to use Laguna and still have to hit a couple of right clicks. So definitely feeling the buffs there. I think Liquid's response of Earthshaker is pretty nice though. It just means that if this DP's going off lane, her lane is pretty secured. They might be dodging the Lina. I'm not sure what they want in response. I mean, this is a Mickey we're looking at, because typically I think, okay, Lina, maybe you want a TA, make that more of a skill option. I'm not sure what else there is. Maybe some Queen of Pain if they want that. Nothing really beats Lina in lane. That's kind of the problem with Lina.
Yeah, and even like the Queen of Pain, you don't want to go the dagger build, so all of a sudden you're losing out.
Yeah,
on, some of your ganking
they're right.
potential. You basically
Lina
just become
is
a farm
a
trader in
beast.
that mid lane. Nothing feels comfortable or easy against this Lina, that's for sure.
Yeah, another hero that was incredibly contested during your piece and has gone untouched in this game is Batrider. He's seemed to be incredibly obnoxious, especially now that he doesn't care so much about a bunch of previous matchups, like the Storm Spirit no longer seems Storm favored. I think the Bat usually gets like a kill at level 3 on him nowadays. Looks quite rough to deal with.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Lina, though,
6.
As long as you hit that light strike array when he is approaching you, he shouldn't be able to kill you.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like you lose your flex when enemies pick Chen as well. Like we even saw this at
1, 2,
at Arlington.
3, 4,
I can't remember who
5.
was playing the Batrider, but they were against
We have a
Fly's
6-way
Chen, and he just got a
tie.
punch creep, and he was just dispelling off the sticky napalm the entire laning stage.
Phew.
Easy Spectre with Fly Chen. Yeah, Chen seems to be maybe a soft counter to Bat, just being able to pick up. Dispel.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do a random
that's
number
actually great.
generator 1 to
Great
6.
thought, yeah.
Mars coming out. Add a bit of team fight to TGG's
1
lineup.
to 6.
Also, I just recalled very quickly before we move on.
Generate 4.
I think we saw the Bat
is
Lina matchup
not
a few
Jake Ennis,
times,
not
and the Bat
Cat you.
was able to kill Lina.
What?
Remember that one time
It's
where
the
the Lina
Gandalf
TP'd
guy.
out and died on like the last tick, and then just ruined his mid
Sadness.
mid lane?
Yeah,
That was sad.
Couldn't TP back to lane, had to walk it.
Yeah, and then just died again to Bat 6. So yeah, Bat dumb hero if they want to go that route, but I don't know what they're thinking. This DP definitely seems like it could go either way now with the Shaker pick, and this Mars, just kind of providing that area control for Lina to really just do a lot of damage. Because if she scales, if she goes this right click build, which you usually like to go into DP, especially if you can get this later timing of Scotty and stuff, it matches up really nicely core wise, and Mars will just let you, hit away, do that damage. Has that stun, has that reliable first initiation, so Lina's not relying on herself.
Yeah, and it's a good way to round out your first 3 picks, right? You've got laning presence. And
Okay, let's do NA.
Lina can offer a bit of push as well, but mainly
And then I'm done
laning
for
and
now
magical
for
meat
the,
damage
like,
to bring
fucking
people down.
counting
Adding
everything,
team
'cause
fight
this
to
is
that
fucking a
means you
lot
can
of
take
work.
Control of areas of the map, not just with the arena in a team fight, but actually carve yourself from Radiant side, like up into that top jungle, control Roshan, and look for team fights reasonably early on. Liquid, though, answering with some very tanky heroes. So if you wanted to catch and kill, it becomes incredibly difficult.
With something that is a bit of a tank killer, like an Ursa would be absolutely
The fuck?
fantastic for them
Oh,
right
yeah.
now. I think. It's just you want to be able to cut through that health. Morphling, that's super cool. We only saw him a couple times in Europe East.
Morph
Yeah, does he do the job of
versus
tanks?
Pudge? Bro,
He
Pudge
does
is
a lot of damage, so it's less so about tank killing.
Yeah, but he reduces healing by 25%.
If I had to weigh up his pros and cons, yeah, pros damage and shouldn't die in the lane, I want to say. But at the same time, there is threat. If you get a Fisher from Fog, he can die. The slowness of Morphling too, I think we've seen a couple of them go Midas's and just really try and farm up for this late game. If you're playing with Lina, who also typically likes to kind of do a similar thing, you could end up with very little playmaking to pair with your Mars. You don't have a high damage support either right now, like something like a Hoodwink.
So I was thinking
Snapfire.
Phoenix. When you talked about tank killers, I looked at Phoenix there and thought Phoenix Mars, Sunray against this Earthshaker Omni Pudge. Like, would that work for them? Or do you want someone who's maybe a bit more active? Because you have a Chen on your lineup, right? You don't want these two.
Oh my god, and it's gonna be even worse.
Sit behind supports. Yeah, okay, they banned the
Yeah,
Phoenix
Phoenix
anyway,
was a great thing. Nice one. Nice call, Gary.
Stop doubting myself.
I already have
full confidence. It's
5
nice
people
idea,
that
yeah,
have
for sure. Playing with
everything
Mars,
correct on
Phoenix has
NA.
always been one of the biggest supports that work well with that.
6.
Uh,
Everyone just has the
definitely-
exact
definitely a
fucking
great heads-up
same
play.
teams.
Now, since Phoenix has gone though, I do just want something that can make plays with the Mars. I feel like they're so limited right now in their early game rotations. They have to include Lina in everything, and Chen isn't gonna be very good. Like,
Yeah, literally
you want
everyone
someone
has
that
the
can just
exact same teams.
swing to Mars and get a kill. If Lina might be relying on runes, or she might be relying on smokes,
Oh,
they
except
could
for,
just maybe
of
make things a
course,
little bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, do you want an all-out damage dealer
Felix.
like a Scarth Mage, or I mean, do we look at I don't know, like a Mirana or something to go with the Mars?
I mean,
wouldn't
I
wanna
can't
go in
really
all-
change
all in on a
everything if
Mirana
everyone
just
has the
because of
same
the
fucking
Omni Knight.
answer.
Oh.
Shadow Fiend. This
Oh.
lineup is out of control, bro. Shadow Fiend has looked so sick with this right-click build, going because you have the little fear on his. Is it a shard now or something as well?
Yeah,
I
the
don't know
little
a lot
necromastery.
about him. Yeah. All right, they have no easy way to do like a jump without
Mello,
a
you had
Shaper Blink
everything in
on
NA
Team
correct.
Liquid, so they might play passively for a while unless they go really hard on their lanes, because DP can pressure this morph quite
You
a lot.
had the classic
The dive
everyone
power,
has
stuff like
Sonics, Nouns,
in-
Wildcard Gaming.
Oh, you think?
Is that Lina 4 then? Yeah, it is.
Okay. We never considered this. The burst support with the damage we were thinking of. It was
Huh.
Lina all along.
She was there the whole time.
So
then
this
they-
works for me.
Yeah, so then they like the Queen. They want the Queen of Pain against SF matchup then?
That was pretty big counter with the levels, can CS super hard in lane and deny everything, but she also has that jump. You're kind of relying usually when a hero approaches you in mid lane, you get the long range raise off and the mid range, and if they
1,
try
2,
and
3,
fight you,
4, 5,
you get
6,
so much burst
7,
damage off the
8.
back of that. But Queen of Pain
9,
with like
10,
a support
11.
rotation can just blink on you, and then you're only getting one raise off worth of damage, and you can just kill him.
Yeah, I think it is kind of similar to the Lina versus
Random
Quad matchup we were talking
number
about earlier, though,
generator.
where, like Queen of Pain, if you go dagger in this lane, stepping up to a Shadow Fiend is kind of difficult because of the raises.
True. You could buy a raindrop.
Ah, yes.
Eh.
Not at the start though.
11.
Later on.
That is Cest.
But Scream is also a sort of melee range-ish spell. So if you're walking up to the creeps to try and use that, you
Wildcard
also
got
can
third
attack,
place.
Races. I think either way, Queen of Pain's not super long range hero.
They're
So
going to
she
the
might
last
just
chance
rely more. I
qualifiers.
would like to see rotations from the supports on DGG to make this work, because SF has no way to defend himself if you.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult. I mean, I kind of feel like this Queen of Pain wasn't, like a counter pick to the SF. It's more of like a tempo thing to they get level 6, that level 7, play around with this Mars Lina Chen.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, Queen Morphling, pretty slow to get off the starting blocks. Needs a good 20 minutes or so before he's actually ready to
Okay,
push
there
it.
we
So
go. I'm finally done with these
and
two
got a lot of
regions.
team
Only
fighting to do in
have
the
2 more
meantime.
regions to
And we got
do,
ourselves
and
into
then
game 1.
DK Truman
Liquid
is
up
broke.
against DGG. And there's the Matumba man Pudge right up at the front.
Big boy.
Nice
Pudge
beard.
is nice on Liquid. You can flex it between Mickey and Matu as well. Like they did that at Arlington a couple times, mostly when Matu would get his Lone Druid and play it mid against a puck, and they would give Mickey something like Pudge, and he was really good on it.
It's always nice to have. Let's see what DGG get up to. Should be pretty set in their lanes with his Chen Morphling, Mars Lina, and Queen of Pain in the mid. And what did it start with Mangoes? Did nice, yes. 2 Mangoes, get those early raises, secure range creep, get past bottle. And Liquid all grouped up in that mid lane. Quite early on. I'm always really interested by these jungle wards. We see it more and more often. I guess more apt name is the Outpost ward. Watching for anyone like rotating in, and I guess that's primarily Earthshaker's job. Going to be moving from that bot lane in towards mid, looking for the Fisher block to allow raises to land.
Yes, it's
also
definitely
gives-
hard though, isn't it? Into Queen of Pain with that blink,
Yeah.
they should never really be able to secure a kill unless she goes really aggro on SF and they punish it.
I guess it's also the change.
Okay, there we
you
see.
talked about it
Let's see
previously,
what
right,
are
having that
actually
medium
the
camp,
lineups.
Vision. So Lodian doesn't actually have
Pudge,
to
SF,
leave the lane and go up high ground to take creeps.
Omni.
He's got the vision of them from low
Interesting,
ground.
interesting. Plebs playing on
Yeah.
his level 30 Morphling.
When I look at Liquid's draft, though, I am just thinking that they're quite. It's quite hard for them to go aggro, really. Shaker rotating with the Fisher is not going to be able to do that much. To someone like a Queen of Pain, Omni Knight is a very, very passive support. You have this SF who isn't going to make plays. It depends on his build. Is he going for this right-click build that we've seen?
Yeah, but
Rumble?
in the
Is he gonna
end,
go for
you're,
mules and
Liquid's
maybe
10
go for those
times
kills?
better than DGG.
This
So
game seems way more of Zai using DP to force objectives and assert himself on the map, and them just playing aggressively with, I'm Zai, I'm up front, I'm standing in your jungle, and there's nothing you can do about it because there's a Shaker covering me with Fisher and an Omni Knight
Yeah.
with Repel, right?
Yeah, it definitely looks and feels much more like the 5-man death balls. As Lodian, is he dead there to the final hit of Zai?
oh,
Okay,
First blood
Boxy.
picked up already thanks to that. Yeah, Boxy Fisher. I think you've hit the nail on the
Matu
head. Liquid
Budke.
don't have the best in playmaking. Very much set up.
I'm not gonna mute. Why would I mute?
Death ball and look towards Roshan with DP and Shadow Fiend very adept at doing that. While DGG much better in terms of actual rotations and smaller moves, smoke ganks, things like that. Mars.
Sorry
and
for
Queen
that
Pain, all
sound.
very good. Trying to catch and kill.
Even for them, it's like a little hard, I would say, just because you don't have that mobility support in a Mossy Rebound or a Dawnbreaker Hammer that can kind of catch up. You are super relying on Mars to get someone in an arena or get his blink and spear back into a Lina stun. Lina's not exactly a very fast hero, so if they smoke into the jungle,
maybe
for
next
example,
time the
and
Greek
find
admin
Pudge,
member, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Is she going to be able to catch with the Light Strike Array? The range isn't that long. It could be quite rough for them, potentially, but if you bring this Quap into the mix and it becomes a lot easier.
That's true.
Yeah, it's just a lot of heroes to commit.
I like the casters. I
Hopefully I'm
think
proven
Chief Six
wrong,
is a
but
really
you are right in
solid
saying that DGG
analyst.
Is much easier for them to execute moves earlier, I would say.
Yeah, they do need those items up. I'm just watching this mid lane, like MTD does have a point in Blink to get away, but mid game really putting the pressure on very early on. We're going to need more regen, more like salves and stuff for this Quap. Actually, he's going to get a water rune, but I don't feel like that's going to be enough with level 2 raises already up. Another Fisher block bottom, this time trying to catch the Morphling. Pleb.
Yeah, I'm
level 2,
surprised
doesn't have a way
Moxie is
forward
not
to escape
being
from it.
invited
Something that he will
for the
be
last
looking forward
couple
to
of
in the future.
events, to be fair.
And this loading
And I
chunk
don't
doesn't have
know
access to too many
why.
jungle camps. A couple of them have been blocked out. So going to be a struggle for him to get any creeps.
Great. You would always block the medium camp and the small camp when playing on Radiant as well.
Yeah, same
just
shit they
because
did to
it
Jeeves.
Totally limits
To
what
Jeeves.
10 can do and allows them
What
to
did
play
they
up
do
really
to
aggressively.
Jeeves?
You see how the Shaker bought a bunch of regen and stuff. It's because he wants to play in the lane and just be able to trade and do well with his DP. Because Morphling doesn't like to trade. He's this hero that a lot of people see as quite threatening because, okay, well, he's hard to kill. He morphs strength. I don't like it. But really, if you're hitting him so much and you're forcing him to have to morph strength, it means that he's going to have a much harder time CSing, so you can out-CS him and just make his life really miserable.
Yeah, and really make it very uncomfortable. Already, Zai has this Falcon Blade. It's a very quick one out of this death.
Falcon Blade.
Helped out with that first
Damn.
blood, of course.
Yeah.
We're going to have mana regen for
Sort of
days.
got on a cast with Jenkins and they went like
Already
full
focusing
meme,
down on
and
these
now
little
they won't
harpies
hire him.
loading.
Oh no,
This is
it's
where,
not
Shaker
because
does
of
start to rotate. He's got rid
necessarily
of
that.
Radiant Observer Ward that could have scouted him, and he's starting to lurk in towards mid.
It's
There's a lot of nice
mainly
Radiant Obs there, though, that can actually
he
catch
has
glimpses
very
of a few
little
moves
actual
a few
experience,
steps further forward.
and there aren't
MTD
any
always gonna have that
smaller
blink, and like
tournaments
you said,
that
it'll be a
aren't
challenge,
like
but actually
massive
kill her.
rip-offs.
So his main job there, just to
For
grab the
instance,
water
there's
rune,
a
make sure she doesn't
the
have
tournament
another
that he
free
did
refill.
recently, like EPL or something, whatever it was. That was a tournament that, even though my company that I work for takes like shit for money and some payments, that they actually paid nothing. Not nothing, but they paid really terrible rates, and Jeeves took those rates. And honestly, for a lot of casters, it's frowned upon taking super terrible rates because it does endorse it makes it so that those TOs can constantly keep paying those super shit rates every single time because they will find another one to cover them for them anyway.
Minutes, okay.
So
Sure,
casters
yeah,
don't
well,
like it when
What
you
find out, it's a learning experience. Look at this,
cast a
Mickey.
tournament for
Couple of raises,
absolutely just
MTD.
pennies. When you're
Incredibly
being paid in
challenging lane.
exposure in 2022.
Going for the boots as well, just to try and have a bit more move speed to escape. Oh, Boxy, was he going for a little courier snipe? Misses out on it, so takes a few tower hits on his way out of that bot lane. Zai gonna get pummeled though. Chen and Morphling finally getting on top of her, but the Spirit Siphon heal and the turnaround on Chen, Zai gets the upper hand. And the Vul Assassin, he's got minus healing. And it doesn't do enough against this Death Prophet with that flat damage heal coming out of Spirit Siphon.
Nice try, nearly got him. It's so hard to kill these DPs, and he with that all that gold, having a Falcon Blade, he's so tanky.
As the mystical
and hard
Reddit
to
hive
kill.
mind didn't do that one. No.
And him leaving
Honestly,
around
Reddit
his
doesn't
nice
do
little lane.
anything because fucking TOs
Noticed
don't
looking
read
back at this
Reddit.
mid lane, it does just feel like everyone has
They
kind of given
care
up on the
pretty
idea
much
of
close to
being able
nothing
do
about
anything.
Reddit.
It takes way too long to get to any camp. You can't stack, you can't farm them. You're just really hardcore relying on
9
staying
out
in
of
lane.
10
So it looks like they just
times,
push the wave and then
they
go back
invite
and
people they like.
try and get a
That's just it.
lane position
That's
for
as
the next
simple
wave.
as they go. ESL, for instance, they review the player, the talent that they're casting, and they see if they like them. If they don't, they fucking say, "Fuck, suck it." Reddit has nothing to do with it. For instance, ESL.
We've not looked too much at this top lane. It's been pretty quiet up there. Omni Pudge, not really a killer threat lane. And it feels like this Mars Lina maybe they could have had a bit more action, but against I guess it's two tanky strength heroes. And how do you kill them?
You don't. You farm. Everyone farming.
Yeah, farming pretty well. 32
Oxy
13 on that
cancelled
Mars.
based
She's
on
out ahead of
Reddit.
Matu.
That I highly doubt.
Soul Ring.
Incredibly highly doubt.
I mean, it is a blink game, right?
Dude, it wouldn't surprise me if she's there at the fucking
It doesn't have to be.
at the TI main stage.
This like it's kind of a question to pose, right? If you have no initiation, do you buy initiation, or do you just play off the fact that you have no initiation and just kind of strengthen what your lineup is good at? Like on DGG,
Just
Mars,
go
you could
with
just
gas and blame the haters
keep
Reddit,
scaling like
but
another
more
core
often than
and
not,
try and
whenever
wait for
someone
your
has actual inside info,
Morphling's
it turns
timings.
out
As long as
Reddit didn't
you
do
are
shit.
able to help defend towers.
Of course,
and hold
after
your map
Reddit
space,
thread,
that
mysteriously
could
she
just be the
stopped
most
being
important thing. It
invited.
really
Like,
depends on if you
bro,
feel like
she
you
has
scale
had
better,
a
then,
Reddit
like,
thread ever since she started casting. There are no dots
I
to
think I would
connect.
like
If
to see
people
him buy a
constantly
Blink
put up
Dagger.
Reddit threads, then eventually she doesn't get invited for a certain event.
Puts you in a spot where
Reddit
you
cancelled her,
force
Reddit
aggressively,
cancelled
right?
her.
And if you buy
Literally
Blink,
the first
you
time she casted, she had
lose
about the
from
same
whereas
Reddit
if you
fucking
go
thread.
Rush BKB, now you can stand your ground, you can fight.
No,
You
yes.
don't necessarily need to have that immediate jump. Oh, they're eyeing up mid lane.
Those 8-minute runes.
Yeah, Liquid bringing a lot of these supports in to guard them. Haste for Mickey down bottom.
Yeah, every caster has haters.
Lina just leaving
Fucking
that top
I'm the
lane for
living proof.
Mars to 1v1, getting some big stacks going down.
Noob from UA cast,
That radiant
that one
side.
always hurt. That one got 4K upvotes
Liquid
or
are doing a
something.
really nice job of securing
So?
mid with just the right amount of heroes for every rune. Like getting that early war rune, securing the power rune now.
Legit, they care zero about it. She got the support from all the other casters in the scene. She got the
MTD is
support
guy
from the
that needs to
TOs in
make
the
all
scene.
moves for DGG's lineup. We
Honestly,
talk about how inactive they are. I think
TOs
the
do not
biggest
give a
play they
fuck
can do
about
is
your
either
Reddit
Liquid dive
upvotes.
bot and they punish it,
They
or
care
Mars
zero
catches them on
about
top
it.
and the Quap TP's in. They're just gonna smoke her down the bot.
And try and match what Liquid
you also
bringing.
gotta know that she has a
Boxing
lot of
still
supporters
four, but a couple
behind
of
her.
raises off the back of that Fisher. Give Mickey a nice lineup on the kill on Chen. The heals and sustain and the
Okay,
haste now
Sonic
arriving.
Wave a little
Mickey
bit soon.
can chase in towards them. I mean, MTD has already spent his
Oh.
blink. They do take down
Mickey.
Boxing. Looks like Mickey a little bit afraid, but the damage from Zai now arriving from the southern side. While Mickey turning with another couple of raises, but he's being brought down by MTD. Zai with a double kill.
Why would I
Mickey
fucking
saved them by
apologize?
Insania. Liquid get the 2-for-1. And Morphling the big ticket kill that they wanted.
She will be
But it does slow
invited
down the
again,
push a little
bro.
bit in this
There's
bottom
no
lane.
doubt in my mind that she will.
But are you happy with losing your carry?
No.
I don't know, Gary.
No.
I don't think so.
It literally comes down to who
They're still gonna
handles
push,
all the
they
invites.
Made you feel uncomfortable. I mean,
If
most
you
of the
saw
people back in the spot lane,
MLG
maybe they just feel like all the
Like,
scrubs
she
were
didn't get
expended on
invited
the
for the
early
last two
beginning
events
this.
because the
that's
major
fair
and
assessment.
TI are being handled both by
Coming,
MLG.
clear out the creep wave. Zai can try and
It's
chip away
that
at the
simple.
tower with just his right
Like,
clicks.
if MLG doesn't like her, then of
the
course
full
she's
man's
not gonna
gonna
do
be
the
safe
two
now.
events.
Oh man, MTD blink away quickly. There's a rune up top, a regen, something you'll be glad to see. But look at Matu, it's coming straight forward, hooking the quad back into them and killing her off. Her blink was just coming off cooldown. Well, maybe next time. Is there another Fisher? 2 seconds. Light Strike Array is there from MMT, but Boxy is going to have this set up for Mickey perfectly. And
Easy
giving him a
Mickey
double
kill.
out of nothing.
He's having such a good game.
Because that's
He
the
is
only two events she didn't
1,700
get
levels
invited
above
to,
par.
right?
Pop is feeling so
The
pressured.
TI
Top
qualifiers
rotations are
and the
working out.
major.
SFs are. Of all the heroes you expect to be rotating.
Oh wait,
use that
maybe
haste rune.
ESL, but
Wonderfully,
ESL
they're just
only
keeping it up.
invites the
I think
ESL list.
Matu getting involved too. Just lovely moves. He kind of abandoned top completely.
ESL
Only is having a free game.
Malaysia.
But we talked about his itemization. He is going to go for that BKB. So he is not going to have this.
I think that was
spike
mainly
timing where he
like
can suddenly just
BTS people that
make
live in Southeast
SF
Asia that they
really
wanted
scared.
because it's
Yeah,
cheaper.
try and kill Boxy instead though. Just a walk up.
What do you think of
arena.
Neon vs Resurgence Draft 2?
Land it onto that Earthshaker. I guess it does make more sense. You know, we talked about these tanky heroes on Liquid. If you go for that Blink Dagger, you're already struggling to kill people off, then you're investing in having to land every one of your ultimates perfectly. And they will trade out these tier 1s. Both of the safe lane towers dropping quickly. And then you look into mid, and Mickey just pummeling the tier 1 there, forcing the glyph already. And Liquid can start to rally around their Shadow Fiend. Boxy, Matu moving into mid. Fisher and Hook will land on the Chen. Drag Lodine back into the Pudge himself.
Matu is just jungling near mid lane and then just keeps swinging around for free kills.
Oh, someone's showing. It's Hook time.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, second Exo. Show in there. Nothing DGG can do to stop that. They are not prepared for the push. I need more time for this Morphling to keep on farming. This is a nice bit of map space for Liquid now, because they can now shut out the Morphling.
I don't.
at that bottom
I'm
jungle,
reading
forcing
that
it to
thread
stop.
and I'm waiting for the moment where the shit starts. Like it's literally she
definitely limited
responded.
options for DDG
I
right
think it
now,
was a really good
especially-
response from her.
I'm just gonna keep hopping on this Moss thing, but you don't want to feel really pressured to
that-
buy a Blink Dagger because
That
then you lose
posted
your own
nothing
ability to scale.
bad for her.
It's like the same kind of thought line as Dawnbreakers playing core and getting a Deso. Right, it's like, yeah, you can just rush a BKB, but maybe rushing the Deso so you have scaling damage is better. For Mars, it's kind of the opposite. You don't go this Blink, you go this BKB so you can scale and fight and be strong. But it feels bad. It does feel bad.
I don't
but
really
you
see
have
the
to-
problem with that
at what
thread.
point does
It's
this
not a
map
hate
start to
thread
constrict
towards her.
for them? Right now, it's
It's the
okay.
correct
Morphling is
response. She
able
did the
to
correct
find a
response,
little bit
yeah.
of farm, but eventually, Liquid, they'll get the next Exo, and then they'll use it for maybe a
Resurgence
Rotan,
versus Neon game 2.
or they get a BKB on Shadow Fiend, and they kind of just like walk it down, and you're kind of getting out farm because they do have more map space than you right now. They've taken like your mid tower. And
It's
you
a
don't have
really
theirs,
decent
so
Faces
Liquid will
Void game,
slowly
but
start to
only
outfarm you
decent,
a
so
lot
I'm gonna
more.
go Neon on.
I think
Game 2
that's the
there.
big fear
Sorry
for
for
me
the
as well,
hiccup.
is when Liquid flick that switch and say, hey, we're ready, are DGG going to be ready to fight back? Are they going to be in a position where they can actually battle?
Well, that's when you need your Mars BKB.
Yeah. Yeah, he's about 1,000 off it now. Zai's DP, couple of hundred off hers, 600 away. And then Shadow Fiend, yeah, working on his pretty quickly after that Dragon Lance. Double down Druin going, so he's farming quickly. Just coming back quickly about a minute or so, I really like the move Liquid did from taking that tier 1 mid. They swept through that bottom jungle very quickly. Like they went to where the Chen is standing right now, and then they kind of stood around for a good 30 seconds waiting to see if anyone would come up the staircase, seeing if they could get a kill. And then they swept east, making sure that Morphling couldn't, farm from east to west, which you'd love to do, clear out all the camps, then move top. So it did ruin the rhythm of play a little bit. But Morphling now in the Ancient is going to be reasonably happy with where he's at, even though he's not quite hit 6k net worth yet.
This might be a slight result of Mars. They're clearly prioritizing Mars's farm over anything else right now. For what reason they feel like they need him to be the one with gold. Because usually your carry takes this top side of the map. You'll put some effort with the mid or whoever to take the tier 1 tower, and then your carry takes the triangle area and then takes this hard camp top, the lane there, the small camp, and then they just make like constant rotations through that.
Now Fisher in the hook again.
Matu is getting very close to his Ags, and Ags is a problematic point in the game to deal with.
Some very quick pings from Little Pleb saying, hey, let's push mid lane. But they've got other worries. Roshan's being taken by Liquid. And we saw this last night in the NA qualies. Shadow Fiend with these razors stacking up do a lot of damage.
Well, to be fair, Moxie was not right with the previous thread.
Shadow Fiend with these razors stacking up do a lot of damage.
I know of a specific caster that behind the scenes said that the only reason Moxie got invited was because she was a woman, which was a terrible thing to say and very much untrue.
Up do a lot of damage and they can.
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with this fucking stream? Hey, what's up, Darksteel? Is the other stream still alive? Oh, the main stream's also dead. Cool. Well, guys, I guess it is in-game stream watching time. Start up Dota. 15-minute delay stream. Let's go! We are currently offline. No fucking shit.
Your corpse will be a lasting monument.
Wow, we're still in the laning stage. Ah ha ha ha. God, this is so long ago.
There.
BGL is gone. I know. YouTube stream is still on? Can you send me the link of the YouTube stream?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, I could watch the Betboom stream. You're right.
Killing spree.
I'll just use that.
A dominating performance. Hello, this is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2.
I'll just mute the stream. Oh, you have the YouTube stream for me?
Radiant should
Shush.
get to their bottom tower.
I'll jump out of the game again.
We saw this last night in the NA
Pog.
qualies. Shadow Fiend with these
Oh.
razors.
Let's first of all mute. Hello? No, this is the exact same spot it crashed. Yeah, this is the exact same spot it crashed. Okay, bet boom, we Russian now. Suka, иди нахуй. Is it Russian 2 or Russian 1? Yeah, Russian 2.
Шейкер выводит крипчиков тут.
Bitch, it says no, huh? Hey, BCC is casting this. There we go. We're back. How the fuck did DGG just get good? Net worth advantage dwindled. Their neck on neck. Eh. Oh, let's listen to some Russian.
Героях, поэтому здесь надо уходить 100%. 4 героя вы зафокусили за долю секунды. Плеб вроде отошел. Жестко.
Не получилось немножко добить Сефа, и досадный какой-то прыжок от Акаши получился, там уже Морфинг подсейвил.
Yes. So Morphling подсейвил.
Хук будет или нет? Матумба не
Да, не
успевает.
должен успевать. Вот, конечно, если бы успели разменяться, было бы хорошо, да, для GG, особенно если бы Морф забил.
Ну а пока так, знаешь, 1-10 на Liquid, как и было в начале карты. То есть нет ощущения, что они должны победить. Вы же, друзья, не забывайте залетать на сайт Bad Boom, получаете 100% на первый депозит. Это на самом деле такая довольно жесткая халява, особенно если вы делаете какие-то экспрессики. Можно реально свой банк апнуть невероятно сильно. Ловит здесь Морфа, тратит уже манту. Шейкер может его подстанить, будет ли какая-то фиссура. Нет, Плеб просто улетает. Очень много спейсит пока что DGG.
Ну да, но мало чего делают хорошего. Ну знаешь, пока сложно играть, что Марс спейсит, Морф спейсит, а кому могут делать?
Опа.
Лина, кстати, вообще незаметно, да? Ну-ка. Кентавром подстанить? Не получается. У Ладина, ну куда? Не надо чездить уже, не надо чездить. Ой, хорошая попытка застанить.
Ну дальше уже будет далеко. Там смог моментально, кстати, нажимает.
Что у Лины? У Лины нет шарда, хочет он купить себе Юл.
Дабл дэмэдж. Шейкер в смоке. Есть еще
Double damage, shaker.
Сейчас какой-то выход. Правда, они и без Аегиса уже.
And the thing is, Pudge doesn't. Yeah, now he's got Ags, and once Pudge gets Ags, he is so fucking good against Chen and Morph.
Как вкусно. Кто у нас тут?
This is the healing reduction.
Тумба. Можно хукнуть, попробовать.
Doesn't have blink yet.
У него еще и манта имеется.
But he does.
Здесь под хук.
Потратил манту. Будет умирать здесь, да. Никак.
Красиво.
That's a biggie.
Добивает, показывает неудержимость. Слушай, наверное, играет одну из лучших своих игр на финде в карьере. То есть, если у него до этого было 2 победы, то пока намечается 3-я. 6-0 у него счет. Отличный дворс, 15 тысяч. Очень богатый СФ. Ну и похоже, что игра сейчас будет заканчиваться.
Так полетели на ХГ. И знаешь, что самое смешное? Тогда Liquid тэпнулись от вражеской Т2. Ее добили просто крипы. Там Лайн с катапой, по-моему, подошел. И все.
Oh, it's still dead.
Лайн в итоге халявный вы не задефали. Странный мув от DGG.
I know we're semi-rush. I could mute them Russian and just what? They're actually pushing high ground in counter. TP cancelled. Boxy needs to be careful, otherwise he dies to Chen.
И пока Ладин побеждает. Будет ли какой-то бадди-блок? Нет, не будет.
Ну тут война такая жесткая. Фиссурка, а ну-ка сюда. Ну он, кстати, Хэслэм видел, не точно нажал. Но, мне кажется, всех крипов здесь сетапить убивать.
Ну что, будет ли сбивать Чена? Нет, нет у него станчика.
Такая забавная драка произошла.
Да, что-то не совсем понятное произошло. Ну Чен пока, ну что, импакт, да, стягивает героев.
MTD, Shiva's guard.
Отменил ТП. И Шива будет.
Well, healing reduction is pretty nice, but not a big fan.
Ну там еще Пудж, знаешь, поэтому хотелось
That was a perfect fisher though. It was a neat one.
Ну, Пуджа, кстати, пока неплохо смотрится. Не всегда получается давать удачные хуки.
I like the symbols that shows who's got Ags and who's got Shard at the top. That's kind of cool.
Пару раз, он уже не такой сильный. Смог нажимает сами DGG. Летят пока что в направлении рун как раз таки. Возможно, забайтить на плеба, почему нет. Пудж в позиции находится. И Пудж с Аганимом, кстати. Дэмэдж от него теперь будет залетать масса. Прям полноценный кор.
Wait, is that a spray or did they literally just put that on the map? That bet boom thing.
Я не знаю, потому что Чена вроде есть меха, но он даже не стал.
Классический Чен в этой карте. Просто мимо проходил, съел его.
Пятая уже смерть.
Уже, а DGG что-то здесь группируются вчетвером. Они ошибка ли это 5x4 принимать файт?
Oh, this is a great pause.
Тут Пудж хукает Пуджа в этот момент.
Хороший тайминг, да. Бывает такое, конечно, в доте. Ну,
Это
видимо,
как
залагал.
Кринжовые, знаешь, стоп-кадры, когда...
Mickey is also coming in from the side. Top side is...
Что ты там либо воду пьешь,
That
либо
shaker all the way at the top? Crap, I can't see
ну, и
because of the
фотографии такие,
outline.
знаешь, все улыбаются, все красивые, а ты
It's
там то ли моргнул, то
shaker
ли зевнул.
on the right. Probably has the
Фотку
deck
выкладывай,
already.
потому что все так классные, а ты нет.
Красиво выглядит с этого ракурса, действительно.
Такая битва титанов реально идет.
Говорится, батя с дедом зацепили.
Да, это жестко. Ну, что у нас вообще потом?
Let's go Neon. Let's go Neon.
Тумба плотный, его здесь заберстить будет
Beat
тяжело.
Resurgence
Виктор уже
ass.
в позиции, но он без АХ-слэма.
Марс стоит в стане. Ну, не знаю, хватит ли дэмэджа заберстить Матумбу.
Но он мне так далековато.
Где он относительно далековато. Да, но у него довольно большой кастрендж на ульт. То есть ульт он нажмет. Так.
Ульт нажмет, рядом будет СФ, Матумбу, да, не пробить, тут уже диджи поняли. Ну вот это самое забавное,
They
они
just
сами
immediately
захотели
dip.
напасть и сами поняли, что это плохая идея.
Я не совсем понял, единственное, зачем они вообще продолжили сюда идти. Вообще не могут они
Есть
драться.
чена.
Как будто вообще не могут принимать.
Morph shaker still works if you change into the enemy's shaker, right? Ooh.
Еще морфинга и убьют его, да? Не помогает даже ульта.
All are healed with 25% healing reduction.
По итогу для Батумба Мэна.
5-3 пока статистика. Но тут уже брат на брата пошел.
Актарину Зая, ну все, сейчас уже как будто надо заканчивать. Есть глиф, да? Есть глиф у Редиан. Ну, совершенно непонятно, чем дефать.
You Pinoy now?
Каша в боте, все сплитят. Чен
No.
в 6-й раз умирает.
Bye-bye.
Не идет.
Чен это чен, мы уже привыкли к такому моменту. Чем дефать не
Life
ясно,
bets
может
at least on
перезнаться
them.
через 20 секунд. Ну, по ощущениям, это минус сторона, как минимум. А возможно, после
Look at the DP's items. BKB, Falcon Blade, Octarine Core. What the fuck?
Кулдаунился уже ХСЛМ. То есть довольно опасно идти сейчас и драться вот как-то. Морф пока не такой плохой.
Well, I guess it's GG for
линии, что пойдут
Radiant.
пока экзорцизм имеется. В принципе, можно рискнуть.
Это можно, я не знаю, здесь как будто очень сложно перебить команду Liquid, если Омник держит позицию, если не подставляется. Посмотрим, будут ли рискать. В Китае, как правило, так не играли. В Китае ждали второго Рошана. Но Liquid ничего не боятся, может быть правильно, а может и нет.
It kind of
У
is.
него есть там блинк вообще или нет?
They're pretty nasty little smurfers.
Ну, по идее, должен быть, да?
Ой, хук, близкий был.
Да, рефрешер делает.
Ну вот то, о чем я говорил, когда ты покупаешь Soul Ring, можно в такой билд выйти, но тут до рефрешера не доберешься по ощущениям, потому что у Liquid уже 10к перевес на 26-й. Будут ждать следующего Рошана, а он появится. А он уже появился, самый минимальный таймер, который только может быть.
I have a good feeling about Neon Game 2 until you. The only thing I liked on the draft of Resurgence in Game 2 was literally the Faces Void, but Faces Void without any chrono damage is garbage.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
They've got Ice Blast, that's their chrono damage, which is shit. Plus, Clockwork's annoying to catch, Slark can be annoying to catch. Also has slightly a counter to the chrono with the Depth Shroud. Puck is annoying to catch. And Doom only needs to target the Faces Void, or, well, maybe the Pango. Wow, 2 ultis on Zai, cares absolutely zero. Queen of Pain!
Залетает дополнительный. Пока что минус мидер команды DGG. Надо бежать отсюда силам Рейдиан как-то. А бегут они прямиком на вижен оппонентов.
Да, не хватает дэмэджа DGG вообще. Лина что-то абсолютно себя не показала, да? Как будто нет его на карте.
Так тут ульта не было, странно.
Ну, БКБшки.
Okay, that Octarine core is actually pretty nuts on D. That cooldown reduction on his ulti is pretty insane. Ай.
Но пока легкий Рошан для Liquid. И что, надо пытаться как-то сплитить, наверное.
Кому шарт отдадут?
Как-то Скади купить на Морфе, чтобы были шансы. Потому что пока абсолютно не хватает дэмэджа. Может быть, шарт на линии взять. Я видел, он Юл покупал.
Да.
Но как будто Юл здесь вообще не помогает.
Is the English stream back up? Fucking hell.
Кулдаунится уже через 80 секунд будет.
Жесть, конечно.
Smoked into them anyway, and we're able to get a...
Ой, я это где-то видел уже.
That Fisher off onto Lina extremely forced one of the...
Why the fuck is the Russian stream 1 minute further ahead? Oh, fuck it. At least this is English.
Heroes of DGG out of the fight, and then Morphling got kind of gone on and was unable to connect.
Wait,
this blink.
It's back up? It's back up. Pog.
With Lodine's name. He lived a long and fruitful life. MTD also gonna You're gonna follow him into the grave as well. As Liquid look for
Truman
their
is
second
like
lane of
so
barracks.
old on the casting scene.
this
I
feels like a
definitely am not
foregone
very
conclusion
old
now.
on.
Little
Well,
Pleb just spamming the heal me.
Heal me.
No one can.
Nah,
do that
not
anymore.
really.
Chen's dead for 5.
How do you do that? Do you alt-click your health pool?
hey,
something?
and I did a
I'm not
lot of
sure.
DPC
It's
this
showing up
season.
for us, which makes me think it's like it's
I
surrounding
casted
line.
as essays in DPC and a little bit of NA. I even
I know,
casted
exactly.
Nigma versus EU Rejects this
I'm
year.
looking at my chat wheel right now. Yeah, there
Heal me,
is a
please.
heal. There is a heal chat wheel line you can put on there. But it doesn't say heal me. It just says heal.
Oh.
SF. Oh, speared under tower, but he's got the pike. And that fear from the shard sending Lamar's back into his base. Yeah, Liquid just going to go for a deliberate move back. No reason to push it any further forward there. They've already got the mid and the bottom. And you look at top, there's tier 1, tier 2 still standing. It's all about just
Also,
keeping that
did
firm
Morph
grasp on the
just
game
not
they've
have
built up.
Shaker in his cast ranger? Nah,
DGG
I have
maybe
no idea
didn't,
what he's doing.
Maybe their only hope is some kind of extreme smoke.
Maybe I don't really
wraparound,
watch
like, at the
SA
back
scene, so I
line,
don't know.
Or maybe Liquid overextend and
Sadness.
they get a spear back into like tier 4s or something. If you can get someone out of position, maybe that's your only real hope, because
Yeah.
Omni, as long as he's able to connect or is close in any way, it's so hard. He has this ether lens. He's getting a 4-star. They're gonna have more ways to save the longer this
Side
game
going
goes
for
on.
E-Blade. Yeah, this
And
game
that's
is
what I kinda
hella
like about
fat
these
over.
three heroes,
It's almost
the
420.
Omni, Earthshaker, and the
DGG
Pudge.
only need one
If you
more
go on the
kill.
Omni, there's like an Echo Slam, right? There's the threat of the Echo blinking and saving the Omni Knight. Pudge can hook people around. So I struggle to see a world in which they actually kill anybody. You go on Omni, you get feared, silenced, blink echoed. You go on this Earthshaker, he gets healed up by Guardian Angel and Purification.
Yeah.
And Liquid just going to set themselves up to go high ground again. SF and DP straight towards the tier 3 and forcing the glyph pretty early on. Fresh creep wave with the catapults arriving soon as well. And Boxy, he just blinks straight on in towards that Lina, does Yules away. But the barracks now wide open. As little pleb will TP back to try and defend. Turns into the Pudge, but well, Hook hitting a creep. Not going to fulfill his dreams. While Owned Me does get the arena spear, but there's the heals and saves. They've got that fish.
Okay, and there's a big catch. Quap gets away.
While Owned Me just being ripped apart by the physical damage from Mickey. Pudge now able to rot him
And
down.
Mickey also has the Aegis, so... Honestly, that Sonic Wave has not done anything this game.
And cohesion here from DGG. Matu's far too strong with his BKB up. We'll walk back past the Fisher. Mega creeps now on the cards. Another
Ooh.
hook. Pleb drags the DP in, but she's still got her BKB. The Dismember on the Queen of Pain's gonna break and destroy MTD. And little Pleb now pretty much all alone to defend his tier 4s. They'll just call it. Game 1, a simple one for Liquid, straightforward. Lanes were solid, moves were solid, nothing extraordinary there. Just an all-around better team than DGG.
Hey, nice odds for you, Jake Kenneth.
Yeah, that's just all there really was
Felt like
to
if
it.
Morph
Felt
had
like
been
all
a
of
bit more
Liquid's
careful,
moves were
he
a lot
could have
more-
gotten the shape.
a lot
Bro,
faster.
I don't like choosing Morph into Pudge, because Pudge has that healing
Team,
reduction.
whatever, right? It's just
The regen
Liquid
reduction,
are
I
the
think it's
first ones
specifically
making the moves
called.
for the runes. They're the first ones making the rotations. They're just more on top of things. They'll go and take an area of a map, and DGG felt like they weren't able to match that.
Okay, well, while we're waiting, we might as well check Resurgence.
Drop it. I mean, he
They
had
just got wiped?
uses of the time dilation available. Puck had used literally
What just
every
happened?
single spell, but and he didn't have mana either. But probably better to
The
be
Morph
safe than
into
sorry,
Shaker.
you know,
Yeah,
especially
true,
considering it
but,
is
you know,
creep wave.
the Shaker's not the one that you have to fear.
On this,
It's the
potentially
Pudge.
another tower. Enryu's here, but no
And if
need
you
for
put
another
a,
tower, so second.
you know, safe laner matchup against each other where your safe laner loses, while you have the counter pick potential, then you probably lose the game.
Always impressed on how RSG bring their cause to early game fight. Oh, it's a big stack for Silham. Who have they spied out as well? Xiao Yu with the Rolling Thunder into the Ice Blast combination. This will be enough to get the kill. Xiao Yu's already got the Axe Shard to work with as well. Oh no.
Xiao Yu's been my MVP so far this game. Like, even just in that last fight, every use of the Swashbuckle was perfect. Rolling Thunder at the perfect time. Once the Dream Coil had already been used, it was perfect. And he just realizes the limitations of his hero. That's why he's Grandmaster on it. it's just great to see one of these players just.
Well, to be fair, maybe, Tony, we get to see something fun tonight with Alliance.
They're gonna just completely avoid the clockwork. They recognize the high value target in the puck, and they can go back to play hard afterwards.
So this is what I was talking about in the draft, right? Like, this is exactly what I was talking about with the puck being a great answer to the Faceless Void pre-BKB, but even just getting that time dilation off means that the puck is completely vulnerable as soon as you you convert on that kill. Like, she just had no way of being able to escape. So things becoming a lot easier for Faceless Void once he gets that BKB. A lot of the time, you might look to emphasize something like
Neon just needs to not fuck up, which is doable. Not fucking up.
This game, he just needs BKB. He needs to live, and he needs to make sure he's popping that, because once that exists until puck's level 25, it should be a pretty free game for this Faceless Void.
It's also looking like a relatively free game for the Batrider as well. Excellent, so incredible.
Hey, sup, Tommy? Nothing much, just watching some Dotes.
Was farming incredibly well on Fortune Soul, but that previous death, and I think in fact two previous deaths, all them stacks, exactly right. They took a stack inside Radiant's territory, so. And at RSG, they can continue making plays though. Like you mentioned in the draft, they've got.
You guys feel like watching T1 when they play?
Roger's got a blink dagger as well.
T1 versus Excretion.
If we ever wondered how Xiao Bonbon gets all of this farm, he's just been dropping multiple ice vortexes at some of these camps.
Some Anatops in action.
Stacking up for other people, but we know him. He should be okay.
Pump faking that roll.
Blink dagger on Roger.
Adman's already got his own dagger to look to make plays. If they spy out Avatar mode. Ooh, just saw Roger in the tree line.
Roger Dodger.
Look at that though. As soon as they see them away from the tower, Seth brings his little minions to take their own T1 tower, which is going to be big for Neon now to open up the map. Stem the bleeding a little bit.
Rip your last hitting. Ooh!
Mid lane, coil out, Avatar mode. The instant answer with the Aghanim shot from Xiao Yu's gonna.
Dude, it's so dumb that you can go into your roll up when you're coiled. I honestly think that makes zero sense.
That's a great jump from play hard. Down to the Earthshaker. The Hand of God's gonna buy a little bit of space for the Clockwork as well, and they'll even run into the Ancient Apparition. So both supports going down from RSG, and the Clockwork lives through it all.
All are healed, man. It's you gotta love seeing it. I love it. I love it so much. And actually, he's gone for a really early Aghanim shard for himself. So wants to be able to group up with this Thunderhide and start putting a little bit of pressure onto these towers. Say what you want for Neon's lineup for being pretty successful in being able to team fight. They do not push very well. So I like that they identified this big need for themselves.
They don't push very well. Bitch, they got a Chen.
This Ancient Thunderhide assisting with the push.
Oh, the supports also just have a crap time at dealing with summons. Now imagine an Ancient just running at the AA or the Earthshaker.
Oh yeah.
This Thunder?
I don't believe that was under any kind of vision. So, although the Thunderhide wasn't caught by it, so maybe they're just going to use it as bait for now. But who are they going to be able to find?
I can also phase shift in place when coiled.
It's so important to just make sure that
sometimes I hate this game.
Without being able to pick up that BKB. Try and waste as much unreliable gold from him as possible. But they're just pinging it out. They're saying, hey, what's this Ancient Thunderhide doing walking over this way?
Trying to follow behind it. They're going to be able to scout out the positioning of Ser. Not much committed. An Ice Blast, which has got 60-second cooldown at level 1.
Okay, he's going Kai'Sa, Fortune Soul.
Yeah, he gets a jump.
Then close his Ags.
Need to drag him towards Roger's location, but the stun lock gets a little bit too late. Great timing out of Avatar mode. He's going to jump in the river. The Madman lands the coil.
What?
He gets the kill. And now they got the fall from Enryu. A beautiful jump in. They'll still lose Avatar mode. But maybe Neon can turn this back around with 2 members going out of the decks. As Enryu
what a weird fucking fight.
Into the Earthshaker. But where's the fall? Fortune Soul is nowhere nearby. So Xiao Yuki looked to charge him. He's got the Rolling Thunder to chain control and multiple wards to bounce back.
Oh, the stun misses.
Okay, he's got the Scepter now. Maybe this might be able to catch him off guard to jump into the middle. Gonna part through the high ground, look for the backstab, but RSG, they're aware of this attempt.
I mean, you got to go for those ballsy dives, right, on Avatar mode. A lot of people were thinking it was absolutely crazy to go for that attempt. But again, it's all about just making sure this Faceless Void has the worst time possible. He's 2 levels behind the Slark now, who's got his Aghanim Scepter. And again, this is pre-BKB on the Faceless Void. So I really want to see them just group up and do exactly what they
The
just
Ember
did
can't
again.
use Slide of Fist when
Move on
coiled
forward,
since it's
take some
considered a
towers, take
move
some map
skill.
real estate.
Makes sense.
Side the river and
This would be a
Ryu.
big kill.
Yeah, excellent. Playing with the
Oh.
BKB. Just sidesteps the hook shot. They're smoked up on RSG though, because MKS got the chrono at the ready. Looking to find an avenue to enter the team fight. Neon, they have backed up. Back to the safety of their T2 tower. They will be okay. Are they gonna go Roche?
Oh. Not so confident in that that'll be all
Does he
too
play
successful.
hard?
will they?
Neon, they're not too close to try and protect the clockwork. I don't know if Chen wants to use the hand of God this time as well to keep him alive, but play hard. He's taking through a lot of spells. Up to the high gun though, they get the chrono into the ice blast. The Slark's in trouble and Xiaoyu just jumps inside the chrono, no messing around. They're looking to take the Slark in, now the puck out of the team fighters, Rogers in. The Echo Slam
Damn.
mode into place, and our RSG can swarm towards the last remaining member of the Doom.
That's a
Last
big
shot
fat
dragging
team
into
fight from
multiple
Resurgence.
members of RSG, as there will be no escape from Enryu as RSG only lose their carry in MKS.
By the way, can anyone has any
So
problem
did
with
you put
in-game
Longest Street
predictions
onto
for
Exilone
quals?
because he's on a god
I
mode?
don't have any problems with it. I haven't tried it, so I don't have any problems with
He was
it.
able to get this out of a game into a puck, which certainly isn't easy. Just that really early purchase of the BKB was a great choice from him. And into the Slark, I mean, they just finding pickoff after pickoff with perfect succession.
No, I in fact put it over. I hold that thought because top. Is it unfortunate? Oh yes, beautiful Aghanim shard. What an item! Deals with the puck coil, deals with the leash on the Slark.
I
He's top of the net.
fucking hate that
This
shard.
is actually one of the few heroes I will be okay. Like, you know how you have your Earthshaker thing? The Pango, position 3.
The Pango off
Xiaoyu's got
we're
my
talking,
heart.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Avatar mode
looking
too
out
slow
just
to
in time,
respond.
being able to pop an initial smoke coming through. So
He's still no way. They get. He should still go down.
roll up.
They're even going to commit the Doom, so won't have that opportunity. Meanwhile, to the top,
MKS.
He's also forced out a BKB, but the rest of Neon are trying to sweep towards the outpost. The hookshot's going to be able to lock the Earthshaker into place. Another Clockwork's trying to catch up to the Faceless Void as well.
And now player's hella fucked.
Close to the objective, so Silon's going to be able to TP in. He's got to play the distance so through the team fight.
Oh,
He's
the
to be able to stick around
fucking
and
bunny
charge
hop.
into the middle, and he's recognizing this.
sidestep.
You see Silon, a pogo
That
forward, so
Tumblr's
not
toy
gonna get caught
dodge
in the
was
wall stomp.
fucking nuts.
They got the Ice Blast ready. They're just waiting for the chrono, but it's still 25 seconds away. Really, perhaps thinking that maybe Neon will use this time without the Pangolier to consider going into the Roche pit. The heck just happened?
It was an Ice Blast. I didn't see it land, but looks like Zhao Bonbon was able to snipe the Clockwork.
Right, nicely done. Speaking of the Pango as well, he's 800 gold away from being able to finish up that Lincoln's. When I saw it queued
It's a
up
draft
previously, I was
for
like, what is he
game
doing it
2
for? I guess the
already
Doom is a
started.
pretty valuable target, and well,
3 minutes.
over to Avatar mode brings him up into his next item, which is the Kyron Sange, means that he can play that little bit more aggressively. You know, you're only really worried about the Chronosphere now at this stage on the puck. Obviously, the lasso, the stuns coming through from the Shaker, and even the Pango doesn't feel great, but they're not going to chain lock you down. Chronosphere will.
They're not gonna chain lock you down. Nah, cause Lasso, Rolling Thunder, and Fissure plus Shaker with a shard can never like lock you down.
Where's the angle for the Clockwork to go for the steal with the Rolling Thunder into the BKB? There's no messing around for Irish here. They're gonna make sure they secure it at all costs.
Dire's middle tower
Okay.
is under attack.
Taking the real conservative route. I mean, that's probably not the way that you want to spend your second PKB usage at MKS, but again, just to have that second life. Again, this is one of the big counters to these big teamfight ultimate heroes, right? And we were talking about, well, what can you do against a Doom, really? Well, Wraith King obviously is the best option. Aegis on any other hero is the second best.
Dire's
if you give that into the hands of the Slark, then... Or even Avatar mode as well, just maybe helping out with his position to find that jump. So now you're not going to be playing with the Aegis on Neon, like you mentioned, the counters into the Void, and also just helping out with them a little bit of a deficit. Again,
Everyone needs a
very similar
Lincoln's.
position, though, to what we had in
Hey,
game one,
sup, Rooney?
Neon,
How you doing?
keeping steady with RSG.
It's game mate.
But it came down to some of these really key team fights around the mid game where RSG was able to get some distance away from Neon's lineup.
MKS now, he's got his Aghanim Shard just purchased up as soon as he hit level 15, really prioritizing, just spamming out that time walk as much as possible to be able to get a little bit of information for the backlines. They don't have the luxury of having someone
I still don't like that
Clockwork
Faceless
or
Void skin.
Master just for that little
It
bit
feels
of extra
looks
vision.
like a
So that's exactly what
fucking
MKS is gonna do. He's
deformed
going to
Cthulhu.
make sure it puts himself onto the front lines. You've got Roger and Exilern backing him up on the left.
They see them. Look at the ward on the high ground. Henry gets a jump. He should be able to deal with the first sniper. They're instantly going to try and turn it around to the Doom to make sure there's no ultimate. And now res the rest of the team.
Nice blink.
They're late to the party. Let's play hard. Stuck in the tree line. But Avatamo with a follow-up. Coil onto 3. But he's still caught in the tree line.
Aeon
The
this
Aeon's
popped.
gonna protect him
There's
for
the
the moment,
chrono.
but it will do nothing against the Chronosphere. But the damage... It's lacking without the Ice Blast and without the help of the Pangoli. They're going to be able to chase him down with all the ultimates on cooldown. Neon can capitalize as they'll get rid of the Pango. They're even going to eye up MKS as well. The extra movement coming out from the Aghanim Shard. Helping out with his Time Walk range. Fortune Soul's going to see...
What?
Oh,
That was
okay.
weird.
MKS will live to see another day.
Nearly a fantastic team fight for Neon. It was still good, don't get me wrong. And really the puck showing why in the Chronosphere, yeah, it's the thing that can catch you out, but I'm really just impressed with a lot of the itemization coming through from both teams, to be honest. That Aeon Disc, a great follow-up to the Kyra and Sanj, means that you're very survivable through a lot of any kind of burst that's coming through. And they know that they need to get that sort of burst through onto the puck to enable these heroes that need to zip in and out.
It's BKB was used on MKS, wasn't it? Oh no, it wasn't.
To be playing.
Huh.
Same sort of thing on RSG. You've got BKB and Lincoln's queued up on the Faceless Void, on the Bat Rider. No BKB on the Pango, but Lincoln's for him too.
Oh no! Echoes off the mark from Roger, but Enryu, he's going to make sure he does not miss. The Doom leashing the Void together, and now with the backline as Avatar mode finds an angle to drop the coil. As Fortune Soul will not have a care in the world, it can easily disengage.
Big miss on that Echo Slam as well.
Oh, maybe just baiting. They'll find the lasso. They kept the Rolling Thunder at the last second as well. They're going to push him back under the tier 4 towers. Some nice spell casting from RSG to at least get the kill onto Enryu.
Lens certainly helping out a little bit there for Exilur. He's level 20 as well, so he's going to have that little bit of extra damage coming through in the AoE aspect, either through the Firefly or the extra Flame Break charges, like the Flame Break, just to be able to do even things like helping out as supports by bumping the Clockwork outside of the cogs if they lock in onto the AO or the Earthshaker, although they both have 4-stars already, so again, just more correct itemization coming through, realizing that you can't just build the same cookie cutter way every single game.
Who do you feel like is happier with the status quo of the game that we've got? Neon with a very, very slight net worth advantage 30 minutes in.
I would say Neon right now, but if you could get into these Lincoln spheres on RSG, I think they're going to be just feeling super confident, right? Like, they don't have the capabilities to be able to pop it really easily. Chen doesn't want to be on the front lines. I don't think they lucked out with being able to get any of the targeting items yet on Neon, although they haven't really been jungling. But have a look at what Enryu's doing. He's going into that AoE silence coming through from the Doom, so not even going to care about the Lincoln Sphere. Again, it's just good reactionary play coming through from both of these teams.
You think Neon can outscale Resurgence late game by tanking up? Yeah. I think they're still really lacking chrono damage, and that's honestly the only big thing that they most likely will have in the later portions of the game.
Optimistic, but...
You know, when Slark gets Scotty or Basher, Slark with the shard as well becomes really hard to kill.
At least he's got the Ag Shard to play with. Honestly, he's a lot more farm than I was expecting.
He's just
Look
been
at this,
spamming
though.
out that Ice Vortex.
Are they gonna make the play onto Fortune Soul? They've got a ward on the higher ground. Fortune Soul, yeah, he's gonna ping it out. He's gonna see another ward shortly, but look at the wraparound. Neon coming to the backside of this top lane. They're not gonna see anyone for the moment, and the rocket flare is gonna be off the mark as well.
They need all the boys.
Let's see if they can kill him off. Chrono into the Ice Blast. The damage, it should be enough. As Neon, do they still want to take the fight? No, the Chrono's on cooldown, but towards the right side with Lasso. Excellent has been able to catch up, play hard with Xiaoyu nearby. They'll get rid of the clockwork, and this means that Neon, they have no task to be able to turn this one back around without the members. They've just got to look to get out.
Yeah, damage just is not there if Slark isn't around, and well, they're even able to get that pick off. Well worth using the lasso onto the clockwork, because again, he is the one thing, maybe the puck as well, that just stops these supports from having a good team fight. And we saw there Roger just being able to use the Fisher reliably, getting off a nice Ice Blast into the Ice Vortex as well. Xiaobonbon, he's having another big influence on this game. He's picked up one of those parts for the sheep stick. Is not too far away. It's only the Void Stone, but still.
It's a big item if he can find it. I honestly wouldn't be surprised with how farmed he is at the moment. I don't know. What, 2-second cooldown on Ice Vortex? You just spam this out? I could see it. It might take a while. He's going to be food as well early on. At least he's got those defensive items. That's the main thing. You got the Force, you got the Glimmer. Now you can look to itemize for that little bit of control. You know, against a Slark, it's great. Against the puck, it's even better. I mean, that's really the big reason why you're picking it up.
You've also got a Lincoln Sphere about... Well, they can pick it up now, actually, on the Faceless Void. So he's incredibly more survivable now. BKB as well on top of everything else. Now he can look to go into the damage. They were lacking a little bit of damage. You know, we've seen a couple of times Chronospheres used without significant kills coming off the back of them. But it's going to become less of a factor once
Quickly, sorry, was distracted
20,
with
once you get that Mjolnir
stuff.
timing.
Okay, I'm back.
It really feels like that's the timing that RSG are playing for. And it's a pretty quick Roche as well. It's just spawned very quickly after the minimum timer, and they're going to smoke perfectly in sync with that, although it's Neon that have the first bit of information with the Satyr. Tormentor being the first one to scout that out. They're going to first smoke themselves. Pick off into Roche, that's the name of the game.
And Enry just completed the Scepter. So this freshly picked up item for the Doom could spell disastrous.
Oh, he's got that Ags Doom.
They go with a lasso, not option for Silen. He's going to be in some trouble. They'll turn to deal with the Faceless Void.
How the fuck does he hit the lasso?
They've been able to cut the Doom, and now RSG, they might be able to enter the fight.
That was weird.
As soon as it expires, MKS gonna wind up the Chronosphere, finding two.
Legit, don't really like the fact that you. No, I don't like the self ags.
It's going to be all onto the Slark, but the damage, it's not there. Now that they can kite the Slark throughout the tree line, he's having some difficulties for the moment. Depth Shroud still to play with one more pounce, but the Echo's not there. They're going to miss on Roger, but still Fortune Soul hiding in that little nook, and he'll make it out. Oh my, by the skin of his teeth, the Slark lives.
Oh, Avatar Mode's going in for more. You madman. He wants the supports, he's hungry.
He might be able to get it.
Slark as well on MKS.
Back for the moment. Down to the south, Fortune.
Bad buyback.
Finish the kill into MKS. Avatar Mode's going to move for more. Can make it a bash. And he bashes. You bet they are. MKS. A second hit bash. And Avatar Mode should go down finally. He made him work for it. But in the end, they needed the buyback coming out of Exilern.
And that means they can take Roche.
They might just look to re-engage here on Neon. I mean, they've got everyone up. Puck has the buyback. No boots of travel, so still going to be 30 seconds away from a
But self-doom is kind of weird. I'm just not a big fan in a game where you're up against a Pango, Face Void, and honestly, they're stupidly mobile.
They're going to be able to pop the link with the time lock. MKS just gets down to the right side. Xiaoyu's going to look to make as much chaos as he possibly can throughout the middle. It splits up Fortune Soul. He's by himself, gets some distance, but the Depth Shroud is not enough.
How did he take that much damage?
The damage over time from Exilern was enough
to
capitalize, and that was all off the back as Xiaoyu's Rolling Thunder as well, just cutting a path in the middle so they could separate the fight and kill off the Slark.
And that was the double flame breaks coming into the equation.
Oh,
as well.
double
Just
flame
that
break.
initial damage coming through inside the depth shroud was enough to be able to pick him off. He didn't use the BKB that entire time.
I mean, they didn't have the puck. I don't really get why you don't fight with the puck. The puck's literally the one that does all the space creation in the team fight. If they just waited for the buyback, or if he waited for the puck to respawn or the puck bought back,
And they're gonna give that one over to Exilon.
that fight should have been a lot better for them.
He's the only one that doesn't have it. Everyone else does. So it's a little bit of charity coming through.
Still don't like that Ags. I mean, there are games for it, but not against super mobile enemy heroes who have 4 staffs.
He's even going into a Linkens of his own.
Who have they found? A fissure into a lasso. Easy like that. Observe wards once again from RSG. Proving to be a
But
big
we were
reason
actually
why
doing
he gets some of
the
these, pick off some advantages in the team fights.
Team Liquid game.
Right, so that's a killing spree at the moment. For,
Or are we doing
so he
T1?
only needs another 7
First
for me
excavation.
to win my prediction.
Maybe we'll do T1 versus Excavation.
You know me, I'm all about the points.
Oh yes, the points, Well, my prediction is MKS, and he's a little bit off.
It's a little off. You can get there.
Well,
I
all
have
the
faith.
others right.
Man, can we just talk again about how they did that last team fight? The
No,
AoE
we
Doom,
cannot,
it was
'cause
shut up.
He's in. No, you shut up. It's Conqueror. He's in some trouble in Ice Blast with the Rolling Thunder. An easy 1-2 punch from RSG, and Sillon looking to
Wanted more.
strike it.
Yeah, 11k net with advantage.
That's all they'll get on RSG.
That looks like a G to the G.
I just want to see if they're able to do again what they did that last fight. Like, the AoE Doom was fantastic, but there was just people getting 4-staffed every which way, making sure to break it, meant that you got the BKB off on X.
If you have that, the AoE Doom, you kinda need something to combo with it, like a vacuum or some shit.
Don't take him closer to his teammates. Look at all the control. This is giving a free fight over to Neon. A Stark is trying to get the damage out, but he's nowhere to be seen. Pounces to the left, and now MKS is back in the middle. A Chrono to shut down the line for the Doom. But they're going to be cautious though on RSG. They have committed a lot of ultimates at round 1. I don't think they've got enough in the tank to set themselves up for a second round.
Still got Echo, and they're conscious of that on Neon, so they're going to back off. Almost every other cooldown being used at that stage. Xiaoyu actually level 25 with the Pango Rolling Thunder available. Only the 50-second cooldown right now. Want to try and go up onto this high ground if they can, especially with a couple of buybacks being used. They're going to back off.
Feels like there's just so much weight on the Slark's shoulder to get into the middle where the coil is out, and just so he can start to stack the essence up. Because if he's not, it just seems like RSG are doing an incredible job to kite him.
Even just landing it onto the pounces consistently onto the faceless.
Chen
fight,
with
right?
the
Gets
Lincolns?
6
What?
of those essence shift stacks up if he's able to land both of them. So actually, he's even gone the level 20 talent for the extra agility each time. So I believe that's 4 essence shifts stolen.
Surgeon's so
Maybe it
good at
doesn't
4
affect the
protect.
balance,
They're not
but still,
playing 4
it
protect
feels
1 though,
really
Tony.
significant for Fortune Salt if he's able to get onto the void, just for what it does for the.
Because the
reduced
one
damage.
is not doing the carrying. So it's not a 4 protect 1. It's literally a 3-core setup.
Ooh, okay. Puck just got level 25 as well. This... Well, you can't kite this coil now, and we have seen multiple times that Avatar mode has gotten some pretty exceptional ultimates out. So this is really going to enable now this AoE Doom and again the Slark to get some essence.
Do you like Axon Slark? I do like Axon Slark. I think it's a necessary item, but I also think, you know, you need like fucking Scotty and shit this game.
Now this is one of my pubs. Just my support off away from the rest of the team. Doing his own thing, but for him, it's with a really good reason.
That it is indeed. And look at that. MKS is like, yeah, nah, sorry, brother. I want my butterfly as well. 3 bounties is definitely going to help out.
Honestly, 4 protect 1, some teams still run it, but it doesn't happen too much anymore.
The Rolling Thunder cooldown, so down to 50
The
seconds.
Tricore is still, like, favored.
With the sticky. Wait, what did he go for? Yeah, so the
Gets
flame
sticky.
break applies to sticky.
Oh,
Alright,
look at this
smoke off.
positioning from Roger.
It's perfect.
Get out.
It is perfect. And the vision's even
Oh.
better. Roger is in with the combo, but they only killed off one. But the Doom, a vital component to the team fight, is Neon. They gotta get out. They can't stick around, but they won't have the opportunity.
Guys didn't have a good start, but they just enable him to snowball. Yeah, but that's the thing. He didn't have a good start. Still should be top net worth if it was for Protect 1.
That's a confirmed dieback as well coming through there.
Because they're playing Tricore, he's not even top net worth of the game. He should be farming until he is top net worth of the game. That is for Protect 1. That's literally the essence of it. They create space so he can farm.
I feel like the weight of this is just way too much for a puck solo to be able to do. At least until he's got the Dream Call. Maybe then you could look to go for some amazing play. But it's another 10 seconds away. We've already lost one lane of racks. Will they stick around to commit for the second? Maybe Channel Live with the puck. Full-on commit. But no BKB on the Slark makes it feel so horrible.
Yeah, and they use coil as well.
They just coiled.
Hook shot. Down in the tree line. 4 staffs from both sides to get out, but unfortunately for the Clockwork, he doesn't have this capability. So they instantly split away, and it just puts the Clock in a compromised position where RSG can find the kill, and now they can reset with that. They're happy with what they've gotten. A full set of barracks, a little bit of damage onto the tier 3 tower, and they will get out with a lot of economic advantage through their side. 20,000 net worth lead for RSG now.
Just realized that Xiao Yu actually went ahead and consumed the Aghanim's Blessing as well. So he's got that upgraded shield crash. He's going to go into the Wind Waker for himself. And just that Diffusal Blade being able to consistently go off in a lot of these fights really just amps up all of that AoE damage that you're wanting to do. Fortunately, not the other level 15.
Yeah, you're right.
talent,
It's not for Protect 1. He's so good at coming back with low farm.
Still top of the net worth on this Pango.
I mean, it's literally just Xiao Yu this game. Well, Xiao Yu and the mid laner, the Bat's been playing really well as well.
Cliff of Roger, okay. Roger's Cliff,
They see
that
it.
is
He's getting off the Cliff of Roger very soon.
Very soon. The Cliff of Roger will stay. What do we got? Oh, a haste on Silern. Well, now you have to coil him. You need some way to hold down the Bat Rider, who's got Octarine and Spell Prism to play with.
Can't be going in too quickly. Roger just used the fissure to be able to go down onto the low ground.
Pop.
Yeah, instantly blinking on out. Roger putting his life on the line with the gem, so it was a little bit of a risky choice, but very quick on the fingers, making it feel not so bad. Do they have any vision inside the base? MKS is going to put his body up there first. Who's going to be the one to walk on forward? Doesn't seem like anyone so far. Oof.
Oh, they get him. He's got the
Lul.
He should be okay.
And this.
Drop the Chronosphere afterwards. The hook on the backline is going to stop the counter initiation from Roger. Now Enryu's
Oh, wow, Enryu.
They need the coil to
Oh,
hold
can he get him? They
do.
do.
Up to the north, but it breaks the coil. And now Neon, they can look to pounce for more. This might be their opportunity for the eyes to turn
great
around.
combo.
They blow up Enryu. Fortune Soul is okay for the moment, but as soon as the BKB expires, Roger's in.
And the Hex coming out.
And now Xiao Yu with the Hex as well, thanks to Xiao Bonbon, will keep the puck locked into place. As they've got the
Look, they
numbers
care
against
zero
RSG,
about
even
losing the Faceless Void.
MKS.
He does
They can look
nothing.
to stick around and claim more members of Neon,
Actually
and they might
nothing.
be able to catch up to the puck. Silen's hunting, but doesn't have the capability to keep.
He
up,
stands
it
in a
looks like.
position he should not stand, gets caught out, obviously, because he stands in a position he should not stand, dies, and then the rest of his team does all the work.
Man, look at the net worth, what it's actually happened in the past, 5 or so minutes, maybe a little bit more. It just completely.
I mean, he did catch the Dream Coil, which was nice, but still.
Late game team fights. I mean, this is what fans of the SEA region really saw Nigma Galaxy see as having the big strength of once it got to that late game.
I
Once it
predict
got to the
Sersha will
35,
send
40 plus
Enigma
minutes
Southeast
on
Asia home
RSG,
tomorrow.
they give
I do the same thing. I think Sersha is stronger. Enigma Galaxy Southeast Asia is kind of shit.
Dude, what a performance it's been from.
Have you
Sula.
seen the Enigma Galaxy female team, by the way?
17, 1, and 21. Holy crap, he has just performed on another level of the Bat Rider. A big reason of why they are in this commanding position in game.
Where did
2.
damage come from when no
Probably
faces
one
void?
fight
Bat Rider
away
does a lot of
from
late game damage.
Silas
Bangalore does a lot of late game damage. Ice Blaster to make sure you can't get healing done.
That's what we
And
wanted,
Shaker
right?
does a lot of damage.
I think he
I think
was.
it's at least 8.
That Rider late game, if he does uses Flame Break, he adds 2 sticky napalms on the target. If he does, and he has 2 charges, so he can just instantaneously drop 4 sticky napalms on someone, and they just burn very quickly.
Very important. I mean, Doom still going to ruin your day, but Pounce not so much.
Oh, Zhao Yu's got the Wind Wake. Cool.
So really does feel like the exact sort of thing that he's wanting to be able to play around. Just
and Ice Blast is a bitch.
He still does feel a tiny bit vulnerable, but everything else it is.
No regen, no healing coming in.
Net worth, man. Still.
Yeah. Zhao Yu Pango is definitely a scary threat. He's got the Wind Waker just if need defensively. I mean, can help out with his Rolling Thunder chain control, but I think more than likely to be used to keep a core alive through probably the coil, even maybe the pounce or reposition out of the Doom. So I do like this itemization, just making sure they have that defensive toolkit to not throw this lead. 30,000 up, and like you said, Roche is up. Radiant have very good vision around the pit. And honestly, if they're ever going to take a fight... Yeah, that's with the orb.
So confusing why Neon was seated in the upper bracket on this qualifiers.
I was wondering
because they were what, top? How much? Top 3 last season from Division 2, top 2.
Avatar mode's just going to try and claim it quickly. Even
they drop the wall, they know exactly where they are, but Silent gets a jump.
Oh, they had DPC points. They had DPC points. Team with DPC points gets all the teams with DPC points also always get the top point. They finished last in Division 2. Yeah, they had 5 DPC points, so that's why they get upper bracket. The seeding was based on DPC points first and then position.
But they just can't re-enter the fight. Those buybacks give them nothing.
Gives them absolutely nothing. And well, you've even got the Doom. He's level 20, sure, but it's the only real ultimate that you've got left to play around. And it does kind of feel like they're on a hiding to nothing here. They're just gonna
they're just 35k net worth behind.
Is very lacking. So RSG
very close game, very close game.
High ground, make sure that they can wait out a few of these cooldowns, even if it's just the Ice Blast. It does so much to be able to contest into a
Zhao Yu with the roll up. Let's see if the chain control is going to be perfect. To the Ice Blast fall, they're going to knock him out of the Ice Blast.
Did he blink back into it?
No. Oh no, Enryu doesn't have to blink to re-enter. Down to the right side though, MKS trying to find the opening, but back to Enryu. The Doom, it's just not providing them anything, because a perfect fissure location means the Slark has got no follow-up. It can finally pounce over the
Roger blinks in, but
the essence, but RSG, they're just again kiting the Slark into oblivion. It does not matter what they do on Neon. The Slark can never have a free fight.
Not sure what that shed tip is about. Poor Seth is just standing around trying to heal everybody, but there's the limit to what you can do on this position 5. Just like you were saying before, the kiting in these team fights is next level coming through from RSG. No one ever seems to be able to get that instant lockdown to be able to get the
Briags, who gets it? Pango?
That's what happens when you
face to place steals it.
When you don't actually have the
because he wants to end the game top net worth, I guess.
You need much more.
Even though Zhao Yu deserves it most.
Even now, I believe you've got a nullifier available for MKS, so even the puck with that Aeon disc isn't going to be saved. Oof. So close to going down there, Roger.
Hey, Pango already has Ags?
Oh, that's not good when you got a coil like that. I guess he's got an Arcane at least, so 30-second cooldown, but Zhao Yu first stun.
Yeah, he has Ags already. Never mind, then it's okay.
So should be able to make it out. Exion's going to try and pop the refresher and chase him down, but they're back inside the base. They have kited a lot.
The nullifier in the backpack of MKS at the time, so unfortunately wasn't able to convert. Don't want to give up this first life for free though, especially underneath the tower with all of that slows coming through from the overwhelming blink. Plus everything else.
51k net with advantage.
Last lane being pushed in. Dream coil available, but again, no Slark means no damage.
Oh, hook shot to the back line. They got the Doom follow up as well, but Mimo inside the base. The Chrono onto the puck. MKS doesn't have the damage though. So the Chrono's going to be wasted, and now he's on the wrong side of the fissure. He's still got the Aegis to play with, and the damage is just not there. Avatar mode's going to try and deal with the supports instead. They're the targets they might be able to bring down. But the ultimates have expired, the Doom's on cooldown, the Chen's gone for the face of the earth, and the Puck soon to join him 6 feet under as RSG will have to go through him one more time to close out this game. They might even be able to get the Slark instead. In and out they go, back to the objectives. Soon to be mega creeps on the
They are refusing to lose here.
Man, they're committing so heavily onto just being able to kill that AA. Avatar mode buys back just for the purpose of trying to kill him. He's going to try and get the Earthshaker as well, and might end up doing that. Although, is he going to be able to get away? Mark? Just back inside the base, but what a great purchase of this Scythe of Ice.
Triple Dagon pickup.
Times Clockwork just hooks in.
Let's go!
Into his death, basically. Even just
Blow
getting
him
the,
up, Buck.
before the
Show that
boss
Dagon
drops
damage.
down, being able to get that stun.
Beam coil onto 2. Fortune Soul going in.
You gotta go. They're gonna try, but
they blocked the hook shot. So the clock just has to run into the middle. They will kill Roger on the back line, but in the middle, that's where the damage is being dealt onto the Slark, who does not have a buyback. Avatar mode is trying to make as much space as possible for the Puck, but the creeps are inside. RSG just turning towards the objectives. In fact, they want some kills as well to be able to celebrate this first series victory of the TI-11 regional qualifiers as RSG
Resurgence
will
looking
come
pretty
out
good.
on top in 2-0 fashion.
Why is that fake?
And we do at least return to some kind of, the catch on bat with a swap and spear. Yeah, Liquid still just sticking around in that mid lane, even after
They're
killing
playing
Tower.
gyro.
And now smoking up the
Cool.
top. I want to turn this into a little bit more.
They have an arena.
They do.
I saw gyro
We've kind of returned to
yesterday
the
in
normalcy of Enigma playing top as
South
Raiden,
America.
pushing out the top
NA, I
lane,
think.
because Mickey just blinks into the middle of 2 of them. Says hello to Lodine, who does have a grave. Trying to buy as much time as he can for his Enigma to escape. But look at the catch. The TP cancelled. Zai is in there with his arena. Only will get out, but Lil Pleb will not. Mickey with another double kill. 7-0-0 on his Queen of Pain.
Now, Liquid have come into this game and they're just showing like here's what you can do with this hero, with this Maz. Zai is going the same build as last games, except this time instead of rushing a BKB and sitting in his lane for 10 years, he gave his bot lane to Gyrocopter. Gyro now gets way more farm, so his net worth is up there. Zai's pressuring mid. He's going top. Like, he's just being involved.
And he's forcing DGG back. If you look at their positioning on the map right now, everyone's so afraid to go into bottom jungle because, like I said, bottom tier 1 died, mid tier 1
It's
gone.
still a PA game, though.
Carves out a nice open bit of space for Liquid just to charge through here, get some ward coverage. Boxy and Insania still here as well.
They're controlling that map.
Yeah, Matu gets that free lane, continue down bottom.
Yeah.
Where is
Looks
Mickey?
like they're not leaving a ward in their own jungle, but they're just playing very aggressively instead.
Oh, nice swap stun from Boxy. Come back here, Mickey. Still gives the kill to him, though. Queen of Pain comes back in with a blink to secure it. Insania only has level 1 tomb, so he's pretty happy just to chuck it down for any kind of gank, any kind of core kill you see. A hero, you put tomb down. And DGG very much on the back foot, trying to mirror the movement from Liquid and get up top, but they need so much space for this PA to catch up. Bottom of the net worth of the cores and really struggling.
I'm gonna grab some food.
This is another nice thing they're doing too. We saw last game the Morphling felt very restricted to triangle and just being afraid. Also, Zai may be in danger here.
Yeah, it's a pretty juicy kill for them. Does get out a nice arena, but MTD's over the top with a lasso Firefly. Liquid trying to respond with a swap save. Boxy gets Zai out of there. Mickey with a sonic wave, but the grave from Lodine keeping MTD alive, at least for now. As Matu arrives with his salvo of spells to take down the Dazzle. So they save the Mars, they get both supports as the Tiny falls back towards that tier 2 mid. And what looked like a great move and a simple kill on the Mars turns out to be so much worse for DGG. We do have Blink on Enigma. We've got this Blink black hole, and he is invis.
No swap.
Currently under a sentry. They see him.
Oh no.
They don't have any dust, but they do have another sentry on Insania, so they can actually keep following this homing missile. Stun will land. Sentry's down. Chain disables coming from Boxy's magic missile. And Mickey with a tick-tock, tick-tock. Time is running out for DGG.
Tragedy. But yeah, I was gonna say Liquid are playing so well on the map. So first of all, they're playing towards Matu bot, which I really love. I think when you have a carry like Gyro who has really good spells without needing items, similarly we saw other teams do this with Lifestealer when they rush Armlet. You bring the fight to them or you bring action to them, and it just lets them get involved in either the kills themselves or objective taking. Like bot tier 2 tower is under half health because Matu's there, and they bring heroes to kind of enable him to start to pressure that. And that's nice, because otherwise you leaving him alone, you're giving DGG an option to go smoke gank him, or you're making him feel afraid and have to only farm the triangle and 2 camps. He gets so much more farm out of a play like that. And then they're just sweeping back upwards. Zai was stepping a little bit carefully, but I think he was not gonna go for that next wave, but the team communicated like, we're gonna bait you on this wave, we're connecting to you, we're running to you right now, so you feel safe to do it. And he does that. Play goes really well for them. Just as a whole, they are so everything is so fluent. I think DGG kind of feel a little bit more like they're going for just getting anything they can. Like, let's just the PA, she's not getting involved. She feels like she's stuck and scared and farming in these tight spaces, while Enigma is desperately trying to do anything with a blink rush.
Yeah, and I guess one of my main talking points in that draft was how important the Batrider from the mid lane was going to be in terms of tempo, in terms of getting the ball rolling for DGG. And the fact that he was a side lane hero and Enigma was your mid leaves them in a kind of an awkward spot where everyone's underfarmed. They've got decent levels, but who's the go in and do shit kind of hero? And Tiny doesn't have blink. He's miles away from that. So DGG kind of need to walk it in towards Liquid, and that's walking it into a Tombstone, walking it into an arena, a Sonic Wave, a cooldown, which are all incredible spells at zoning people away. But maybe this move here with an Observer Ward up in the top lane, Owned Me hiding, comes out of the trees, Lasso and Malefice on the Gyro, but they've got the Soul Rip heal, Black Hole comes with a Sonic Wave, and the damage from Liquid is going to be able to bring down...
Hey, Basha Biceps is going to be playing Dota CSGO today.
Liquid will find 3 off the back of it, trading Matu for 3 members of DGG.
What's this tournament? Penguin Legends 2022.
Not a bad play at all to put those wards down in the lane and play like that.
You've got Kenny S's team, Heaton's team, Edward's team, Pasha Biceps team, Neo's team, and Michael Lille's team.
You're going to be losing so much map space now. Liquid are all rallied around top tier 1.
That's actually kind of fucking amazing.
You use Black Hole, you use big team fight ultis, and you don't really... it doesn't change the game state. It's a kill for a kill's sake. It's not getting you much more off the back of it.
That's true. One of the biggest things about kills is, are you getting an objective from it? Or does the death matter? If you're dying and they're not getting a tower, or that was scary.
If they killed Mickey there, it's an 11 kill streak, right? I'll probably say that's an objective. That's a kill.
Yeah,
that's
that's
worth
pretty
it.
good.
That's Liquipedia. Yeah, they have the Penguin website.
Yeah,
Penguin
it's
page.
Scary. If you're DGG and you're playing around topside, right, and you die, that gives Liquid an instant into the Roche pit. Even that top, they don't get the kill, but they force his TP out.
Genias playing with Smooya and Smiths
a little bit, and they feel comfortable
and NATO.
Especially with Black Hole down, they can just go into
Team Heaton has Dennis.
Easy
Whereas, there's like
Team Neo with Forrest, Freiberg, and Olofmeister.
Because if you're dying bot,
bro,
it's much
what the
harder for
fuck?
Liquid
This
in
is
these early parts
sick.
of the game with the low respawn timers to kind of run it back north to the Roche pit. So playing around top like that definitely had its downsides that we see here now. Got an Aegis. Matu's got his Ags. He's feeling very involved. He's not even going for a BKB. He doesn't feel threatened. He's going for this crit.
Yeah, I guess against Lasso, Black Hole, BKB not as value.
Yeah.
Pleb,
sure.
he shows in that mid lane. Mickey and Insania nearby. Don't have their stuns. Those Iron Boxy are kind of paired up down bottom, and they'll connect into all.
And some of the players still play.
Like they want to aim to finish off that tier 2.
You got a ward in this triangle, which is pretty massive. They're gonna take this tier 2 bot, and then they have the option of just swinging through, taking mid tower, or maybe they keep one hero bot or smoke into this. Oh, they got the ward down. So they could smoke into that triangle. They could just kind of make a line on the map where DGG is scared. You have this option to leave a ward in this main jungle bot, which they have done, and then try and play to top. And if someone shows on that bot ward, you can go smoke there. You could walk up to this high ground, force TPs back. Liquid have so many options available to them.
Zai body blocking the heck out of that creep. And Tiny showing. Comes out of his base, says hello, and then quickly goodbye. I've got the shot up on the Dazzle, so nice little hex there. Will hold Liquid back. And Black Hole is back off cooldown now as well for DGG, so Liquid, with that timer in mind, gonna realize that a little poke up to high ground will have to come to an end now. Liquid, it'll have to come to an end now. They're gonna smoke.
No, doesn't have to come to an end.
We're gonna keep on going. Oh, Boxy was close. Tried to get an angle for the swap on MTD, but it's Zai that just straight up initiates in. Having to back away, spent his arena while Matu aiming with his flat cannon just to try and land those hits, hitting the tower and launching them towards the bat in the back. But now it will have to come to an end.
Now it'll have to come to an end.
Now it will.
For sure. This Liquid ward in the jungle, they saw the PA and they wanted to go for that kill. Nice to back off. They didn't reveal the Queen of Pain either, so DGG don't have an accurate idea of how many heroes on each side of the map.
I've got a lasso grab on Zai, but he's got his BKB up before that happened, allowing him to jump past the PA, spear her back, and Matu trying to come in with his magic damage. Got to be wary of this Own Me Enigma, but he's actually going to blink defensively. Didn't want to go for the two-man black hole there, as the team has made the call just to bail away from this. And to change from the homing missile, though, allowing Mika and Boxy to close the gap on Pleb, and your PA dead. She's on her way to BKB after this Battle Fury, but she's just being shut down every time she shows on the map. Yeah. Oh, the Courier Scouts Own Me as well. They see the Enigma. Oh, are they going to go for it? They're all chasing the bat.
Hell yeah.
Own Me does have a blink again. They're going to give up on that chase for now, it looks like.
Maybe next time we'll die too.
Yeah, find the Tiny. Refill the bottle for Mickey.
Not gonna...
Feels like Liquid in such a dominant position in these games.
It does. It's hard. It feels bad. For DGD, I'm kind of... Obviously, they're trying their best with like split pushing.
Liquid and who? Liquid versus DGG. It's a Division 1 versus Division 2 team, so Liquid should just ruffle stomp over them.
And place where she can fight and focus on looking to do what you can in the meantime. But it's so rough. Especially when Liquid are doing a really good job of keeping the right heroes with each other to like cover each other.
Yeah, I mean, they come out of your base like that, you can only expect to die. Ages for another 40 seconds means Matu pretty happily just going to give his life for this tier 2 in the mid lane. I did insane. I'm not sure he soul ripped himself there instead of Matu. We'll look at the tower regardless. Yeah, there's map. This map.
This map.
Meat map. Starts to become very, very dark and small for DGG.
Really? Meat
Only
map?
place they can really play is, you know, in the trees up top where MNT
And the difference
and
between
players
Division
trying to
1
farm.
and 2. Oh yeah,
Scraps to farm
but
they can.
that's just Dota.
I think
There's
I'm gonna
even
try
a
and
massive difference
combine
between
map and
Division
farm
1 and
together for
Division
some
1.
reason at the same time. This is mom.
I'm glad it went that way.
My day is going pretty okay.
Oh, yeah.
Still have a little bit of a headache. That doesn't help.
That would have been really bad.
Oh man. It wouldn't have been cancel worthy, but it would have been really rough. Oh, Pleb still pre-BKB. Magic damage galore. Chuck the Sonic Wave at her as well. Couldn't Phantom Strike quickly enough to the Enigma in the back. So Mickey, 14-0-3 on his Queen of Pain, just having a stellar match.
They're just running back and forth and keeping up farm
What's
at
your
the same
prediction
time
for
because they don't need all 5
Goonsquad
heroes to
versus
get
Nigma
killed.
Galaxy?
Versus
I actually
DGG,
think
it feels
Goon's
like
gonna
they
take a
need
map.
heroes
I
and heroes and heroes
believe.
to get these kills, especially
Even though I
to be able
still
to
think
do it
that
in
their
time
safe
before
laner's
Liquid can
ass.
react. Like you have just Gyrocop.
What top
they're
of Division
farming
1 will
the
roll this
triangle
hard? The
while
lowest
Mickey
team.
and someone kills top, and you have Zai threatening bot. So no matter where DGG goes, if you know when you're behind, you want to play the split
OG.
push. You want to play. Okay, they show
In
top, we're gonna
NA,
split bot.
literally
They just do that,
anyone in
Zai's
the
there
top
waiting for you. With
top
Insania
3 teams,
behind you.
TSM, Quincy Crew, or EG. Well, we'll add nouns to that. Those 4 teams completely destroy the other 4 teams in NA. Honestly, every region, the top 4 teams are just a whole different beast than the bottom 4 teams.
As a spectator, but the fog is very real for DGG. They do not know where Zai is. It's very scary to play like that.
Yeah, now with double BKB on Liquid, freshly purchased, Queen of Pain and Gyro both with them, it's going to be a real struggle to actually kill anybody. Pleb is your primary and really only source of physical damage, as they'll just kill off MTD in the mid lane, swiftly move in towards the loading Dazzle now, spearing through the grave. Zai playing with his food, chasing
What's the
his
price
Dazzle
pool
down
like
for a
this year,
killing spree
actually,
himself,
so
and
far?
high ground being pushed. Nigma still hiding up at top, as MNT and Omi are going to have to TP back to try and defend this. Difficult scenario to be in.
It's currently at 10 mil only.
Roll up that tombstone and click. And they are so much stronger now than when they push bot. They are very happy to just stand here and take the racks.
Yeah, they're gonna end somewhere in
Nigma's
between
closing in
these,
on BKB,
hopefully.
but it looks like they're just going to give up this mid lane.
It's not gonna be
Crap
the
fighting the other
most.
day.
Yeah, it's not gonna be the highest. It's not gonna be the
Very
lowest.
straightforward for Liquid here. Wait for next Roshan, get that Aegis. Every move
It's
they
probably
make
gonna
is
be
connected and
about
worked out.
either 25 to 30
DGG,
mil
they need this.
prize pool.
I don't know, they need
I think.
some magical puzzle piece to finish the picture here, because their team fights just haven't looked good. Maybe when they group up as 5 and get a big black hole.
25% of
start to
the
see some-
battle pass goes to TI. So in a sense, the players of the game are paying for the prize pool.
DGG side. PA is about to get near to her.
The highest one was previous
is
TI. That
Omi
was a
on his
$40
Nigma.
million prize pool.
Batrider has his, which is nice. So
Yeah, I like these silver linings. She's about to get near to close to
near
completing.
to close to,
all-
yeah. You know what? That was not me. Like that was just me being bad at maths. I just want to point that out. It was
Okay.
I
because,
so
like,
wish
I was
other
like,
games
he has
would
2,100
do that
gold.
shit.
That's close
Of
to
course they'll
finishing
not
BKB,
do
and
that
I-
shit
and then
because
my
they
head
want to
went to
keep all that
minus
money for
1,600 for the mid
themselves.
round, and I was like, actually that needs like at least another 1,000 gold. So I'm just gonna alter what I said.
She's almost nearly there.
Almost nearly. I'm terrible at maths.
Well, needs a bit more time. Off to that right-hand jungle. As Liquid, they're just swarming for tier 2s now. Collapsing towards that top lane. I mean, do they need that next Aegis? Are they going to get tier 2 and go Roche now? Or is this a position where they can just think about going high ground again?
Only 25 or so
They can
percent.
think
Yep.
about it, but last game they played really safe and really just any moment where I thought, yeah, they could probably throw here into DGG. They chose not to do that and secure the game. So if they play anything like that, they are not gonna rush things. We saw bot; they didn't push the issue really hard. They're not making mistakes. They're not throwing their Aegis away.
Well,
We're gonna see the fight here though.
yeah, we should do. I mean, Liquid almost nearly thinking about going high ground. Definitely.
Okay, so I do.
Toss on towards the gyro and a lasso catching Zai. They blow up maybe next time though, and now Liquid turn to fight. MTD, the swap back in, the right click physical damage from Boxy, and the rest of the black hole is there.
Black hole's pretty
Omi
neat.
catches 2 of them inside, and Pleb opens up. The physical damage finally arrives, but Liquid is still strong enough to fight back. They'll get Mickey his beyond godlike streak continued, and they'll move towards Pleb. Yeah,
And
the
Mickey
homing
has
assault
another
will give a
haste.
glimpse of vision on towards the PA. No BKB, and no way to TP. Chain stunned into oblivion, and a double kill for Mickey. 3 to 26 and a 23k lead. Yeah, they lose their Mars. They'll lose that Aegis quickly, but Liquid's still ready just to charge on forward.
With no spells up, this should be another free racks. You even have a tombstone if you want to commit it, just to make things easier. Oh, it's looking scary. Maybe they have Blink toss back?
And they've got a swap
wow.
from Boxy. And Mickey straight onto the target, nails the bat. And Glyph causing a few issues here with that spread damage out of all those.
What? He didn't have
blocks
toss?
being launched by it. Now Matu has a Daedalus delivered.
Boxy's just being a Giga Chad.
Yeah, it was just blink swap, you know?
in. Yeah.
That confused me for a second. I was like, wait, how did Boxy get over there? Oh, he's got a blink dagger, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and A pretty massive window whenever Black Hole is down. Like, it was decent from me around that Roche fight, but 110 seconds now without your trump card. Your ace in the hole is down. I'm like, we're just going to swing up towards the top. Well, I hope maybe next time's coming back.
Yeah.
I know this game feels over. This series
You can
by
still do it.
extension, but
Stay strong.
still got chances.
It's only 28k lead. I've seen worse get thrown. You just need them to walk
believe.
into your fountain. Or actually, just somewhere near your fountain, and then you get the toss in, the lasso in.
Yeah, I mean, like,
It's still a
I know you're bad
PA.
at maths,
Any
you've said that, and I know
Nigma.
I'm very, very bad at maths. So I'm not going to attempt it. But
Yeah.
how much gold is Queen of Pain going to give at this point? Like 1,500 or something?
Like
a lot of money.
Like at least 100.
At least yeah.
Yeah.
That's big cash.
Yeah.
I don't think it
Loads of
scales
money.
past 1,000 really much.
Zai?
Normally,
Blink
if
in
you
high
get
ground.
that kill streak, you get
They
like
didn't even have
a
vision up
grand.
there. That's confidence. And what's Black Hole? 1 minute? 60 seconds. This is going to be mega creeps, it looks like then. Tombstone zoning them back. On Pleb. He's moved forward. Does have his BKB ready, but they're losing the Enigma. Sonic Wave on 3. Then Arena going to catch a couple and force their BKBs early. DGG just cannot fight back. Maybe with a lasso drag in. Queen of Pain, give them the money. Give them the money. Give them some cash, please. Not going to happen.
No money.
GG's called.
No money.
3 to 30.
Here, suck a wee wee.
I mean, yeah, Liquid on a completely different level.
Yeah,
Like, it really
that's to
feels
be
like these
expected.
two just
Hey,
know how
look
each
at
other work.
them,
They know each other
boy.
lead at certain stages of the game. So I'm keen to see how they're able to make this one work for them. The thing that I was talking about with the supports is that something that T1 were kind of criticized about, Zephyr in particular, is that he was very passive. Like, he's a slow-ish position 4. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's a bad thing in metas that involve a lot more active
T1.
supports. You know, you can't get away
They
with
have
a
two
tree protector and stuff
TI
like that. So,
champions,
I feel like
two
this patch
back-to-back
things
TI
have slowed down a
champions
little
in
bit,
their lineup.
But I feel like Topson's influence isn't necessarily just going to be with what he plays in the mid lane. It's also the behaviors that he's trying to instill into his teammates. You can see Zeph is already not like thising at the moment, just saying, all right, I'm going to play this Marcy. Because I saw his pubs recently, and it's all filled with heroes that just try and run at you. So if that's not Topson influence, I don't know what is. You know, we're seeing Marcy's, Primal Beasts, even like a Bounty Hunter occasionally coming through. Heroes that are just trying to get really aggressive onto the front lines. That's his job. It's going to be his job. I can honestly even see Whitemon being more farmed than him in a lot of games, just because you
That's
need
an early
to
anamorph.
be as active as possible. And we got a Morphling, and I mean, it's not even confirmed where this is, right? Topson is a Grandmaster Morphling, so he could be playing it from the mid lane. You never know.
In regards to Execration in their first phase, though, this is something that they are incredibly comfortable on. Back to the days, not really long ago, but when DP was playing as a position 5, Vincenzo had an exceptional death profit, and they were even still playing it as a position 5 for quite some time. But not only does he play it very well, Bob has an incredible death profit. You can even give it to Tino on the off lane, and they've already at least secured a strong lane if it is going to be that death profit 3 and the tiny 4. But there's a lot of flex here for Execration, and something that they've won multiple games off with this combo.
Yeah, even just...
I have no idea why they picked Morphling this early. AA and like you're always terrified during your games.
Like, he is, in my opinion, the star of this team. Like, he always seems to be able to find those next level plays coming through as we get a nice little
DP is actually not good against Morph necessarily, because Morph can...
Sorry,
The reason why Morph likes playing against DP is you turn into DP and you get Spirit Siphons all over the place.
About anime, all right? Tidy, very, very good as well. So I'm keen to see if he's able to put the team on his back for this one. One of the other players that's going to need to do so is Bob. I see Bob as for people that haven't watched too much of the SEA region, the mid laner with the highest variance coming through in terms of his play. He can either be like an absolute tier 1 mid laner, or he can kind of look tier 4 dumpster level. It's
One
because he
possibility
goes
I
for
can
all
see
of
is
these
this
big
stops
plays, right?
and
And
mid more
sometimes
from
when
their
they come off,
deliberately
it
baiting
looks
them into
amazing.
banning
When it
Ana
doesn't, he
scaries.
ends up looking a little bit silly.
Into not
Thankfully,
banning
maybe for his sake, the Bat Rider is one of the heroes that
Maybe.
he does that mostly on, and it's been banned out by T1, so I'm keen to see what he picks up.
Yeah, the puck as well is another thing that he thrives on, and T1 to ban that out. So we'll see. Bob's going to be playing in his comfort zone.
Bob's
like
your
you
uncle.
said, really the big issue for him is his consistency. Can he stay consistent? We've got to keep in mind as well, Execration, this is a bit of a different look at their roster, but their last TI qualifiers back in TI 10 made an incredible run when Nico was on there. Of course, now known as Force as well on Polaris. So, Execration know a thing or two about making deep runs in TI qualifiers.
Yeah, they got all the way to 4th before beaten by Boom, I believe, 2-1. And that was with Palos and Vincenzo, I believe, are the only 2 members still as part of the roster. Vincenzo, of course, a TI veteran, going all the way back to TI 7. Did fall out.
Lich is an interesting pick.
Second last place, but you've still got that experience of being able to be at the top level fighting against a lot of these teams. So this is, we talk about the individual gameplay, but the mental aspect of it, that's going to be on Vincenzo's shoulders to be able to captain this team very effectively, keep them nice and calm, and really rally the troops together if perhaps they're getting a little bit discouraged. I'm seeing a lot of Lich come out, and I'm not sure how confident I feel about it. It doesn't. Maybe it's just for the Marcy lane, with all of the damage that you're able to output with the sidekick. They really just want a semi-counter for that, even just getting the suck off the Sinister Gaze when the Marcy tries to dive super deep. Well, I fixed it.
Oh, they got double Zuck on their team as well. Holy,
That's
DP
true.
and Lich.
Pugner, where is he? I'm going to need to see it.
Bob plays a mean Pugner. Not that we'll see. Not that we'll see. T1 probably going to have to reveal... I wonder what they're going to do with this Marcy Flex. I know you said that they've been playing a lot in regards to the support, just trying to ramp up the pace.
Oh, Primal Boy!
With the Primal Beast.
So, kind of similar to what we saw from RSG last time around. Primal Beast, flexible, again, by T1. And for them, it's on 3 different positions. Position 2, 3, and 4, from at least what we've been seeing in pubs. So I think Marcy is more likely going to be Zephyr's hero, but Primal Beast is actually the hero that he's played most so far this patch. Thompson, of course, we've seen him try and
they're looking like a very aggressive early game draft. Luckily enough, Lich defends pretty well against
Primal Beast, probably in the mid
Chen.
lane. I mean, we don't exactly know what the hero matchup's going to be, but you would assume that this is going to be a Marcy not paired together with a Beast.
There's so much healing on the dire side. Holy shit.
But it is certainly a different build for both of them, but it does reveal a big difference to what I was talking about before, right? With T1 and their style. Previously, they were the team with by far, not just in SEA, but in the world, the longest game time. They always seem to drag it out and perform in those super late game positions. But look at this. Primal Beast, Chen, Marcy. Those are early game heroes that hit their spikes at like 15 to 20 minutes. So it's a real movement away from a lot of these previous
SF?
styles that they're trying to do. And that's the influence that I was talking about with Thompson, what he brings to the team outside of
How does SF handle a Primal Beast
This is
in
another
mid?
hero that's on the rise a little bit as well in the Shadowfin. I think it was getting picked up a couple times over in China. Just saw it earlier today. Mickey played it in the Pudge game that Liquid had in game 1, so we are starting to see the Shadowfiend get played a little bit more, not only in the mid lane, but also the safe lane as well. I really think the Razor's change is huge for the Shadowfiend and how he's able to play, so I would not be surprised if we continue to see him a little bit more.
It's pretty significant. I'm not sure what the Conquer ban is for here. I mean, I guess you can build around the position, like, mid lane Shadowfiend, but it's actually the carry, and then try and put the Conquer into the Chen's lane just to make life a little bit easier there. Maybe as well just needing a little bit of extra control in these team fights to allow the SF to just stand there and right click. But I feel like assuming that this is going to be a Primal Beast mid lane, potentially, Shadowfiend into that is probably one of the better responses, just because you're able to deal a lot of magic damage. Of course, with the Uproar, you're
What's
getting a lot of
Uproar?
armor, you're getting a lot of bonus damage. Shadow Fiend's pretty quick, and if you're able to land at least 2 of those razors, it means that you don't have quite as much ability to, use the trample quite so effectively. You get slowed, your turn rate slowed as well, so could be pretty significant there.
So what do we feel like we're looking
You're
for?
thinking
Sniper
Pudge?
just got
Good
banned
question.
off for execration. Yeah, all right. So
Good question. Well, who knows?
Or did
Like,
you
I'm just gonna be
watch
sitting back and watching what T1
Sure.
does,
and
'cause I don't think
spoil?
anyone is going to be able to predict what's coming through next for them. They've got
Do I need to ban you,
data
Tony?
to be able to go off here. Basically, the only thing that's confirmed is it's a 5-gen. I guess the Morphling as well, but even like I said before, Thompson is a Grandmaster Morphling player, so
Exactly, you can go Marcy Primal Beast lane into the Morphling for Thompson, but Invoker is going to be banned out as well. So they're under the assumption that getting rid of at least the Thompson Invoker to make some plays. I do think that is actually one issue that maybe T1 have. That
Look at that
Zoe's more
mustache.
active with the
Sexy
chain
devil.
creeps early on, and the Marcy needs to play with someone else though.
That's a
So I
millionaire
would
right
hate
there
to
with
see
Red
them
Bull
another
right
kind of
behind him.
playmaker to make a lot of space here for Morphling.
So what are we assuming? Like it's a mid beast and then a 3 that they still need on T1? Because Viper's gone, Razor's gone. Those are probably the 2 main space creators. I mean, Visage is kind of a space creator in the fact that you're forcing someone to respond, otherwise your towers just die. They've been trying out a little bit of the offlane Undying, but I'm not sure if it's the greatest game for that. Dawnbreaker, perhaps, could be the way to go. You just dive in really deep with the Primal Beast and then Solar Guardian on top of them. If you're wanting to just keep up that
And a
aggression,
Spectre is
really strong way
definitely
to deal with
something
the
that
Marcy.
would not be
Your
surprising.
balls you for saying hero recommendations. Again, I'm in a similar boat. I'm just like, look, I don't know what they're gonna pick, and
Wait,
it's
Ooh.
huh?
someone with tempo,
So-
so not kind
But
of
is this
in
a-
the.
It's
Is
probably
this an
Cuckoo.
offlane? I
It's
think
probably
this could be a
offlane
position
Cuckoo.
1 Nature's Prophet. Like, this is what I saw Ana having the most amount of success.
It is
on
pretty
when
good
he was
against
standing in on
DP
these
though.
teams. Heroes that could be on the other side of the map farming because he's an exceptional farmer. But it's about the timing of joining in onto these team fights. And I feel like Nature's Prophet is, of course, the easiest hero to be able to do that. The hero combination that I want to see the most on T1 is Luna Visage. You and I saw it a lot during the SA qualifiers, and I feel like it fits their style really well. Put Thompson on some kind of crazy hero that just dives in first, let the Luna farm, and then have the map presence with your aura, which is global at nighttime, and it's just really effective with the Visage. This is kind of a similar thing with the Nature's Prophet, where you're just sitting back, you've got that global presence, and you've got a Pudge. All right.
So it is a
Like,
Pudge.
I have no
Okay,
freaking
Tony.
clue, but we'll see.
About that
It's an
prediction.
unbelievable And it's an Unamos. Oh my god. See, I knew we couldn't predict this. I knew we couldn't predict
I'm
this.
so excited.
Anna Marcy, what the
He was
fuck?
actually playing this earlier today, and I was like, oh, he might have just been messing around a little bit in his pubs, but clearly not. If this is what you're going to be opening up with, my biggest issue with Marcy is that farming is so difficult. You have like no farming mechanisms. Maybe now with a rebound being AoE, but you still need something to bounce off of. I don't know. Feels weird to me, but we'll see if Ana's able to make it work.
So I think at least the nice thing for T1 and having Cuckoo playing the Nature's Prophet is his item. build
This
can
is
be
such a
little more
weird game
versatile.
already.
Like if it was going to be Ana's Nature's Prophet, I don't think you can particularly pick up a Spirit Vessel as a position 1. But now I think the Furion can definitely go down that route, and that's how you're going to look to deal with the Pudge, and not even the Pudge, the Death Prophet as well. Like they are 2 heroes that really suffer against the Spirit Vessel. So I think now at least with having Cuckoo playing this hero, it
I
will
saw
make it
spoiler.
that much
Sorry.
easier for them to
Okay.
bring down these
As
huge
long
heroes in the early to mid game.
as you're very sorry and you don't do it again, you dick.
1 hour ago, Ana lost as Marcy with Cuckoo against Whitemon, playing Marcy.
What was the item build?
I'll get into that. I just wanted to drop that little factoid really quickly there. But, I mean, just while this isn't only the Ana and Thompson show, right? Obviously, it's great to have them both back playing together in the international stage. But I just want to highlight Zephyr. Like, can you imagine, even 2 months ago, him playing a hero like Primal Beast? I certainly can't. Like, that is not the hero pool that I think of when I think of Zephyr. I think of, the Phoenix, I think of his Enchantress, his Treant Protector, even the Dawnbreaker, who, as a 4, is kind of
Position
slow.
4 Prime
You're
Beast
not one
seems
of
kind of
these
snowball reliant, in my
starting
opinion.
Team fights. You are a
I mean,
reactionary support where you're ulting out
Any
on someone
position that you
else
put the
that's
fucking
taking
Primal Beast in is very snowball reliant, I would say.
the
The
incentive,
hero
like
just does not.
the initial part of these team
He's
fights.
pretty much
Whereas this
snowball,
time,
that's it.
You are the one. You are the one that needs to start these
Late
team
game,
fights,
he
so I
still
really
sucks.
think that it's been drilled into him by
Once
Thompson
they
in
get
particular.
BKBs,
I
he's
wanna
just
see no
standing in the
trees
middle
your
of the
pumps.
team
I wanna
fight
see
doing
none of this
nothing.
passive crap. Just go in, and we got you.
A
I do
different
like the
look
Ags, it's kind of
at
cool. But
T1
the break
and
is
their
primarily why it's
heroes
kind of
and
cool.
what they're going to prioritize, but for execution, it's really not a different look out of these guys. Really, I guess the only different thing is maybe Bob playing the
Because the
Shadow
damage,
Fiend.
it's like
But for
they
everyone
do
else,
like
Pelos,
100 damage,
he
which
has
is
a mean pudge, something that is incredibly
it's not
comfortable on him.
superb, but it's
We've
not
already gone
terrible.
over the Death Prophet and the Tiny as well. I feel like this is a lineup that execution have their comfort heroes, but then
No, every
do
new
they have
hero
the
needs to be
finite
broken,
lineup
bro.
to be able to
That's just the way the
take
game
control of
works.
this game one? Do they have what it takes to be one game up?
You
here
add a
in our
new
best of
game,
three?
it needs to be broken.
I'm gonna go with a solid maybe.
Then you
for
nerf
this
it.
one. Yeah. I mean, the position one.
I still
Mark
think
is
Dark Willow is in
completely out of left
potential the
field.
best
I have
hero
no idea how
ever.
it's gonna go. So
It has
I
enough
just have
damage to
wait,
kill a
you know?
core.
I'm gonna sit back,
It
I'm gonna
has
watch,
a
I'm gonna talk about it.
AoE fear,
There's, a
AoE
lot of
stun,
other people,
AoE
but
root,
I'm just like chatting this position. I'm just ready to watch the game
untargetability,
go.
Just ready to watch
spell.
some great Dota, and that we shall
It
have
has, like,
TI
everything.
Qualifiers the debut from both these rosters.
What do you think about draft?
We've got some exciting stuff.
On
We're into
paper,
it. Last two
Execration's
regions
draft
as
is
well,
pretty
battling
nice.
out.
Actually,
We've
it's
got
pretty
Western
good
going on as well at the
against the
same time.
T1
This
draft,
is
but
where
I'm
you
still
want to
assuming that
be.
this is going to be a T1 win because it's
It's
T1. They're
SEA,
just
that's
better.
where you want to be. Already taking a few big whacks from that tree from Shanks. So item build for position.
My
one
prediction is
master
T1
is
wins, even though I like the
It is Razor
draft
Bridge
of
Falcon Blade
Execration. I think
BKB
T1's just a lot
is
better in
the build
just
that Ana's going
players.
for, and maxing out the rebound, because again, that's his farming mechanism. That's what he needs. To
And
be
a
able
Thompson
to
carry all
keep
day,
up. I mean,
every
you
day.
Compare what a Marcy's able to do compared to a Morphling. I mean, this might even just be the more aggressive style. Which, by the way, Ana's bottom as Dire. If we didn't realize that one just yet.
But then again, you know, Tony is
So what are
against
they just
T1. He
looking
thinks that they're
avoid
going to
the
lose
Nature's
everything
Prophet into Pudge lane?
because he does not believe in Ana and Thompson.
I guess. I mean, well, they're not going to. I mean, the Pudge is coming top.
See how the early lane's able to shape up here for Thompson against Bob on the Shadow Fiend. Those early raises spamming out. Thompson not going to go for the stick early on. Wants this bottle rush to be able to play it. Helping out in regards to the resources.
Do you
You
get
see how
movement
much
speed
damage
slow
he's
from
racking up.
Raze?
Bob doesn't have enough, unfortunately. For
Holy
Raze to
shit,
follow.
look at the
Thompson
movement
is
speed.
Incredibly slow. Look at this. He's like, what do I do?
Well, he's had about 2 range creeps denied in front of his face as well, so obviously a very risky proposition there. But yeah, Bob ends up taking a few tower hits, but it's the intimidation factor. You know, this is how you want to start
I
out.
think
these
T1 has the
qualifiers.
draft here because Core Mars is low-key busted and the Thompson mid-morph can do cute things.
Certainly does make
I
a
mean,
lot
they
of
can do
sense to
cute
pair
things,
a
but
primal
Pudge
lane
is actually a
together
really
with
good
the,
counter to both
the
of them.
Nature's Prophet is how they were always going to do it with Kuka and Zephyr combination.
However, I
Maybe they
just think
feel a
that they're
little bit
better at
confident with
laning,
running
playing
this
the game,
into the
rotating,
Pudge there,
anything,
just for a lot of
everything.
that consistent damage coming out. But you have to consider, like, trample, as long as you get the rod
Too bad
off,
for Into the
you don't
Breach, they
really
have to
care.
face
You're not gonna
secrets.
take any damage, basically.
You know, every one of those fucking teams in
Maybe just wanting something that's going to be able to contest with the really strong right clicks.
in
from the
EU is
Pudge.
just sad.
Primal Beast pretty much emulates that with that the bracer pickup, basically the exact same right click.
Still seeing Thompson have a very difficult time mid. Guess it's the nice thing about the Shadow Fiend. Just with the raises, Thompson is always forced to kind of play on a high health pool, making it difficult for him to secure the last hit. So
He'll be fine. Yeah, no, it certainly is quite difficult, and well, at least for the very start of this game, Bob's having a great time, making sure even just if he doesn't get the last hits to soak up all of that experience, realizing how important it is for him to create that little bit of a gap over Thompson. He should have the easier time with being able to get a few of these last hits off, even going for that kill there and forcing Thompson to use a lot more defensive moves coming out and gets the first blood. That has to feel good. Come on, the tips have to come through. There we go. That'll do. Just able to get the outplayed, get
Botson.
the going, and Bob is not the person that you want to get feeling confident.
no, not at all. Get this guy online. It's going to be scary here for T1. We've seen what a Shadow Fiend is able to do. Already off to a flying start, and looks like their side lane's gone decently well. Bottom lane, Tino 13-1 in combination with the Tiny. This is another lane where I think we're going to have a lot of action breakout. Probably is going to be dependent on Whitemon and really what creep he's able to find from the camps for the success in particular for T1.
That's a root creep, right?
Top lane Palos is in a bit of
Oh no,
trouble.
root creep is the
Damage
one with the
really starting
axes.
to add up. Cuckoo's not going to continue chasing him down. Zephyr with one more right click. He's not going to go for it though. Back to bottom is Tino. Falling lower and lower under the safety of the tier 1 tower. Whitemon and Ana.
What does that vulture actually do again?
Have brought Tino down into a
Did Bayless just hook him?
It's going to make it difficult for him to play the lane now.
Just up on this top side, they have to be a little bit careful. Palos just getting the half duration healing salve being fed over to him by Vincenzo.
Ana's in down
he was
bottom.
able to get
He might get a solo kill onto Tino. Spirit Siphon to the last second with 2 points in the Siphon. That will be enough to find the health back. A nice attempt from Ana.
so tense, right? A lot of people, like I was saying before, penciling this in as an easy T1 win. It is not that at all. I mean, nearly doubling.
I mean, we're literally just at the start of the game,
in
though.
the mid lane is Bob. Off to a great start. They're going for another dive here. but
Penciling
just
it
gonna
in as
able
an
to shrug
easy
it off
win.
there.
I still pencil it in as an easy win. Except for Thompson getting owned mid.
Dude. Oh no. Bobby, what are you doing?
But the side lanes are not going well at all for Execration. Like, they're winning mid, but side lanes are going terribly. And SF is not the best playmaking hero, unless he goes for like the Blink Dagger or Shadow Blade build.
If you get this guy into... Is he gonna go for the Requiem? He might! Bob charges up the ultimate for the damage. It's not enough onto Thompson.
He had just a little bit less mana needed for the Shadow Rays. That last one, otherwise Thompson would have died. Oh my god, the mental damage that would have done would have just been insane. Top side.
Palos is just not getting any farm. And he's dead.
They're gonna
Go
charge
for
in.
it, but yeah, pops the rod.
Or is he? Oh,
Lost, can he get out? One more right click from afar. Cuckoo and Zephyr find the swipe. A much needed kill for T1.
Despite everything that's happening in this mid lane, though, all the other lanes are going pretty well. I mean, Pudge really sitting towards the bottom end of the net worth. Even Chen almost overtaking him with how aggressive Whitemon's been playing. So he got
yeah,
he
it's...
isn't even going the
They,
passive, he's just going
Bob
for that
has
full
2
group
solo
on
kills on
it's all
Thompson,
about the
and they
early
are still
timings of
1k
T1
behind.
This new style of roster.
That's sad.
I do like this ward place though from Shane.
Look at the support's net worth
It's
difference.
going to help out the Shadow Fiend from being able to secure some of the
Look
runes,
at the
but
how
also
sad
to
that
scout
Lich
out
is right
Thompson.
now.
If he looks to fall
He's
back
got
to the
500 net worth.
over-
Zephyr's just like stomp,
Thompson
stomp, stomp,
picks the
stomp, stomp,
regen.
bye.
He's got Zephyr nearby to be able to chase down Vincenzo. So got to be cautious about Bob. A couple raises still to play with in regards to the mana. Thompson should be able to get out of harm's way.
And he has a
As
regen.
well, so he'll be just fine. We've also got this pesky creep coming mid. That Sadio Mindstealer, man, it's the best creep in the game. Like, you just completely ruin the enemy hero's mana pool. And for someone like an SF, who, I mean, he's been doing a great job so far on Bob to be able to bully Thompson out of this lane, it's not going to continue if you just don't have the mana to do it.
With all the heroes though leaving the lanes, it puts Tino in a solo matchup versus Honor, and I feel like the Death Prophet's going to be incredibly happy with this.
I suppose, but you've also got to consider that Cuckoo is also farming solo on top this time. You can't move forward on Palos to be able to try and get any farm. You're just going to get sprouted.
Okay, so I am going to be right back. My mom got fish,
quite a
so
long
I'm going to
cooldown. He's
eat
only
some
got the 1
deep
point
fried
into it so far,
fish.
so
So I'll
only
be
5
back
second
for
duration,
the next.
20-second cooldown.
He's going to be in some
Well,
trouble
in a
here.
little bit, I'm
Shanks
just
to
going to
open
eat some
up.
deep fried fish.
That's
Ooh.
what's coming, though.
They still have
Yeah,
Zephyr
coming
able
on.
to get some distance, and now Cuckoo up to the north. He's going to be
Watching.
okay. Turns onto the
Stop playing
Shanks, but
Cuckoo.
Palos is going to charge into the middle. He recognizes that he just needs to get on top of the Nature's Prophet to stop the right clicks, and Palos does just that.
I'll be right back.
Good movement coming through, but still, it's that net worth lead. It's still sitting in T1's favor right now, and with the regen rune, even Thompson just being able to move back towards the jungle. I actually didn't realize how low this mid tower was already. Less than a quarter HP. Just going to mean that you can look to dive in through a nice kill bottom, left solo, and with the TP coming in from Cuckoo, so they're going to try and put a little bit more pressure onto these towers around the map, force some defensive rotations out of Execration, rather than all of the aggressive ones that they've been having so far.
Good fight by the Power Rune. It's going to spawn up top, in fact, with the invisibility. Bob trying to find the stacks, going to go for the Requiem instead. He's still playing around with the attribute shift, and Thompson once again just lives to see another day. Be cautious though, because Zephyr With the onslaught clips onto Shanks, they've got the Wrath of Nature as well, so T1 off the back of the support rotations will help Thompson stay alive and get a kill onto Shanks.
That's the thing about the best teams in the world. You can have one lane go really poorly, but as long as the other two are going just fine, I mean, that's why it was such a big deal that Bob was getting those kills solo without any other assistance.
Palos, he's in a lot of trouble here. Ana's got plenty of movement speed to be able to continue this chase, and the T2 tower won't even be a deterrent. He doesn't get close enough to it. So Ana and Cuckoo get another big kill onto Palos, who's really struggling on the Pudge.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They did get that kill onto the, sorry, it was the deny onto the mid tier 1 tower, but that just frees up Bob to start moving through the jungle. They could see him walking up top here. He went underneath the outpost, so look to connect through onto this, look to open up the map a little bit more if he can. Zephyr should be able to get away though.
Is under attack.
What happens around mid? Whitemon, again, just playing aggressively. They're going to try and get the Sprout in. They will actually land it, but Quelling Blade enables Palace to get away. Just more pressure happening around the map, not giving anything up for free as T1.
Do we feel like Execration might lack some early game damage now going to the mechanism and almost hand to God? We're going to see the defense.
Yeah,
Tino, look at the jump. Oh no, Tino evaporates. Ana playing with the Unleash. Now he's going to turn to try and bring down Palos. It's going to be all up to Bob if they can turn this team fight back around, but the Requiem still on cooldown, so Bob will have no answer as Execration, they lose their tier 1 tower and they lose 2 members.
In terms of the damage output, I think it can be a little bit lacking. Maybe not so much once you hit like level 8 on the Death Prophet. I think it's very important to make sure that you've got that 1 point into the silence, and you just need to pop the Exo and have those 4 Spirit Cipher charges working. The other thing as well is they don't exactly have anyone that's amazing at locking people into a small space. That's what you really need for the Exo, for the Chain Frost, as well as the Pudge, to have that greatest level of input. So a lot of this game is honestly on Shanks being able to get into some decent timings. He's going into the phase boots for himself, just because I guess he feels that he can't reliably wait for the Blink Dagger. They're going to get run over in that time, and he wants to be able to quickly run up forward, get a toss back, and use that to snowball through the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a build that Baboka likes. There was someone at ESL, I can't remember who now, that was going phase boots as well after the change. They maybe just felt like the cast range and the toss was a little bit of an issue, so maybe the phase boots movement speed could help out. I saw someone else though, I just can't remember who. I think it was Baboka.
Yeah, no, it was Baboka, and it's game dependent, right? This is one of those games where you're up against this full-on Zoo lineup that you have to have speed to get away. You kind of have to put yourself in harm's way because a Lich isn't going to be frontlining, a Shadow Fiend pre-BKB isn't going to be frontlining, a Pudge kind of can, but it's still so vulnerable super early on, right? He's not anywhere near level 10, so he's going to have pathetic armor, and when you consider what you're up against, like all these Chen creeps, Nature's Prophet right-clicking you, Unleash coming through from the Marcy, it's way too much to have to deal with.
Oh, going to the Shadow Fiend. Onslaught's out from Zephyr. Wrath of Nature burst. It's not enough to get the kill onto Bob, and he's been able to charge up the Requiem. Tino with the Exo as well. This is a lock emitter for Execration, and they just get Zephyr. I don't know if that's worth it. 2 ultimates. Yes, you keep the Shadow Fiend alive, but bottom lane as well. Ana, he's going to find a solo kill onto Paolo, so this is something that a core Marcy needs, and a position 1 Marcy in particular. You need to get kills when you have the Unleash available, and Ana has done that multiple times this game.
Really loving the way that Zephyr's been playing so far. They do get rid of that vision that's enabling him to play this aggressive style, but he's level 8. He is the same, he's higher level actually than the Pudge right now, and it's 12.5 minutes, and both supports on Execration aren't level 6. I think Shanks just picked it up right then. So it does feel a little bit weird. They can't take a lot of these team fights. They really need to give a little more emphasis towards picking up that Chain Frost for Vincenzo. Right now, he's roaming around the map, trying to get some stacks off, some D-Ward duty, but it feels like they need to just let him be a tiny bit more selfish. Go down the Xiao Bonbon route.
So what do you think the play is here for Execration? Because you've taken T1 top, T1 mid. What do you look to do in the next couple of minutes? Because you're down 5,000 gold.
You are, aren't you? You need to make sure that you get into I want to say the BKB on Bob, but it's going to be a little while away. Like, I feel like you almost have to buy this Ogre Axe just so that you've got that little bit of extra survivability for this inevitability. Like, they will run at you on T1. Like, you know,
Do you feel like
you see this with Chen, Marcy, Primal Beast. It's going to happen. So they just need to try and, like, shove out lanes as much as they can, be as survivable as possible, get level 6, so that if they dive past your tower, you've got the abilities and the damage to be able to burst them down. Even just the Pudge having more levels, right? He's maxed out the Rot because he needs that to be able to farm more quickly, but you need maxed out Flesh here just to have greater uptime even, regardless of the damage block.
Guess we'll see how fast Bob's going to be able to pick up this BKB. We'll have a haste in the arsenal. It's going to help out maybe with a pick off for a team fight. Pelos is getting a little bit of farm up top as well. Cautious about that Wrath of Nature, but just gets out of vision. So still the net worth lead, not really growing for T1, but Topson has well and truly recovered after the rough lane that he's had.
That's always the thing that the best teams do. Like I was saying before, you gotta make space for a teammate that's having a rough game. And with Execration doing it, it really feels like they've committed so much more. Whereas T1, they're going for the efficiency plays. They're making sure that spread people out around the map. It's one of the big strengths of the Chen, right? You still have a global presence with your Hand of God. You can jungle on your own. And if someone finds you in the jungle, who cares? It's a Chen. If you're rotating multiple people, then just lost so much.
He's aware. He's gonna pop, he jumped in instead. Oh no, he jumped in, and now with the Chain Frost, can bounce back and forth. They'll get the Hand of God for the bonus heal. Now Arno's gonna try and turn it around as well. They unleash for the Dispel, and Arno's life still's not enough. They get the kill to the Marcy, but it comes at such a grave cost, as Execration will lose all 3 members in the skirmish party. I believe. Tino, maybe. Alright, they got him. Dobson gets the double. Arna loses his streak, but all of Tier 1 show up huge with the rotation down to bottom.
At least this time around, they don't commit absolutely everyone on Execration. Like, yeah, you lose 3 heroes, and it sucks. But Bob, he's farming. He's becoming that really big threat, the damage threat that they're going to need for the fights that are yet to come. Nearly level 12, just probably about the recipe left towards the BKB. That's gonna be
Just
big.
been looking, and damn, this is a lot closer than the last game you're watching. This is still very much not close.
Came down bottom to be able to protect that
5k network lead in 16 minutes is pretty big.
The only Nature's Prophet that can look to play up here
in this patch.
Yes, Topson can as well, but yeah.
Previous patch it wasn't that big, but in this patch it's actually pretty big.
They might consider Roche pretty shortly here for T1. Wraith Pack just completed for Cuckoo. A lot of damage mitigation. Of course, lifesteal as well, the important thing. You've got the sidekick even to play with as well. So, yeah, I wonder if T1, what they're going to consider. Maybe they are looking for a pickoff and then they can enter Roche, or maybe they feel like they're strong enough just to walk on in.
Don't know if they can do it without Morphling, though. You still, I think, need Morphling's damage to be able to get anything here. And good positioning by Vincenzo to pop this smoke. All the Chen creeps revealing absolutely everything. You give your life away, but I was about to say it's worth it. How quickly is he looking to try and connect on Topson? Not really. So I don't think they could do this. They might still go for it, though. And they're pinging it now, but they're kind of in 2 minds about it all. Here we go. Cuckoo TP's in. They see the SF TP back as well. That was really what Cuckoo was wanting.
I kind of like Goonsquad's lineup.
Isn't going to be able to be part of any quick Roche attempt. And actually doing this a little bit faster than I was expecting. Everyone's bottom. They don't know.
There we go. There's the Unleash. I was going to say, maybe Arna feels like they're forced to use it, and well, now with the Unleash, it's going down much faster. So T1 with the first Aegis. Jenks and Palos trying to catch out Topson.
Can you increase the volume?
Spidey senses are tingling, so Topson's back to safety, making sure he doesn't put himself in a compromised position while the team is getting an objective.
Some good wards, really showing a lot of that positioning, and not really.
Oh, nice attempt.
Oh, close. Oh, the creep just walked in the way. God damn it.
They are going to reach this timing where they feel a lot more confident to be able to fight, though, on Execration, right? Like, I would say about 4 minutes' time, you can get your tier 2 neutral items, you can get your Aghanim Scepter on Palos, you can get your Blink Dagger on Shanks, you can get BKB on Death Prophet. Like, it's a lot of stuff coming very shortly. So if they can weather the storm, even wait out this Aegis, and then look to try and make a play, that could be a real turn.
Wait, they're Champions Leagues today, isn't
Making
it?
sure that you're efficient with your movements, not wasting TPs for, you know, any which person. I feel like you really got to have someone like Vincenzo doing exactly like he is in this mid lane right now, just shoving out the waves.
Yeah, Liverpool
slow
Ajax.
with the frost shield.
Hog.
Anything that's just going to discourage them from constantly running at you, because it means that smokes like these become a whole lot more obvious.
Let's
see.
Farming in the jungle, bottom lane as well.
Bayern Munich, Barcelona.
This could give them an option to move down and play next to the Morph lane, maybe anticipating a gank or just someone here to shove out the lane.
Look at Tino's position. This is really
Smoke's gonna pop shortly, so they'll see Zephyr. What's the call? They're just gonna TP out. I think the Corey saw Shanks. Yeah, he's gonna reveal his position regardless. No way he makes it out of this. He'll make him work for it at least. The adaptive strike from
Tubler's toy, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say. He'll make it. No way. I mean, that's weathering the storm, Deno. That's what you said.
They need it. They're 100 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter on the Pudge, 700 from Blink Dagger on Tiny, just a little bit closer towards Tino's BKB himself. He'll have level 12 as well. I think you got to give up this bottom lane. You cannot fight into this. You just don't have the tools to be able to. And T1 have everything that they want. They've got Mantis.
What's the item build that Thompson actually has right now?
It'll be just way too greedy. So push out the other lanes. That's the main goal for Execration right now. Man, they're smoking for this. This is crazy.
Who do you jump? Kazana and Whitemon playing hand in hand. They're gonna go for Zephyr instead. Not the easiest target to bring down, especially with Whitemon on the outskirts as well. This Vessel apply.
Smack.
It's gonna stop a lot of the bonus health coming back, but off to the left side, they're gonna be able to blow up Tino with a turnaround. It's not enough because Arna's
okay, he's going back here.
He just shrugs off the Requiem, jumps further into the middle, secures the triple kill, and Arna's Marcy is something to fear.
Oh, they did such a good job in being able to scout out that movement and dodge a lot, but you lose your tier 2 tower and you lose 3 heroes because you think you could go on to this Primal Beast. Turns out he's a pretty beefy hero. Level 11, position 4, 2200 HP, plus the extra armor that you're getting if you're able to get off that uproar.
Looks Thompson and baits Arna to jump in. They get the stun. Arna still has ages. This is, I don't know if you're ready for this team fight. Arna gets a little bit of bonus health back. Not going to be enough to hold off through the first life. And now Tino, he's got his second point in the exorcism. So he's going to charge in the middle, trying to create some chaos, break the formation out of T1. But they're retreating perfectly. In synergy is T1, making sure there's no stragglers for the easy pickings. And
Zephyr.
Zephyr onslaughts into the middle with the pulverize out as well. Tino's gone out of the count, and our T1, they're on pursuit for
gonna switch to the Nigma game after this.
Well,
in between games, I probably will watch a little bit of the Nigma game. But I think I want to watch game 2 of T1 versus Execration because I just like how wonky their fucking drafts are.
That I'm seeing so far out of their blast. 6 months, honestly. Like a big change in style, and it's working out wonderfully for them. Still just lacking that little bit of extra damage. They get Cuckoo.
They'll be able to break the Dismember instantly. Vincenzo's going to buy some time as well, but Palace is stuck in no man's land. Shanks is able to reveal the Blink Dagger as well. They're going to try and toss him inside the Requiem, but the attribute shift keeps Thompson alive, and now Honor is having a free fight. Again, the Marcy is just jumping on forward. Zero cares in the world is Honor. Cuckoo might have to have some cares. Looks like he's able to walk that one off as well. A Witchblade, actually, sorry, the Mage Slayer completed.
I assume they'd ban Marcy next game.
This is, just comes down to a little bit of maturity coming through from Execration. Like they could have easily taken those last 2 team fights if they just had the BKB on the Death Prophet, if they just waited that little bit longer for even a 4-star on the Lich. Instead, they just ran headfirst in when they weren't ready. They just now have the Blink Dagger as well on Shanks, which certainly does help, especially if you're able to get in onto the backlines, take out the Chen to be able to start a lot of these team fights, or Cuckoo. But, I mean, it just felt like they were way too early with a lot of these responses.
So greedy. He wanted that ancient creep. Oh, getting closer to his BKB. Unfortunately, he will be killed off. There you go,
But
for
yeah, the
execution.
12K
Just like
ahead
you-
is
you were
pretty
just
big.
mentioning, like, maybe
Heroes
some
are also
inexperience
scary.
yeah, inexperience. I was just gonna say
And the
lack of
Pudge
experience, same
really
thing,
needs
but It's very
BKB.
difficult to give up that tier 2 tower, but when you're in this position where you just need these BKBs, when you need these items, that's your hope in these team fights. And if you don't wait long enough, then you kind of you take 2 bullets, you lose the fight, then you still lose your tower, and now you're down even more gold. So now tier 1 have more items to play with. So
Radiant are scanning.
what's the probability looking like? Yeah, 91%.
I just looked. Yeah, it's not looking too great. I feel like you could afford to give up 2 tier 2 towers if it meant that you had that next item that you needed. At the time, I think top was pushed out, so they weren't in danger of losing a third. They just lost way too much for free in my eyes.
Interesting. Ana's going to Scepter. Okay, so this is actually what gives you the Dispel. I was looking before that they changed the Dispel, no longer being on Unleash, so now the Scepter is going to provide
I didn't
them.
want to call you out. I wanted to
call
let
me
you.
out. No.
Okay. Terrible player. Absolute garbage. It's all
Did
right.
you
we,
say
we
Scepter
win our
was-
turbos. It's fine.
Yeah, just dominate the turbos. People ain't got shit on us. Did you say Scepter was in the build that Ana was going?
Honestly, the games, because they're pubs, mostly end before he gets up to that stage. So
I mean,
normally ends after he gets the basher. Yeah, it's getting close, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting close. With a smoke on
scanning.
smoke, we'll see what they can do on Execration. Playing around their triangle for the moment. Tino unsmoked, moving to the front. Oh, 2 ships
Thompson's got
passing
his
in
BKB
the
as well.
night. Vincenzo's gonna pop the smoke, and then
poor
they jump the lich
Vincenzo.
instantly. Not the bit. Oh,
Nice force.
That was a very
Alright, he's
sneaky
out.
little
They got
force.
a pretty good ward on the high ground to play with, so
Shen can't
Shank's
go-
gonna
Ooh,
jump in.
Shanks. He just
don't
missed
get the
his toss.
combo.
That might have been the cast range change. Even just like 100 less cast range meant that he wasn't able to get it onto the target that he needed. That's position 4 tiny nerfs is really starting to become a bit more of a factor. Man, look at Cuckoo at the bottom of the map. All of
Yeah.
these bloody treants just fanning out across the map like spiders right now.
He's done that multiple times.
Oh yeah, I need to remove that command from the
Look at Zephyr's
stream title
position
for
in the
now.
left tree line. He's ready to jump. He's got this BKB, so it'll be a full duration pulverize coming out. Plenty of control to allow the cores just to go to work.
Oh, they could use the Pudge to eat him.
He's not careful. He'll start to get addicted to this style of just diving in a little bit too deep.
I mean, is this a bad thing? I don't know.
No. Never said it was a bad thing.
Okay,
Just something that could happen. I mean, he's just going to put himself up on the front lines, saying, you know what, I've got a bunch of auras from the Chen. He's backing me up. Whitemon even having the pipe as well. So even if they dive onto him, I mean, just the passive 30% magic resistance is really nice for a Chen. Plus the cloak aura, plus everything else that you got.
Ooh, Bob trying to charge up the Requiem. They need to toss him directly on top of the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, BKB!
The naked timing from Zephyr and Execration. They gotta get out. Cancel the
bash.
team fight, but the Bashers are there. Bob will not escape. And Norval Shanks and Thompson wants more blood. A waveform deep inside the base. They've got Ana to follow up as well as T1. Looking them go forward. Pillaging the base. No one is safe from the boys of T1.
They're ready, and they want to converge potentially on mid. I mean, they've got the siege creep there. They've got a second wave coming. Looks like for now, they just want to close out all of these outer towers for now. Willing to spend all the ultimates to do so, especially considering they know the exorcism's about to wear off. So what's stopping them moving forward?
Miss Goonsquad.
Roshan just wanting to extend their lead a bit further.
Goonsquad winning?
But
Pog.
No Requiem, no chain
Maybe they
cross,
just
no
didn't want to
exorcism.
play well in
They could have
DPC
gone
and
high ground if they
decided
wanted
TI
to.
qualifies is where we're at, bro.
Zephyr in
Might
the
have
tree
found
line.
Zephyr.
Take a kill where you can find it. Shanks is, thank you very much. I'll yoink that.
Now, who do we reckon's getting this shard? You'd have to say Thompson, right?
Yes, I would say so.
But what about the curse of the old growth coming through for Cuckoo?
Ooh, scary.
Nah, it's not gonna happen. What a trash Fib shard.
They got a great ward on the higher gun. Ana's instantly gonna jump to try and protect that. Right by Vincenzo.
There's no try. He protects it.
Let's chill. Alright, so Thompson does get the shot, and he's got the Aegis to work with as
I
well.
guess,
So this
nah,
Morphling-
I think it suits Emil.
He has not died since the laning phase, and maybe that's why Bob wasn't looking to take.
But he's more of a spirit kind of guy.
Because I don't know if you want to poke the beast.
Storm, Ember.
Even
Void.
without the poking, this is still happening though. So I feel like you take your chance while you get it. Nearly level 20 on Morphling as well, going into the Skadi next. I mean, they've taken over this game, T1. What's the win prob now? 3%.
I just really like the like they have Beastmaster to beat the Faceless Void, and then they had the Chen on the other side, so you couldn't do fucking anything against the Faceless Void because it just seals the boars.
I mean, even Hana's just trying to solo. Look at all the vision that T1 have of the map. I just realized they could see everything, and they feel like Hana's just able to get these solo pickups.
Oh, he's going to run into power loss. Shanks is nearby. Tino, he's not going to be able to cancel his TP. Down goes to position 1. Pudge, god-like streak for Ana. And bottom lane, Bob, they're going to force out a BKB out of the Shadowfin as well. One charge from Zephyr sends Bob packing inside the base.
T1 ass-wrecking execration.
Could come, right? You got the global teleport as Cuckoo comes to mid. Thompson, of course, with his waveform, very fast at being able to move around the map. The Frost Shield's going to delay things a little bit, but you're still just not ready.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's going to have to be a toss back into
Oh,
the Requiem, and
wow.
Cast range, man.
Not able to find it. Zephyr with the charge and gets the pulverize onto Tino. They're going to be able to stop it in its tracks. But there's just no damage. You drop the pipe, you got the hand of God, and
no
instantly
BKB for
T1
Bob.
can turn it around. They're deep inside the base without a care in the world. Even the glyph is not going to be enough of a deterrent. Tina will try and charge onto Cuckoo, but the physical damage is starting to wrap up. Even the BKB will not do anything to protect the Death Prophet. T1, the mid lane was rocky to start, but it did not matter. What a fine way for them to open up their run here in game 1.
So, Tony, they're about to just lose the first game. It doesn't mean shit.
No buybacks available on the DP or the SF. Just look to close this one out if they were wanting to, but being a little bit composed. Never mind, it was a bait.
It was a bait. Give me more kills. Let me add to the tally. The G's had dropped. T1 on their debut. Fine game 1.
No, it doesn't. It means absolutely nothing if you win the series. And no one will remember you lost the first game.
Questions on how this new T1 it would look.
How is it not acceptable? They are still TI performing teams, TI players on that lineup. You've got S4, you've got Limp.
Except for Zephyr right now.
Hanscom was in the Alliance lineup and they were absolutely amazing. Paxu as well.
Take some time. It's exhausting.
Just Aqua's the only one I'm not a big fan of.
To what you're used to, but I'm sure that he's going to be feeling very happy about that first performance in an official game, playing this, I guess you could call it T1 Dota? Like, is this the new...
You know, Goonsquad aren't going to be given easy opportunities for that, you know, hardcore 5v5.
Yeah. I lost my mind a little bit in that last fight, though, when I think the Ire relocate cancelled the lasso onto Puck and let him live. I actually wanted to die inside when I saw that. I felt so bad. Yeah. Sad.
Unfortunate.
But they're just gonna keep going. The cooldowns are back up. We got Donald, we got kisses. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, back to normality for Nigma, putting Beastmaster on Undying top, but you're right. Just catch him with the coral kisses. Pair up with Limp and Hansken and S4 there to secure another kill.
And this smoke, it makes sense, right? We're talking about the Roche, we're talking about controlling the map. Yeah, you took our mid tower, but we're just gonna smoke top and clear out your heroes and force you out. And what are you gonna do about it? In 40 seconds, we have another Chrono. In 50 seconds, we have another Coil. We're just gonna be able to keep fighting and fighting and turn up that heat. They are just going and fighting and gaining so much net worth off constant kills.
Yeah, and fighting top in particular keeps them away from Roshan. Like, we saw Miracle and GH just be like, well, we've lost 2 heroes top. I guess I'm going bottom jungle. Farm some large camps.
I think they're very keyed into
the only thing that is unacceptable is the fact that there have been four grand finals so far in the qualifiers, and all 4 were 3-0s.
Yeah.
I think it's getting a little bit scrappy, and some good ward coverage from Goonsquad as well around this Roche pit. They'll see exactly where Nigma are as they group up as 4 again. Wait, are they just going to go straight into the pit? This seems risky.
No, they see a ward. They know.
They're sticking it, though.
They have the chrono. Oh, I think...
Oh, are they saw Aqua TP bot?
No, he has a TP. It's okay. I just checked that.
Okay. So Aqua can come up here, but he's got to do it now. Roshan below half HP, and Miracle is going to look to finish it off as they coil and slam into the bats. Sumail getting picked off. But Roshan and Aegis claimed up by the Ursa, while Mind Control a little stranded now. Caught out by the time dilation and the bashes of Aqua, finding 2 core kills. Goonsquad not going to be too unhappy with that. Like, okay, you Ursa got Aegis, but we still have our teamfight ultis. We're still ready to chase.
They will survive TI without you watching it, Doskak.
Really massive heads up by Nigma. When Aqua showed on bot, he didn't have a TP. Like, it was not on cooldown, but he didn't have one. So knowing that he's there without a TP, they just run into the pit and abuse that. Even though there's a chrono, it doesn't matter. He can't connect to the fight fast enough. So that was really smart from them to do that and take advantage of that. And obviously they punished as much as they could on Goonsquad, but yeah, that was definitely a big mistake that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, little victory off of that. Little bit of information. That's a good spot.
Yeah. Just Miracle now has his Battle Fury. I think this is a big thing. They didn't like force things super hard. They didn't go that morbid mask and go, okay, we're gonna 100% just run at this pit and do what we can. He's still aiming to scale and play into this game. You're a Faceless Void, sure, you're kind of like the anti-carry that can always win the game with that one Chronosphere, but Ursa can kill you. It is definitely, especially going later with a Basher, you always have to be afraid of the ability to kind of just die within this overpower.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Hanskin here. Kind of an interesting build on this support Snapfire. Treads drums and going into a Solar Crest.
Okay, this is the second Solar Crest I've seen in the last few days. What is happening? It was super dead item.
Who was it? I think I was talking with like Wepas and Scriff, and we were looking at Solar Crest at the Arlington Major and just like, where is this item? And then the tail end of the tournament, we saw like 2 or 3 purchases of it, and then it just died again. Like, it just disappeared off the face of the map. It seems like an item that your Chens and whoever could be buying, but they want mech, they want bigger items, they want the Aghanims later on. And I guess with the addition of Aghanim shards and a lot of these heroes like Dazzle as an example, you don't have the space and time to be buying a medallion or a crest when you want to be saving for shard.
Yeah, I think the uprising of Wraith Pact also didn't help Solar Crest.
Yeah, true.
And it's just always... Because it's very expensive. It's 2.6k gold, and the stats on it aren't that fantastic.
Yeah, you're like a position 4 or 5, and you're like, I can afford 1 support item. It's like, it's Wraith Pact, or it's a 4 staff. Even Glimmercape, it feels like, has fallen off pretty heavily over the past 6-7 months.
I've seen a couple, and they're always very effective, so I do still like Glimmercape a lot. Solar Crest, I'm unsure on. I really love it this game, though. When you're playing with a Faceless Void, the one thing that he lacks and struggles with and always has to itemize into is attack speed. Yeah. And a Solar Crest gives him that. So it's a really nice way to just help like him with his issues.
Well, we've got the Hand of God heal on S4, but Miracle makes short work of her. Don't break it down quickly.
Big bear.
It's always nice to see teams play into the Dawnbreaker like that. And you're very similar to a Spectre, right? You don't want to be ganking opposite to the Dawn because she can join the fight. So you go instead towards her. Make sure Solar Guardian is not going to get that effectiveness. And Goonsquad taking their foot off the pedal a little bit here. Like, they've got all their ultis ready. Yeah. Do you feel it's smoke time, go time for them?
That's what I was going to comment on. I was going to say that it feels like they're really respecting this Aegis and the strength of it. Which, I don't know. I feel like they were still the stronger team, but maybe... I mean, yeah, you were playing into... Ursa only had Aegis and Battle Fury. Yeah, he's strong, but if you're able to team fight and control everyone else, you're getting those good kills. Like, Batrider is rapidly approaching a BKB. That's going to make your team fight a lot harder. Mind Control has that Wraith Pack now, so your kisses are doing less damage.
Yeah, I guess they're looking for S4's BKB, which is pretty close, and that might be the signal to go. But Nigma are going to take this opportunity where we look at Goonsquad and they're reliant on all these long cooldown ultis, and they need everyone together to actually fight back. As the Solar Guardian will save up Hanskin as tanky Treads Medallion Drums build keeps him alive and allows Aqua to get a 2-man chrono. GH keeping Miracle alive and still has an Aegis for 40 seconds. Trying to turn and fight, but they've already lost MC and a 2-man coil here from Limp, forcing the relocate save out. That's going to leave GH to TP back down there, and no, that's the relocate back top, wasn't he? He came down here with Miracle. So he's fine.
You know what? I think you take those. I think the Aegis is now about to expire and you're feeling good. Your spells are definitely on cooldown, so you should be a little wary. Maybe Nigma wants to smoke up with MC's respawn, but he hasn't got raw. You know, you also have your own cooldowns to play around. It looks like they want to try and defend this bot tower at least, if that's just with axes or what have you. They're not going to force the issue. Yeah, they know their cooldowns are down. This is the right play. You just relax for a little bit. Now your coil will be coming back up soon. The biggest thing is that we're thinking now about the next Aegis. Goonsquad can't have what happened last time happen again, or else they might actually just lose this game. I'd like to see some more warding happening top, just more focus around this area. You have 3 minutes to relax, knowing that it can't respawn, and then yeah, it's go time.
And that's why Nigma are the ones trying to step
Okay,
forward.
quickly doing this.
Smoked up with Sumail's BKB. Get a bit of vision down, and they've caught a glimpse there of S4. And lasso the Dawnbreaker back into the entire army of Nigma, but with the Hand of God and BKB, Dawnbreaker gets away from them. And they're all in really good positions here, like Chen shoving out mid-wave. He's pretty safe there. Hansken farming bottom with Aqua hiding in the pocket down in that bottom jungle. But they will relocate in towards Pexu's Chen. Aqua, he's in with the time dilation and that rewind. Trying to get away from Sumail. Knowing there's no lasso, he is pretty safe and free to back away. But it's just Nigma bouncing from one side of the map to the other, forcing things to be a little uncomfortable for Goonsquad. Until they relocate back.
I'm not a fan of rating teams based on their previous achievements.
Nigma's ranks. Sumail BKB's up here with the Firefly going, but he needs Miracle with the damage of the bashes. He catches
What do you rate
Aqua.
them on then?
The Void gets caught, and Nigma very quickly jumping from top to bottom, down to bot again, getting that 10x streak out of the hands of the Void. And he was 10-0 on Aqua. That's ridiculous.
He's had amazing fights all game, and this Ursa Bear is very strong. I mean, you're getting a Lincoln Sphere, but no Lincolns would have helped you there anyway. Ursa just getting that bash off at the right time. He's just not that tanky.
Current form, but you can't have a current form without the previous achievements.
We saw Liquid doing this exact same thing in their last series. It's just pressure all over the map, running at you, and making you feel really bad. It's like Goonsquad, they had what, like 15 seconds left until Chronosphere? They obviously want to play around that, but they're feeling
yeah, I'm not talking about years back, but they did well at the Re-Up Masters, for instance.
It can be a good fight. You're getting blown up like that when you're 1 second away from Chronosphere. It feels terrible.
Yeah, it does.
They destroyed Division 2 this season.
When they saw, the relocate goes back up top. Nigma kind of isolated. They find a go on Kuroki. But
and for T1, well, Execration just sucks.
Back, move themselves across the map because they've opened up this map for themselves. As they jump S4, the bash comes in from Miracle. A quick and easy one there with those Fury swipes stacking up. It's just that,
T1 match should be up soon.
They're hiding in the trees, waiting for their moment to jump.
TV sub! Hey yo!
Well, yeah, get a kill bot straight up to top.
See, PGL. Oh, they're getting the draft started soon.
Get ready and prepare. But we are looking at Roshan now. He's alive with Aghanim Shard. And Goonsquad have all their ultis available. Just 20 seconds they have to wait for S4. That might be 20 seconds too long the way Nigma are going. Limp's low on mana as well. I'm just going to have to give it up. Oh, this should have been the fight for Goonsquad where they really punch back at Nigma.
These are the mistakes of, I don't want to be mean, but it's like these are the kind of the mistakes of a tier 2 team. Getting picked off bot, not being grouped together. You see Nigma, they're sending heroes together as a unit. They are not letting each other really get picked off anymore.
Not sure why you like them so much, even after the dismal performance last DPC.
They're playing sharp. Like Goonsquad are...
Well, they were still playing in Division 1, whereas Nigma Galaxy was playing in Division 2, blah, 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 blah. But also, I think their players are good. I'm just not a big fan of Aqua. The only one I'm not a big fan of...
And instead you're dying?
...is Aqua.
Yeah, it feels like the nature of being unsettled by this Beastmaster pushing out lanes, the relocate being used as
the rest is just most of it, just the old Alliance lineup.
Like S4, he's like, I want to clear one more wave bot. I don't want to give them a free tier 2. Then he gets caught and killed. And now I've got Ursa with Aegis for another 4 minutes. As Nigma eye up even more objectives. Wait, this Goonsquad, and they had a 5k lead a couple of minutes ago, and that's all disappearing very quickly now. But when they are together, they are a strong force. Chen creeps are here, pushing tier 1.
Dude, that lineup was better than the current Alliance lineup. That lineup is still better than the current Alliance lineup. They were good previously doesn't mean they're good now. I know, but it also doesn't mean that they're bad.
Hoping that someone will come and push it out. I think they've just really been abusing the fact that Goonsquad want S4 to be split.
Yeah, sure, I can say LGD is a very good team because they are, you know, they win all their shit, but
really
doesn't mean that, you know, the other teams are
Power
shit.
Ranger TP is up top. One of them cancelled theirs. Looks like Kuroki just wanted to be the first and only one to come.
Thompson, for instance, still a really good player. What do I base that on? Previous past. Has he done anything in the last year? No, not really. Still a really good player. Did get taken down twice in that previous game, but still did a really good job on the morph.
Moves in now towards Miracles. Ursa does still have the Aegis as his first life is about to be claimed, but he turns and fights. He bashes the void. Aqua has to time walk away. Still a struggle to fight into this. Miracle Ursa as Limp looks to escape, and Pexu's going to get caught on the tail end of the fight. Wait, if Miracle gets a bash here, is he going to find Limp? Nah, the blink away.
You do not catch a puck. You do not catch a puck.
You never know. It's Miracle. He's got a Abyssal Blade in 10 more seconds. The blink and bash. Oh!
No, I'll die on this hill. You don't catch a puck.
Slippery devil.
Good escape, good escape. At the end of the day, let's be real. They're still running a full team fight lineup. If Goonsquad can ever take a team fight on their terms, it will go well for them. This Ursa is clearly a massive issue, though.
Yes.
I think the biggest thing I noted from that team fight was just the damage sources. Like with the IO heal that came out, even though it resulted in deaths, they nearly weren't able to kill Beastmaster. And going into this later game, especially if you're playing into Miracle without his Aegis, you want to be focusing him. Like, he's your priority number 1. He's the one guy killing everyone. So you need to kind of get more items on your Faceless Void. He's gone Lincoln's, which is quite defensive, but if you can get more damage items on him, more damage from anyone, you know, this is the kind of the primary objective, I think, for them and how they scale, because it was very concerning.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah.
And what did it take? It took a buyback on the IO, and that was it for Nigma to kind of swing that fight. Like, it looked a little bit dicey with a really nice Corona there from Aqua, but then as it extends out, Miracle, he's tanky, but he's also doing so much overwhelming amounts of damage. And pretty soon, if they spot it, he'll have a DD rune to take it into the next team fight.
Definitely what's nice is they can just kill everyone around the Ursa and then kite him out. You're playing a puck Faceless Void. Obviously, they picked like these heroes and... sorry, I was going to say, of course they picked Ursa into them, because if he does get his hands on them, if he can get that Abyssal off, or if there's any kind of stun, he can burst them very easily. But yeah, it is still a two-way matchup. And if they can kill the rest and jump away, like, Miracle can get kited down. Potentially. We haven't seen it yet, so I'm not sure if it's real.
Yes, the potential is there. Made it a little bit more difficult now. He's got that shard, so even more enrages for Miracle to play around.
If he gets Ags, he can always pop his rage in Chrono.
Towers now. As the Aegis finally gets reclaimed.
The countdown begins. 3 minutes. And then Roche can spawn. This time, Goonsquad. Will they contest the Roche pit?
Well, they've got all the green lights now, so it feels like they want a team fight now and for the Roshan in 3 minutes.
Yes. I think the worst thing that could happen for them is that in around 2 minutes time, Nigma force a fight where they have to use Chrono and stuff, and it makes their Roche fight then really hard.
Still trying to chip away at this tier 2 bottom. They've definitely got the fear, though, that they're being chased and spotted. Sumail will be there with a lasso onto Hansken. And Miracle continuing his streak. The Hawk Vision does spot a TP out, and it's Saw Chen trying to get himself away. A successful retreat from the rest of Goonsquad. It's got to be so scary though when you you see one Nigma hero and you 100% know there's 4 behind him. You're like, oh god, please.
Just like screaming, running down the lane.
Get me out of here!
Help me!
Actually need to check something.
Not bad. So Male, glad to get his hands on that. Octarine also fully completed for your Batrider.
Mm-hmm. The faceless damage item of choice appears to be a butterfly. Definitely kind of a risky item. I think the item's always been this big dice roll of if the enemy is farming better than you or ahead in any way, or if you reveal that you're buying it, the enemy will just get an MKB and match that timing.
Click Miracle. He knows.
Yes,
like you've not even shown a component yet, have you?
No.
No.
That's not.
Miracle's already preempting.
So big brain. He just feels it. It's like this faceless void is gonna try and buy.
Isn't Ursa better getting Ags than BKB? Yeah.
To deal with me.
Well, to be fair, silence could fuck you over.
But I will.
From the puck.
It's coming.
That's the only big scary thing.
Great spot to be in as the Radiant as well now into enemy triangle with the tier 2 bottom still to be taken. So now you're forcing Goonsquad to either mirror your movements and play top jungle into top lane, or try and match your movements to fight into bottom lane. Like Goonsquad right now, there's so much redundancy and wasted time with 5 heroes just sitting in their base. Nigma have free reign on the rest of the map.
They'll just TP top, and it doesn't matter because even if Goonsquad smoke up, which they have, and look for that fight, you're just gonna be able to reel it in. Also, this I think this MKB makes a lot of sense because the Dawn S4 showed that he's buying a halberd, and if he wanted to go into an Ags as well, ooh.
Chrono kisses, and Solar Guardian onto Miracle, dead before he can enrage your BKB. Very nice. Aqua with a double kill up top, and 1.5 minutes left on that timer for Roshan, which perfectly coincides with the chrono cooldown.
Ah, silly me talking about them relocating to a fight. What if Goonsquad just take the fight to the Ursa? What a amazing catch and find having that invis, and he's got the butterfly finish now, and this is a pretty good timing actually. Ursa is not close to having an MKB finish, especially if he wants to keep buyback, because you might have to expend that around a Roche fight.
Yeah, and Goonsquad still keep that coil ready. Kisses in about 70 seconds. Maybe lacking a bit of damage if they want to go for another move. So it's primarily about Goonsquad getting this control around the pit again. Get the ward coverage you need. Nigma going for a smoke from bottom lane though. Where are they going? They're going to
wrap around.
Scout into mid. Limp has Lincoln's. Difficult hero to grab. But you do have the psychic headband though. Try and get in onto Limp. The rest of Goonsquad are here though. They're ready to battle back.
Okay, I think T1 should start soon.
With psychic headband, can you?
No.
It just pushes him.
I think nothing pops anymore. Now they got rid of Fake Grenade.
Oh, that's upsetting.
Yeah.
Samel tried it though. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. And they jump in. Force the BKB and the tombstone. Goonsquad toying with Nigma. But Roshan is just respawning now.
Huge. But they have no chrono for this Roche.
30 seconds.
I gotta mute my Skype sound.
Trying to scout it with the orb.
That's system
Miracle. Well, he's nearly got it done. S4 trying to get himself in the pit, but mind control. He's going to get demolished here by the Starbreaker, and Aqua's in, snatches the Aegis.
Miracle gets
grabs it under the
Dags.
Miracle has already enraged and BKB, getting into the back lines, but Aqua just chasing down GH. The Faceless Void aiming the 2 healing supports to zone them away. Gets the kill on GH, and S4, he is roared, stop the Starbreaker, mind control, allowing Miracle to chain stun the Dawnbreaker and get the damage he needed in. The turnaround from Aqua though with a chrono, gets it onto the IO and the Ursa, and down they go. GH's bought back for this, as did MC and Sumail, and they're just being shredded. Mind control dies back, GH died back, and Batrider's the only one left out on the map for Nigma. A team fight from Goonsquad, far too strong.
They did it, Gary! They fought the Roche pit! This is Goonsquad at maximum power. Their third eye has opened. They have gone, guys, what if we simply stop Ursa from taking Aegis for free? And what a beautiful sight it is.
And what if we can now just go high ground?
I
Take
do
tier
think that would
threes.
be pretty nice.
It would be. They've got Chen creeps. He's got himself the shard, so the granite golems there. Buffing and tanking up this Aqua Void. Samel trying to push him away.
I think a lot of teams are really struggling with Faceless Void as a hero. I think Sonic's also really struggled with it. Their 2 losses to Nouns in the upper bracket final was also to 2 Faceless Voids. This hero seems really difficult. Like Aqua being able to...
So he got the Aghanim
BBs
Scepter
on
from
Batrider
Roche, and now they're
Tombstones,
11k
just, like,
behind.
jumping in, like this shard.
A Dawnbreaker,
so
way
little
too strong, I
goals,
guess.
just such
Ursa just hit her
impact. Being able
25
to
times in
just
order to kill her.
pressure and give vision and...
Yeah, Heaven's Halberd also on, I think,
Yeah,
I
right, like
think
it
it's
was-
on the
it was like,
Dawn.
10 minutes ago or so.
So it's
when Nigma
really hard
smoked
for the
into-
Ursa if he gets
Miracle?
disarmed.
Oh, Miracle's hungry. I see some
Bear want
freebie on the
food.
Chen. But yeah, Nigma smoked into Dire Triangle, and Aqua, yeah, just time walk, reversed, broke the smoke, saw up high ground. He's like, okay, well, I see you. Give me the vision. Now, 10k lead for Goonsquad, 1 Rax ahead. And Aegis on the
Yeah,
Void.
I've seen
that's gotta be
Void
the
seen
biggest thing
lose
here.
late
Yeah,
game.
you took it away
This
from
match.
the Ursa, but you've also
This
got 2 lives on Aqua
qualifiers.
now.
Can't remember who it was, but some fucker missed like
Definitely
every
still
single
think this game
chrono.
can go either way. We just need, I think, Nigma will slow the game down a little bit on their end. Obviously, playing into this Aegis, you have to respect
Okay,
it. You have
let's see.
Roles is going to be a drafting nightmare.
My other question is, what does Tino actually build this game? Because if
Okay, so it's Thompson on the Pugna, Cuckoo on the Viper, Anna on the Morph this time, Zephyr on the Marcy, Whitemon on
I
the
feel like you just need to have
Ench.
the perfect team fights go your way.
Oh no, we've got Lycan versus Ench. That's
And then
scary.
off the back of the exorcism, you take a tower, you know, and that opens up the map where you're able to farm a couple of more camps, which gets you a Helm of the Overlord timing, and then until you're level 20 on the Enchantress, then you don't really care about the enchant quite so much. But there's going to be that big, like, probably like a 10-15 minute window where you're just able to do whatever the hell you want into the Helm of the Dominator before you get that Overlord. That's probably too big of a window. 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I feel like it's key as an item build though. Like I don't. Can you ever see the like?
But it's Palace 1 DP.
From the
It is?
Overlord?
Bro, in general, I think that they've already lost this because
I mean,
T1's just way
what
better.
other options have we had since Necrobook was removed? I've seen the occasional Desolator if they really wanted to up the tempo a little bit, go Presence Aura Effect buildings at level 15, especially considering you're into a Pugna, so maybe you don't want the Shadow Raise damage because you want to be much more of a right-clicking style on this SF. I'm just spitballing here.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm with the spitballing. I don't know, like a Wraith Pact into a Deso like you mentioned. We'll see. I do think Wraith Pact is going to be, the Overlord is pretty core, especially in a game like this. But like you mentioned, there's going to be a very, very awkward timing here for Tino with how that Helm Dom is going to be affected. And even as the game goes on, like Enchantress will have that level 20 talent if she wants to go down that route. So, well, yeah, we'll see what the play is going to be out of Tino. I do think this is a lane that they should be pretty comfortable on. I'll keep tabs on mid, though, because this is really... We had a lot of back and forth. Bob getting those 2 solo kills prior, but this is going to be a completely different matchup against the Pugna.
Are playing around not the greatest amount of HP, so kind of sharing that in common with the Morphling from what we saw previously. Thompson, though, already able to get more CS in the first 2 waves than he did previously. One thing that is a little unfortunate for Execration is that they don't have the greatest heroes to be able to take advantage of this new Lycan change, where Howl is now global if you use it during night.
I don't have a good impression on Pugna. Whenever I see him, he's always on the losing team. Yeah, but it's
attack
Thompson,
damage
bro.
reduction
It's fucking
component where they're
Thompson.
Trying to go for an aggressive moment on like a
That's the
Viper and a
beauty of
Marcy
it.
just for that 25%
Doesn't
damage reduction.
care what you initially thought about him playing a
What are our
certain
thoughts here
hero.
on, with Palos playing
It's
the depth of a
Godson.
dump bottom, and of course the flex that they've also shown with the Lycan in the side lane. Like, do we feel like Palos is going to be able to match up relatively well into the really strong Viper Marcy?
I mean, my thought is that there wasn't really anyone else that would have been able to stand there and fight against the Viper. You know, I was saying Juggernaut was my potential thought just because you had that spell immunity, and with the slows you have some kill threat, but I guess you really don't even against a Marcy Viper lane, right? You're always going to have that extra movement speed to be able to get away just with the rebound. So, yeah, maybe just wanting to stand your ground a little bit more against this, and then if they do dive you, I'm kind of expecting Vincenzo to be holding on to a few points here just to make sure that he gets the living armor off if a dive does happen and he's not exactly there in the lane.
We see the other side lane as well at the moment. Tino's done a very good job with his micro, just keeping the wolves away from Whitemon. But I guess it's also then he's leveled up the wolves and not particularly using them to much effectiveness, but as soon as they're about to expire, just runs them towards the Whitemon Enchantress, get a little bit of harassment out. But it does look like both sides are finding their farm. But I guess this really favors the Morphling though, because this is a hero that does very much suffer at level 1 and level 2.
And like I was saying before, Shaker pretty terrible in the laning stage, unless you've got like other stuns or other amount of burst damage to be able to take advantage of someone that's blocked off from the Fissure. Whitemon doesn't care. He's an Enchantress. Like, he just needs to keep ferrying him out, little bits of regen. He's gone full harass mode with his Fairy Fires and multiple Iron Branches. And again, you can't just summon the wolves and help them assist with last hitting, because you're just going to get them stolen away.
Mid lane, Bob, is he going to go for these Thompson? Oh no! Another solo kill from Bob. Couple of mangoes popped, he just charged in. It gives him the outplayed voice line once again.
Well, we saw how that worked last time, so I'm not sure if you want to be dropping it so quickly. Bob, he's going to go all the way back to base, pick up the boots of speed and a win lace just to make sure he's able to connect on through.
Vincenzo's doing a really good job to put some pressure onto Cuckoo to try and zone him away from the Death Prophet, but Cuckoo plays the distance, makes sure the poison attack continues to stack up, and now Zephyr's also hunting Vincenzo on the tree line, so T1, they're going to find a double kill for Cuckoo down bottom.
It's a pretty easy lane. Like, there's not that much that a Treant Protector could do into this, and I mean, this is a combo that was being run very consistently all for the past, like,
oh no, Danok, he just TP'd back. Palos just
okay, now I'm back.
You can't feed over another kill. Zephyr's not going to disjoint the Spirit Siphon until Vincenzo shows up.
Yeah, 1k ahead.
Has been dealt. Palos doesn't have the resources now until the Selv given
Nigma
over
lost.
to play this lane.
Hey, my boys, Goonsquad, let's go! Saving strats for TI qualifiers.
Oh my god, thanks to Shanks, that Fissure, just to allow the Shadow Fiend to go onto the tower. And he's getting a bit more vocal this time. I didn't see the double outplayed in game 1.
True, coming through. I mean, even when Thompson respawns, he's going to have 5 seconds until he can actually TP there. So he's lost a fair few of these creeps to both the tower as well as the creep wave.
Who cares about the fucking DPC when they couldn't qualify through the DPC anyway? It was they always had their eyes on the prize. TI is the way to go, bro.
Doesn't have a point.
Slash care about the DPC league. Let's just throw that one away and be the underdogs, making it all the way to TI, winning TI, and getting themselves like the Wings gaming experience.
Cuckoo and Zephyr can chase him down, and the fact that they're giving Cuckoo such a strong start can really enable Zephyr to start making some rotations.
Thompson even having to go for the win lace just to get that little bit of extra movement speed. He's very speedy naturally as a Pugner, but so is an SF. So actually, Whitemon,
both Nigma and Goonsquad ain't gonna qualify. Easy, both of them qualifying.
And now you got level 6 on Bob to have to deal with, although doesn't have the Requiem leveled up just yet, waiting for the ideal time to be able to do it. I suppose with the Netherward, it doesn't really reduce the magic damage anymore, but I feel like with that first blood, it was so close to being able to get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend with just the damage component that it would have been well worth it. Instead, they're going to go for a kill with a full rotation. This is the
Bobby
start.
ran back in. He's got the Requiem leveled up. He's going to try and charge up the ultimate and set up for the raise combo. As Bob says, no, he's still going to be a little bit cautious here.
Thompson not level 6 yet.
It is going to spawn down bottom. The Fissure as well to hold Thompson into place, but Bob's got some issues in regards to the cooldowns.
The one that's happiest about this, though, is Palos. Like, he has finally been left alone on this bottom side. Vincenzo, he's positioning himself a lot more aggressively. Going to try and scout him away. They see the fact that Marcy's coming back to the lanes, so Palos, he needs to get out a lot more quickly than this. He might be playing with his life.
It looks like that's going to be the case. Beautifully done from Cuckoo. Disjoints the Spirit Siphon. Zephyr's going to hold his on. But as long as they keep the poison attack stacking up, and Cuckoo will do just that. Dominating streak for the Viper.
I'm not sure if that's miscommunication or just underestimating the speed that Amasi is able to quickly connect through to the rest of the
Why
team.
don't you watch
He
Nigma? Because
saw
that game's over.
Trio Protector gave vision of the fact that Marcy was coming back into that fight and well, wasn't fast enough to back off.
It blamed again.
All of this free net worth.
Ooh, it's a lot of damage, man. If Bob gets a triple raise combo, anyone dies under that.
Thompson's still playing fearless though. It wouldn't be Thompson if he wasn't playing like this though. Maxed out the Nether Blast, trying to get some damage in onto the tower.
Bye, Thompson.
Well, never mind.
Oh,
Don't play too fearless, sir. Long raise on cooldown. Got Whitemon nearby him. Now he's going to turn it around.
I think maybe he was trying to say use the Wild Wing Ripper, get the push back into my Nether Blast. Can they look to get it? They might even be able to scout out Shanks here with the Wild Wing Ripper. Here we go, gets the vision, gets the pushback, gets the body block. Great team play coming through there. Is it going to be enough though?
One more right click. Yeah, they'll find
and they also killed the Lycan in the meantime.
Gets a solo kill onto Tino's Lycan, so he once again is off to an incredible start.
I feel like it's, I don't want to call it selfish, but this is what I was talking about.
Shadowfiend's in some trouble as well. Mid lane Thompson gets the kill, gets a region, is sitting pretty in the resources, and our tier 1 tower's going to be in trouble.
It's only going to take a lot of harass. Ooh, even getting the kill off there onto the courier. Whitemon, he's just being a menace, standing in the way. Going to try and harass him down a little bit. The Tornado, I don't think is going to be able to slow him down enough, but Zephyr definitely will. Tosses it back, gets some additional damage through. Vincenzo, the tanky Trio Protector, will end up going down. All the while, mid-tower, it's being harassed too.
They can kill Bob again. He is in trouble. Jenks has got great position, but they know that he TP'd back in. They can go now. Tower's dead. There's nothing to
Marsh
really
is too
prevent
far back.
Just making sure not to immediately reveal himself, but they should see his courier coming through, so Bob, wisely enough, backs off. What I was saying before was, with the
Tier 1 tower mid is gone. 9 minutes into the game.
I don't like the fact that he hasn't got a single point in the Howl. I think you need 1 point in it just to make sure that bottom lane is a little bit easier. The 8 seconds of 25% attack damage reduction is actually enormous.
We'll charge up the shapeshift. Shanks has just been able to juke back into the T1 tower, so Whitemon's going to look for a TP out. But the fissure is back off cooldown for Shanks. Now, meanwhile, Bob's in a little bit of trouble. Zephyr and Thompson doing incredible.
Thompson's got a full Aether done.
Duo playing together from game 1 into game 2. We see how difficult it is for Execration now to deal with, and Shadowfiend not having a tier 1 tower to protect him. I've got big concerns now for how Bob's going to be able to play the next couple of minutes, because we see what happens. Like, if he shows to a lane, Thompson just a couple of spells out, and now Bob, he can't CS.
Cuckoo's not used to this at all. He's used to being targeted a lot of the time, and now he's saying, what? I've just got a completely free lane, given to me by my Marcy, all the attention's elsewhere, I love it. Of course, Ana, with that solo kill up top, means that they've always got that in the back of their mind on Execration too. They want to take this tower. They need to open up the map a little bit. Will Thompson look to make the rotation? He's got the DD rune bottled, and here we go. He's coming in right on top of Tino.
Nice fissure block, but
Thompson's on the
Shanky
south side
dead.
of the fissure wall, so we can still move on 4 for more. Bob's even going to consider about rotating as well with the triple raises. Will answer the initial trade from Execration in tier 1, but they've still got to be cautious though with Thompson nearby. The force to be reckoned with, but they do have a really good ward for Radiant to play with. It's going to scout out the position for the Pugna, so Bob tries to charge up the Requiem, but again, it's going to be up to the summons from the Enchantress. Whitemon scouting out Bob in the tree line. An easy kill, and now they can look for more, but Zephyr, a little bit isolated from the team. He's got Thompson to the north. He's going to look to try and Zuck away the life of the Lycan, and with Ana waveforming forward as well.
Bit aggressive, Ana.
For the moment. Has the attribute shift to play with, and damage will be lacking from Execration, so they're going to push them further away.
He was walking forward for the Echo Slam, and he just gets enchanted. Wasn't able to get it off. I mean, the reason they went for that play so aggressively is that they have the vision advantage, right? They've got the Enchantress creeps they're able to scout out with no risk coming back the other way. And the fact that the Earthshaker had been taken out. That is the main priority right now for T1. make sure Shanks dies. So I want to see him have a lot more defensive positioning come through from him. Like he's only
I think
just walking up
T1's
as
looking
Strike
pretty
Force, so not
A-okay
even getting
in
close to
the
either an Aghanim
Southeast
shot
Asian region.
or a Blink Dagger, but his life is so valuable just for the fact that you can cancel out this life drain. It's basically the only thing that they've got that's able to do so outside of the silence from the DP, which Palace hasn't even leveled it up yet.
But suck. Like, suck.
And it's
like,
huge that Execration with their first EXO of the game barely tickle the towel. I mean, half health with the first EXO is
What
not
do you mean
enough
the
when
suck?
multiple
Is that
members
Zuckerberg?
top, so it's going to force even more heroes from Execration to just secure this. And now for T1, this can open up the map. They can look to get aggressive elsewhere, maybe secure the T1 tower down bottom, or look to dive Bob onto the T2 tower. Zephyr. Definitely a different playstyle we're seeing come out of him.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Kuku as well is going into the drums straight away, so he just wants to enable his team off the back of this very successful start to pick up the tempo even further. I mean, it's not a Marcy position one that is going to fall off later on.
Just
We
wrote
know
suck
that a Viper
on
is
map.
capable of flash
Oh.
farming. We know that a Pugna can.
I have no idea.
He doesn't farm creeps though. He farms heroes. So it's really just all making space
No
for
idea.
Ana, who's... I was about to say he's been pretty active. He's only been involved in 2 kills
Suck?
so far, though, as White
Maybe?
Mon, once again. This is what I was talking about. He's a menace, man. You can't let White Mon have his Enchantress at the, 8th pick of the entire draft? 8th hero pick?
So this smoke.
Be very careful with
that
the Z
from
from
top
Zuck.
to mid. Their side of the map they're going to look to reclaim.
Heavy commit.
The run into both supports at the moment. Zephyr's going to be targeted down. Tino with the combos enough to get the kill. Now meanwhile to the north, Waimon. Yeah, good luck. This goddamn Enchantress, not an easy person to bring down at all. They're going to need the Fissure to keep up. Looks like Palace instead with the Exo and the Spirit Siphon will do the work.
That's what I was talking about before, right? You use the shapeshift, you use the exorcism, you've got amazing team fight, but when you don't have them, they're very quick respawns coming through for both the Marcy as well as the Enchantress. So T1 is setting up. They're trying to push the lanes out a little bit and then just connect through and push on forward.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm trying to go for some solo kills here.
Icon is getting pretty scary. So at level 15 minutes in,
Harass them away at least, but
if you get a shard on
very
Enchantress, you can have a lot of fun.
From Ana as well as Kuku, realizing that they just don't have the tools, the resources to be able to take him down at this stage. They've got that drum as well, going into the very early Aghanim shard as well on Kuku.
Boston's
realizing
rushing
that is probably an
Octarine.
area that they are lacking a little bit, the tower damage that's coming through.
Yeah, and with Ana getting all the space in the world that he would ever need, did you feel like Execration, like this is a ticking time bomb? Is this Morphling? I'll hold that thought mid lane. Thompson. The Requiem charge up's going to be there with the Fissure as well connecting. Vincenzo steps through to the chain control. Is enough to hold Thompson down so Bob can get the damage pumping out. It's a big kill for him to find. Bit of a streak getting closer towards the BKB.
It's going to be really important for Vincenzo to get his Blink Dagger. I mean, we've been talking about the Earthshaker a little bit, needing to go for his, but just important on that tree. And just to get the turnaround. They're lacking in stuns, so every one that they're able to land is worth its weight in gold. Ana, we'll see this Observer Ward can look to clean it up, and will. So really removing a lot of the map presence that they've got right now on Execration. They're playing essentially blind. Like one Observer Ward at the top, where Tino's playing on top of, and one for the river, scouting out some of these power runes.
Okay, so you mentioned that you feel like Ana is going to be that ticking time bomb in a game like this. How can they look to address the Morphling then?
Icon's pretty okay against
I mean, I
Morph.
was talking about it during the very early stages of this game, is that it feels like T1 need to take a bad team fight, and it's just on Execration to be able
Can
to
you guess
understand
fucking
and use
ward damage
Exorcism
on
into another
SF
objective,
Raze?
Open up the map, get an Aegis. But
I don't know how much
it's
mana
not a
Raze
discipline.
costs.
They're not doing that. They're making
Like
sure to play separately
80?
around the map, realize that
So
we
I
haven't
would
quite hit our
say
timings yet,
140
but we've got strong heroes that are able to
damage or
play
something
early.
per Raze.
I mean, this is just Thompson Dota. He's nearly finished up his Octarine.
I think
It's
Raze,
just
Shadow
16
Raze
minutes
does it costs 80 mana.
Top lane
Not
race for
100% sure.
Execration, they're able to get a kill. Tino does require the shapeshift
I think
out
it
of him,
at
but this
one
is gonna
point at
give
least
him
used to.
a free wave or two and the bonus gold from the kill to work towards the Helm of the Overlord, which is now coming out on the Courier.
That's a big timing for sure. Just to be able
And,
to
you
keep
do
these
what,
lanes pushed
1
out. Top lane's
times
pushing in
damage
pretty
in
heavily
return,
with the
1.5?
dominated creep with Siege.
2?
Oh, okay. That's it on.
The Tumblr's toy away.
Yeah, just before the blast was able to connect. This tower's still going to take a little bit of damage. They've got the Creep Wave and the Wild Wing Ripper. Thompson's not going to get another blast out, however.
Force Anna's TP back. I was about to say I wonder if they go for an aggressive play, but if anything, that just means that you're okay with not losing anything else. It means that you actually feel confident in defending bottom if T1 did go for a dive there. But it's still so important for them to hit their own timings on Execration. They don't have a BKB on Palos, they don't have Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, they don't have Blink Dagger on Tree and Protector. Those are the big three that you're going for. I suppose BKB on Bob as well. So
Bob's your uncle.
Super valuable.
Oh, they're still not even in the drafting phase for game 2 of
if you wanted to
Nigma.
connect through to this, you wouldn't be able to. Do they just give this one up? Maybe they've learned a lesson from the last game and are just going to back off, have Shanks here to try and slow things down a little bit, but not actually fully commit.
They might just go onto the T2 tower if they see the Earthshaker. The Fissure's chucked out. They're even got a Glyph as well, so Palos will now reveal his position.
I think Shaker's getting Blink delivered.
They get something.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
You can tell Shanks wants that juicy Netherward. Just that little bit of extra gold to be able to get closer to that Blink Dagger. But mid tower going down does help matters. Now though, where can you play? Almost no vision, just underneath the tier 2 mid. I like this one. It's probably where T1 are going to be looking to go for some smokes, but they might also expect that this is where they've got the vision, considering mid tier 1 tower is the objective that just folded recently. Fold? Fell.
English is hard, it's okay.
Yeah, I do English goodly.
I do English goodly. I think I mess up way too often. It's okay. I'll give you a break.
We're Australian. We get a pass.
Oh, I'd love to hear that.
Our native language is Australian, but not English.
Alright, so from Execration, he didn't answer to this T2 tower siege, and well, the backstab, that could be it. Great micro for the Wolves, gonna scout out a lot of the positioning.
Oh, that's a good overgrowth.
Step to the backline, gets the overgrowth. The control is out, setting up for the Requiem. They've only killed off the Enchantress for the moment, but they'll catch up to
Okay, that echo was really not needed.
Thompson goes down along with
Okay,
Zephyr.
Execration going
And
into the
not only do
pit.
they win the skirmish, now they can move into the pit.
That wasn't even necessarily a bad fight for T1. The one that I was talking about that could potentially turn this game, but still just some great positioning coming through from Vincenzo.
That
Sometimes it
overgrowth
takes that
was
moment of
everything in that
individual
fight.
brilliance to be able to claw your way back into this. And with the exo damage, you're going to be able to take down that Aegis, give Bob a little bit more freedom to be able to get his next item. He's already got the BKB, hasn't had to use it just yet, but it's signs of hope, even just on this top side, right? You've got a range creep there, so no backdoor protection. Zephyr's doing his best to try and clear this one out, but it's some more damage, and they used the glyph for the tier 1 tower mid previously, so you're not going to have that multi-shot available.
Limit for Thompson, okay.
Get the creep! Get the creep! Easy. Oh, we got kills across the map. I'm watching it. I'm watching Helm of the Overlord go down.
You're watching creep gaming.
I mean, plus 200 gold. Not as much as I guess what Vincenzo gave, so probably got to keep tabs on the Trin Protector. Did die to Cuckoo, getting him closer towards his BKB. He's already got one component completed.
It's a little bit scarier for T1 now.
For himself now, so that feels good.
Another
Dying Solo is kind of a big deal. I mean, Bob, I like the way that he's playing up here. I want to have one more person playing a little bit closer to him. Of course, Shanks just acting as a little bit
White Man
backup
has
right
the
now,
shard.
But you got to put more pressure onto this tier 2 tower. He's got the Aegis to play around. He's got the BKB. He's going to try and take this tower. And Palos, his job right now is just stall. Stall out the game. Make sure that you can get a tower or get an objective while T1 don't get anything. But they're pretty far ahead. It only says 2k, but their timings are right now on T1. And Thompson, with all of that cast range, is just able to siege from the tree line.
Finally, Arna wants to show off as well, even pre-BKB. Just comes in, a couple of right clicks, helps secure the tower. So T1, even down the Aegis, feels strong enough to be able to claim out some of the map. We'll see how long they want to stick around, though. It's going to be important for them to, like you said, just really limit Execration from getting towards his timing, because they are very, very close to it.
Now, I have a question for you. What do you think about Gaben's read on this game? Have a look at the old Dota Plus. The win prop.
Do you want me to look, or am I guessing?
Yeah, have a look.
Okay.
Do you agree? Do you think Execration have a 2-to-1 chance to win this game? I think if it goes really late, they do. But
I think T1 are gonna have issues in team fighting. I do feel like this is a lineup that kind of needs to be doing what they are, like hitting their timings and running through a lot of the early skirmishes. But like Radiant do have big advantages in 5-on-5 fights, and I think that's going to be highlighted even more as the game goes on.
Doing a pretty good job of shoving out these lanes.
Smoke from
BKBs
Toxins
on your important targets.
Hip Hop, great position for the Pugner. Gets out under the cover of the Glimmer Cape. So they will not be able to see his positioning, but Execration is still pushing on forward for more. Gonna try and claim some of the map, seeing if
Still a scary prospect, this game. It can honestly go either way.
Question. He's playing around this bottom tier 1 tower.
They do now.
Feels kind of yeah, there we go. Might be able to get a quick pick off onto him depending on the vision coming through from T1, which is pretty just non-existent on this bottom half of the map. Can they do it? Can they claw their way back into this series? They've had a pretty decent start, and at least they claim back their outpost as well, so a bit of experience going back their way. And what do you think about this top outpost as well? They moved the outpost up a little bit, but now it's off the Aegis. It's not right on top of it.
Hang on, what? Off the Aegis?
Yeah, you see the thing on the ground underneath the outpost?
Yeah. Is it
it's
off
a little
it?
bit too high for me, yeah.
Oh my god, shut up.
Tower's being pushed in on the top side. It's a decent just ghost push coming through. I mean, you've got the Manta style on Ana's Morphling now, so it'll require a little bit more attention to be given over, but it's just T1 maintaining that map control. Wait, what? On my map, it's off the Aegis.
Yeah,
but on
no,
what the viewers see. What do you see?
I see the same. It looks fine to me. I don't know.
Oh.
You're complaining. Understandable though. If it's, no, I trust you. It's fine. Well, mid lane. Aegis still for 30 seconds. They're gonna be cautious. Smoke's gonna pop instantly. No one pops detection. Oh, they're just running forward. Bob gets Grim. He's gonna try and target down Thompson, but there's no follow-up. Finally, efficient. But where's the damage? Thompson's finally.
That was so good into so bad.
As Execration, they've got to get out. They messed up the side of the fight. They committed too heavily and didn't find any kills.
Very heavy commitment, but without your Death Prophet. Death Prophet is the sustained damage that you've got in a lot of these fights, and it's what creates space for someone like
but
the
DP is also the worst farmed hero in
to some of the
game.
BKBs that they've got on T1 side. So the fact that they weren't able to land that, the fact that you were forced to go in first and just get a solo overgrowth onto a partner who was already Glimmer Caped is not so ideal. There we go. On the high ground. Tino has the TP potential to be able to get back. He's going into the Nullifier that we were talking about towards the end of the draft as a potential response to this Pugner. He's still at least one item away from it. The Helm of Iron Will, about 1,000 gold away.
I was just wondering at something. Now I'm trying to remember what it was. I was like, hang on, this yeah. Why is Little Friend's 6-second taunt? That has to be too long, right? That seems crazy.
I think you're... No, maybe not a Helm of the Overlord. I was about to say, I think you're overestimating how much damage it does, but yeah, not if it's a Helm of the Overlord creep.
6 seconds, though. Like, sure, if you don't kill the target... Well, sorry, if you kill the target, it's gonna... No, I mean, it's worth it. Doesn't matter how long the taunt's gonna last for. But 6 seconds is a long time for a 1,400 gold item, right?
Yep.
Like, is this not, like, core in every game now? I feel like this is nuts.
Any game that has some kind of creep, you know? Eidolons or
okay, sure.
Beastmasters. If it's not, like, jungle creeps really don't do that much. Lane creeps don't do that much.
The rest kind of does.
On the offensive for once.
Jump in. Onto Bob. They're going to try and pull him up. They might be able to do so before the BKB. Bob's out. Thompson gives him a tip as well. He'll get him back for the laning stage. Now with the rest of Execration, they're hanging around Ana. Ana's going to be cautious. Shanks is in with the combination. The chain control needs to be perfect, and it is. Execration hit back. They stick around.
There we go.
Nice.
The reverse
Back into the
tips coming
tips.
through.
Dyer's bottom
Also
tower
got the blink dagger still on Vincenzo. He didn't pop
Another
the
jump
Oak
in.
previously.
Zephyr, we'll see if they can blow up the Death Prophet. Palace is pretty beefy with the hood activated.
Honestly, this game,
Yeah,
still no
Posse
idea
doesn't
where the
have
fuck
hers.
it's headed.
Charging
have
to the
his-
middle. T2's going to
You
the
guys want to
middle
continue with this,
formation
or you
play
want to
with.
watch Nigma,
Back
by
up
the
to
way? Because
high
Nigma's in the
ground,
draft right
won't even
now.
Be required as Execration are happy with the objective.
No one spied the double damage bot yet either. Nice little pickup if you're able to place it in the bottle. Bob, especially if he's the one to get it. I mean, he obviously still had another great laning stage coming through, 8 kills for his team. Doing a pretty solid job. Not necessarily scaling in levels though, that's the big area where he's falling behind a little bit. And he actually did go the presence aura effects buildings that I was talking about before, so really wanting to take any
Nigma are
little
playing with a
teamfight they can
Lesh.
get more than expected off the back of
And an Enigma,
pinging out that
and then
double
another
damage.
IO, but then again, Lash
Bob
plus
making his way
IO
over.
is really fucking good.
Oh, interesting. Jenks is holding the Tumblers toy at the moment. Seen a lot of the Earthshakers play with that, the Eye of the Vizier. That extra cast range is incredible. I mean, we see often it's kind of
The max mana is not incredible.
It's not
Shaker
nice
doesn't have a
yet,
lot to
but that-
play
that
with, bro.
the fissure from afar
Radiant
is
Bro, I think
Bro.
you're forgetting
know,
that
we s-
Tumblr's toy gives 200 mana. So he's going to be in
Yes.
625, minus 20% of that. You've got like
I know.
500 mana. That's not a lot.
I'm saying this, we saw Slardin prioritize Eye of the Vizier, and he looked incredible on the Earthshaker. So all I'm saying is, like, you know, I saw him use it. I'm like, all right, he looked pretty good on it.
He's one of the ones that's allowed to play it, though.
Yeah, so-
He's part of an exclusive list.
Oh, Cook's got
So,
the
should we not then
boots
be
of
saying, like,
bearing.
okay, if Shanks doesn't have the Eye of the Vizier, someone on the exclusive list is using it.
He's been playing it all right. He's going to need some like game-winning plays to get onto the true list of allowed to play Earthshaker.
So far,
Oh, it's annoying
like
to
you
play
said, he's been
against.
playing
Yes,
alright.
very
We'll
true.
see if
But
he's able
IO
to
does
continue
save
that,
from
but
Chrono,
the damage that they can
which is
pump
a
in,
pretty
all
big
they can need
save.
on Execration is just a control. That is the main thing. Bob with the double damage rune, almost level 18. Palos, going to be a little bit more dependent on the levels. Really, level 18 is a nice timing key for the Death Prophet, having that last and final.
They do
point
have
in
a
the exo.
BKB piercing intro
Definitely
for
feels
Black
like
Hole
even-
with
even though there's a
that
5,000 net worth lead for T1,
Chrono.
they
However,
really
if
do
you
have
most
the
of the
pacing
time just want to
respect of
catch the
Execration's
void
lineup. Like, this is a team
inside the
that
Chrono.
will thrive in these team fight scenarios.
So I was talking about how I didn't
In the black hole,
lack of
sorry.
usage of it in the
Oh,
laning
catch
phase,
face
just to be able
void in
to
the
help
Chrono.
out
That's
with
probably a
the
very
Allison
bad
play.
idea.
But how being leveled up now and just constantly sending his creeps and his wolves to be able to push out these lanes means that you've actually freed up a big amount of time for Bob as well as Palos to be able to farm up their next item. I really want to see Palos in particular just get into that plate mail if he can afford it. He's holding on to a lot of gold right now, and I'm not sure how valuable a dust or a windlace is going to be relative to something else. 5 seconds left on that Roche timer.
This is big.
So can they find the back line? Can they get the vision down?
This is a big
Lycan Wolf
wraparound.
scouting out isn't out of the ordinary.
They see Arna.
Zephyr.
They see Arna. They're going to get the fissure, but instead they'll turn to Marcy. An instant pick off. But Execration, you need more out of this. You pop the shapeshift for it. Tino's going to charge him. Nullify's there. The threat of the
Ooh.
hit the wolf. Vincenzo doesn't cast it. So Arna just waveforms in, gets rid of the Treant Protector. And now they've got a sentry as well to Bob's location. They're trying to force out an early use of the
Force
BKB,
out a
but Bob
buyback.
will be able to reposition. But T1, they weathered the storm.
Oh,
They
Nigma
wasted out
pick up the
shapeshift.
Miracle
They wasted out the double damage
Spectre.
as well on Bob.
Ooh, ooh.
And they've been using the Ogre Bruiser the entire time to see that they've got
Oh,
this.
look at the charge up, the smoke. Is T1 trying into the higher ground, but Execration, they'll back off.
Or Granite Golem giving his life up for the cause, and well, maybe now they'll feel like it's easy enough to go into this Roche pit. You do have the Wolf here scouting things out a little bit. Gotta get it out of the poison. No. You know everything. Gotta get it out. Oh, there we go. Sentry Ward gets dropped down, so there's not going to be any kind of Aegis deny coming through here. Might be the full team coming through though, Thompson, especially if he gets hit first.
Charge up the Requiem from afar. Thompson, they just clip on the fear. They're going to try and blow up the Pogner, but the damage is not there at the moment. Thompson's protected. The D crept out to the north side, and our Bob is getting chased out, but a turn into the crit. They'll kill off the Marcy, but they go buying some time, but no shakes. He misses on the Echo Slam. They needed that ultimate, and our T1, they can charge on forward, targeting down Tino with a Lycan. They'll secure the easy kill. Turning to Palos next is going to be Ana. Fisher's still on cooldown for the Morphling replicate, so they will not be able to catch up.
It's the power of the Netherward, my man. That dealt damage to Shanks when he used the enchant totem there just to try and set up for that little bit of extra stun to go in for the Echo Slam, and meant that he didn't actually have the blink available. So just little things
full
like that.
dirt mode.
Power of the puck.
Good to know.
All this passive damage, disabling BKBs and turning your own strengths against them.
Now you got to go up into a second life on Ana's Morphling. Level 20 with the waveform attacks, and he's got the Ag Shard that...
Hogner and Marcy still need it.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, he already has his shard, so yeah, send it back on the corridor.
You give this one to maybe Marcy, just to provide a little bit of extra range, I suppose, if Thompson gets caught out. Maybe Thompson just wants the cast range on the Netherwood. I don't think we'll see a multi-Zuck coming through, unfortunately.
The glizzy.
The hell is a glizzy? Some Zuma slang?
I shouldn't even said that.
Yeah, I figure it was something like that.
No, Shanks, get out. Who's gonna go for a TP?
I'm trying to figure out what a glizzy is.
So Bob is cruising out, but T1. I mean, this is. Do you feel like this is an Aegis where they can poke the high ground?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they have Echo Slam back up, I suppose, and Exorcism as well, but this is a chance for them to just get the lanes pushing back out in their favor. It's daytime as well, so Tino isn't going to have that howl just to assist with the split push coming through. Obviously, you've got the Ancient Black Dragon to be able to do so, but they're just trying to look for pickoffs right now. So Thompson, with his Boots of Travel, can join at any time. The Enchantress, there's always going to be a creep that they have to TP onto as well, so I like the way that T1 are splitting up the map. They catch Palos.
They will be able to. Oh my god, what was that damage?
That's Enchanted Quiver, my man, alongside of a Marcy with Sidekick and everything maxed out, stun on stun. Pretty devastating. They're just, again, trying to trade up top here on Execration. It honestly feels like the most that they can do, even if it's just getting the glyph out to enable a future rat play.
Yeah, it looks like this game might just be over. He won
Up here, providing that little bit of the
breaking
aura
bases.
from the Overlord.
DP, safe lane.
They're going to lose a lot pretty damn quickly.
Not really doing
even
much after
bothering
35
for
minutes.
Tracks, and Bob just trying to put his body on the line as well. That glyph isn't really going to juice any of the backdoor protection though. Mid's already pushed in, but they're going to back off as soon as they see that the Lycans come on back. So at least they get a tier 3, but you lose a tier 3 and a melee racks in exchange.
I'm assuming it's going to be T1 winning.
Nice.
What's Paxi doing? Mind Control didn't use demonic conversion yet. Does he know that Pexu's come up here?
What's he gonna do? Stare him to death?
Well, you get the XP from the creep that gets denied, don't you?
That's true. Yeah.
Or you get the XP when the Eidolons die.
No, from the creep.
Yeah. Well, he's not gonna get it. Mind Control held it. Pexu on 12 experience. Good start to the lane stage. And then mid we see there that limp against Sumail. Zeus versus Lash. The spam of spells will begin.
Very good. Centaur has definitely evolved a little bit with the game. I know he's not super picked as much, but talking about this blink and how nice that would be, I feel like we've also just seen a lot of offlaners by, like Mars for example, no longer going blink, just going BKB rush and being a body. So maybe S4 wants to do that on his Centaur. Get a Vanguard or a Hood or something. Tank up. walk in the jungle, be like, "This is my jungle. Do not come here." And then if someone does, you hoof stomp them. You get the arrow turn.
It's like Vanguard's a farming item for him as well, right? Just retaliate in a creep camp, push out wave safely, and just stick yourself on a lane. Force Nigma to deal with you one way or the other.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Definitely nice if you can get a centaur. Sorry, ring of health. I meant.
Yeah. Get him that regen early on. That's what he's rushing towards. A few little starting items. There's Kuro, does sniper courier bottom. Mind control. That's Enigma, always going to be a difficult hero to lane into.
Tamil is a very good Lesh player. That is one plus that they have compared to last game.
A ton of creeps under that void.
I can't imagine this is an easy lane. You brought it up in the draft. It's so hard for Chen to deal with the Eidolons. He doesn't have any good spells to help clear them at all. So he has to just kind of click them if he can. But Mind Control's just going to play them on the other side of the lane. They're just going to focus really hard on CSing.
And then you have Kuro stealing Chen's creeps. And sniping Courier with a ghost as well.
Oh my god.
That's another Courier kill here, Kuro. And keep that pressure on bottom.
It is kind of a ridiculously dumb lane.
This back and forth, and
because if Chen steals the Eidolons, Kuro steals them back.
Hanskin, trying to drag the Mirana around. And Nigma with some great ideas here and how to get themselves a good early lead in this laning stage. Only 8 last hits on the Faceless Void. Definitely going to be a struggle for him. But Zeus doing well mid. That's just going to be a farm trade there between the two of them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sad about the Mirana pick. I don't think it was fully utilized in the draft. Just having, like, how many times have we seen Mirana's paired with Kunkkas? You put some Kunkka mid, you have a Mars top, and you're able to make plays wherever you go. I feel like Mirana feels kind of sad. Her ability to make plays on mid is quite limited. Her ability to make plays bot is limited. There's no stuns. No one other than Centaur has a way to set up for arrow.
They're trying to land those blind arrows. Not the best. We'll probably see Hanskin, like you mentioned, go for these movements around catapult timings. Stop any push that's coming in from Nigma. I'm not really even able to chase back GH into that jungle. I'm just going to grab the bounty rune, think about returning to lane. It's like every wave is at dire tier 1 tower. And there's no way here for Goonsquad to give chase or chip away at people. It feels like they're losing that regen trade everywhere.
Both sides have global presence, but there's 2 global spells
Water
on Nigma's side. Actually, no, both teams have 2 global spells on their side.
They are locked into these lanes.
Zeus ult, Stamping, Stampede. Actually 3, because they also have Mirana ulti. Actually 4, they have Chen ulti. They have almost a full global lineup on the side of Goonsquad. Holy shit.
For as long as he wants.
That's kind of cool.
That's probably the upside here for Goonsquad, is the kill threat is pretty lacking.
Chen ult, Centaur Stampede, the Zeus ulti, Mirana ulti.
Let him lane
on the Nigma side, it is primarily
able to get rune or TP's top
relocate
or
and Spectre
anything,
Hans.
There's definitely
and later Spectre
You
Axe.
have nothing to protect yourself from magic damage.
Yeah, a good pull down bottom from Peksu. Gonna force mind control to try and clear that out. And we've seen them do a pretty good job at killing Eidolons just by clicking them. I think mind control has been a little sloppy in letting them die, as they try and kill S4 top while also diving mid for Limp. A Harpy Stormcrafter spanning out his lightnings along with Lesh with his
yeah,
own
you're always
storm,
scared of him, that is
true. Zeus. Limp is pretty speedy with his heavenly jump and his arcane boot, so he's away from it.
It's being annoying. How many inches have we seen make moves like this, especially on the lead up to the catapult? If you're able to get that kill there or force Limp to go back to base, suddenly you're getting a lot more chip damage onto that tower. But unfortunately, not going to quite work out. Limp will just push that wave out. Don't have to worry about that caught.
Yeah, we even saw there with a long duration arrow onto Miracle, just unable to finish off the Spectre as GH heals him up, and S4 looking for the turnaround, but Desolate damage coming in, a Hellbear juking around. And I should be able to finish off this Centaur with a few more hits. Go on with the impetus shot. Kuroki lands it. Might die to tower. No, he's got a Fairy Fire to survive. And Hanskin, with 3 leap charges and 10 one charges, not a target. They can dive under tower. So Kuro making a try lane up top. The long walk from bottom lane through mid up to top. Finds them first blood.
Oh, Limp guts the rune. No supports came in to help.
Hanskin wanted that arrow, but there's creeps in the way.
1k net with lead for Nigma.
Scouted by the Alpha Wolf. Kills it off.
The lanes are going pretty okay.
Place a ward up there, but I feel like Nigma are gonna know that's what's been going on.
Next patch,
While we
Global
get the moves
Chrono.
into
That
the
would
top,
be
that
a
leaves
fuck
Mind
you
Control
to every
completely
single
alone
player in
bottom.
Dota ever.
I mean, it's also, by extension, Aqua gets a free lane pretty much to farm to his heart's desire because he has the backup of the Chen now.
Yeah, he's keeping on net worth on par with Mind Control. So.
And Peksu, though, slowed down and stunned by Sumail's Lash. Nice little freebie there for him. Aqua gonna have to time walk away. Luckily, there is no level 6 on Mind Control just yet.
I'm actually looking so forward to Champions League tonight.
The biggest problem with this Enigma lane is just the XP disparity. Oh, they're going top? No, they're good. Yeah, Mind Control is already closing on his level 6. You had that nice rotation from Leshrac already. But he's about to get Black Hole.
Yeah, and they're trying to go for this kill. He's not going to get Black Hole up in time, though, is he? The damage from the Zeus is more than enough to bring MC down. So Limp's rotation working out this time as he'll walk back in towards mid. Not going to be an easy migration, though. 3 Nigma heroes are all here, and they've got level 2 Diabolic Edict to try and chip away at this tier 1. GH and Kuro.
We were watching Ajax or Barca Ajax, of course. Okay, hear me out. Position 3 IO as a combo with Faceless Void. What, with the Faceless Void position 4?
So throw on the tower is not massively there, but bringing
and I've already seen that combo work
played
a couple of times.
Force rotations and be a nuisance, and
where it was safe lane Faceless Void and an IO.
Side lane.
Half lane.
Yeah, move on to S4.
In my pubs at
no
least.
Protection against this magic damage. There's a ton of it from Sumail as he's juking out that Centaur Stomp. Nice sidestep multiple times. Make sure S4 didn't have any real recourse. And now they're on a tier 1 top. The tower damage isn't great from Nigma when they've got no Diabolic Edict, and yeah, it's level 3 now. It looks like they still can go for it with this additional creep wave.
I feel like they're just pulling Goonsquad around right now. Look at Zeus and Mirana trying to respond by going top. They might not even get kills here. It's just...
It's like not... Yeah, there's no way Zeus can counter push the mid tier 1, right? He's not a mid hero that kind of sits in lane and says, hey, you've moved, you've rotated. I want to get something done. Hanskin does have leap TP. Split Earth. Oh, not quite in time. Pretty close.
Think about it. Magic damage to put into Chrono, and you can tether him and just man up.
Low ground right next to it, and it's your
I
own
mean,
jungle.
possible.
But it's okay. They don't necessarily need it. They have pretty nice defensive.
But there's a lot of combos that work well with Faceless Void, so.
Like keeping themselves safe at the same time.
You could also just go OD and just like 3 right clicks into the Chrono.
Said 6 minutes in, hey, I'm ready. I'm going to keep ganking. I've got a Hood, I've got a Black Hole, get in on top of Aqua, Horn from Miracle, and the stun from the Split Earth connect.
Black Hole, baby.
Nigma bringing everybody down bottom to get a couple of kills. A double for Miracle off the back of that Haunt, and it's Limp. There's no way he can stick around, just going to have to let this tier 1 down bottom fall.
They seem pretty upset about last game.
They're not mucking around, are they?
Nah, they ain't giving a single inch of breath this time. This is good. I think the top lane, they've done a really good job of killing S4 when they can and threatening, but at some point you kind of have to move your carry out and figure out what your next move is. Are you farming the jungle? Are you taking a tower? Bringing Miracle Bot to pressure this tower? Definitely the nice move. I think the only problem it does give is Mind Control and Miracle are both going to want to farm, and I'm not sure if Spectre is strong enough to farm Ancients very effectively. So you do need to kind of delegate
normally
where
if you
people
want to
wanna
farm
get to
Ancients, you go
might
for
just
the
swing around to mid.
Blade
That's
Mill
something
build.
that a lot of carries do. They'll just farm mid and then the camps in
But
the
I
jungle
don't think I've seen a Spectre go for the Blade Mill build in
around
a
it.
long time.
Well, nice escape from S4 top. Tower's still dead, though.
He got what he wanted.
Yeah, well on his way to Blink.
I definitely think it would be in Nigma's best interest to try and force this bot tower again soon. It's just a little difficult because of like your Black Hole being down and the Chrono being up. You kind of don't have any objective takers outside of the Leshrac. And he can definitely throw his lead.
Keep being active. force S4 and kick him out of this triangle. Still chasing him. Give him a few more hits. Really get out of here. Even dragging the wave into the Ancient so Sumail can get a bit more efficient farming. Steal away a little stack there.
Look at
from
this.
Goonsquad.
He's not taking towers, but he's... I mean, he took top, but he's not taking, like, the important towers, but he's definitely having, like, massive impact. I think everyone feels afraid of Sumail, and whenever he's not showing on the map, like, you're just wondering, like, where he is, what he's doing next. You have to, like, kind of respond to him, but also there's a Spectre farming. There's also an Enigma
He's
farming.
such an
There's
angry
kind of
boy.
a lot of little problems that you have to deal with on Goonsquad.
They're
and being another
12 minutes in, 1k ahead. Nigma's back, baby! Oh, 2k ahead. Nigma's back!
Looking for the deny now
Yeah,
as well.
woohoo!
The tower does eventually fall, but this is given
Miracle
so
has
much
the
time
biggest
now
penis.
for Nigma to group in mid, set themselves up. But Goonsquad under Moonlight Shadow.
Hey,
maybe
Amonkira.
Secret.
Goonsquad aren't randos.
Centaur.
S4, Lim,
Yeah, would have loved to have this now so we can make the jump in mid lane.
Beksu.
Nigma bring everybody.
They're not randos.
Mind control's like, all right, my
God.
tower bottom's fallen. I'm coming in mid. Let's go get this one. Steal a flag bearer.
Actually, less
push on
than I
in with
thought.
Edict.
Okay, they're back to 1000k.
Goonsquad on a spot to stop
1000k
them.
lead, wow.
I've got this
1000k.
chrono, but Void wants his Midas to be delivered, wants to keep on farming. And Nigma chasing into jungle to force Pexu away.
Oh, they're old
from
alliance
his
guys.
camps.
I think Beksu, I don't think
It's
he
kind of
was
the
in
problem,
alliance,
isn't it? You
but
wanna use that
Hanskin,
chrono, but you
Limp,
don't
and
wanna not
S4 were
farm.
old alliance.
Yeah.
They gonna go in?
Oh, he's time walked in. They've got Black already on MC. He was hiding in the trees, looking for his opportunity. Now, looks like Goonsquad have got themselves away from danger for the most part now.
It's a
When
hand
you look at
of
this map and you think, hey,
oh.
Spectre with
Both
Horn is
safe
farming,
laners
has
got a
the
hand of
Midas,
Midas.
clearing through jungle, while Faceless Void has to TP top to try and clear out waves now.
He wants nothing to do with this. He understands that Nigma collapsing on bot, and he cannot defend this tower. I think they just feel like they don't have enough.
Oh, by the way, did T1
damage
win?
to get through everything? Mind control has
Ah, yeah,
finished the
T1
Wraith
won.
Pact, and Sumail has a IO behind him, who's nearly finished a mech. It's getting scarier and scarier. Like, your damage issues are going to become quite apparent soon. And they have that blink on Centaur. Usually, when you get a blink, you just smoke up with it immediately. But I don't think they feel confident running into the Nigma ball.
Yeah, it's like, where are they? And again, it's one of those situations where you see one hero, you see Sumail mid, you're like, oh, there they are. All members of Nigma grouped up together. We've got a DD rune for Spectre. And this could be Roshan for them, honestly. Just go in with the Edict, desolate damage, it's up to level 2. Looks like Sumail just poked his head in the pit, was thinking about it. Kuroki has other ideas, though, stealing Hellbear from the Chen.
Yeah.
And we do have that high ground ward, well, I guess just above the staircase in that triangle, scouting out where Goonsquad are going to be coming from.
IO is poor,
They are not tanky, man.
but
They
Sumail
need
and Miracle are
an
pretty
inch to
farmed.
tank for them or something. Oh, they have a creep. That's, yeah. Okay, they're good.
Hellbear comes in. They got Wraith Pact, heals from GH, and Radiant
Come
Scan.
on.
It connects, but they weren't expecting this to die so fast with a double damage rune, and Kuroki just puts his body in the way. The barrier of the Eng stops Goonsquad from initiating. I mean, Aqua came
Miracle's
across here to
going
join
for
in, but he's
Manta.
got
Is he
no
gonna go
triangle to
Manta
farm.
Ags, do you think, or is he
Lost
gonna go
half
like
his spawn
Manta
now, but he-
Scotty?
Kind of sad. They wanted to fight, then didn't want to fight. And now Nigma, the ones with the Aegis on this Spectre.
Because Ags is kind of
This is,
ultra pog.
assumably a farming Aegis where they look for kills where they can, and you know, if a fight happens where they can use a good haunt, then so be it. I think Sumail will just continue to try and play aggressively, take up map space. I'm honestly surprised they didn't put the Aegis on him, seeing as he's been doing the most active and like most aggressive map moves, trying to take the enemy ancients, trying to be in the enemy jungle. And I guess they just want to make sure like the Miracle gets his items and that he's completely safe, and that Goonsquad feel bad. Maybe they feel like they can't kill the Lestrak, so they don't need to give him this Aegis.
Yeah, maybe. With what, Hood, Yules? Hey, nearly up to the Eternal Shroud as well. I guess Spectre's primary job is going to be haunting and diving the Zeus, getting on top of Limp. So that does put him in harm's way a little bit. They're eyeing up Aqua. Yules, Horn, Split Earth lands. The damage, it looks good. Oh, the Invis in the Hand of God, though, they had no reveal. In the back, though, they're hunting Pexu. Chen the easier target, and they did get a sentry dropped. Stampede, though. Oh, has that got him away? Miracle, a dagger in 3 seconds, but he doesn't see where the Chen is headed. So
Time Walk does not
ultis and a
count as
big move
healing,
from
no.
Nigma top nets them nothing, while Goonsquad, they group up mid.
I love the consistent damage.
Just like
that Nigma
Sunder
has in
isn't
their draw.
considered
Where
healing.
you didn't expend anything there at all, and you threatened a centaur all. You
It's,
threatened
I
a
guess,
moonlight. You threatened a
changing
TP
of
out
HP
from Faceless
pool
Void.
or
Now they get
something
free
along
reign
those
to
lines. Even though healing is technically
move
also
wherever they
changing
feel
of
like.
HP pool,
Go take a fight
how
wherever
would
they
you
want, knowing that spells are down.
specifically call it? The fixed transition of HP?
Wraith Pact already done. Black Hole is ready.
They have this nice deep ward down in the triangle on Goonsquad's triangle, so they just see so much, and they know where they're playing, and they know how they can like split their heroes. And Miracle's just gonna walk in here without care, with his Aegis. Meanwhile, you have Samael holding the wall down bot.
Yeah, it feels like Goonsquad are like caught between two play sets basically. They want to go and fight with Chrono. They've got this Blink Centaur, but they've not had an opportunity to jump anyone. But they also want to sit back and farm Aqua because he is their hard carry. I mean,
Schmill should get Ags to
so
save.
Limp feels more comfortable. Are they waiting for anything in particular?
Against
or is this just the fact
Faces
that
Void
Nigma has
Chrono.
Aegis and they're kind of respecting and holding back?
They definitely want to respect the Aegis, but that being said, they can take a fight around it. It's just a Spectre, and she's not that
He's going
incredibly
Radiance?
farmed to the point where you need to worry about killing her. You know, like prioritizing her. You definitely want to prioritize Samael over her. You just need the damage to do it.
Oh, a
I'm
DD.
not sure where that comes from.
Limp takes it. I thought that was going to be a DD for the Void, but Aqua.
No, it's
way
a
too
DD for the
far
one
away.
true carry, bro.
The king.
Oh.
Well, sitting on their high ground, waiting for Nigma to come.
OTC, one true king.
You have a Maelstrom now? I think ideally he wants to have something like a BKB on Faceless Void. But, and again, this carry might be one of the slowest scaling damage carries.
S4 makes the decision to go. They've got relocate save from GH. Drags Samael away from the initiation. Tops him back up, heal to full. And Nigma ready to go for round 2. There's a nice bit of poke from Goonsquad, right? That's not expending anything really. And S4 is going to be able to make the re-jump back into the IO. Blow up GH. Pexu chased down by Samael,
doesn't have
though, as
shard.
the Stampede allows them to escape. Wraith Pack cleared up. A great move by Goonsquad. Like, okay, it's only a kill on the IO, but you're forcing Nigma to react and think about how they're fighting this, while Aqua does continue to farm. You didn't have to expend Chrono or even his TP.
Yeah, unlike Mind Control, who TP'd mid. I think this is the best they can do. Like you said, just poke, force reactions, force TPs, force anything, force an Aegis, force, you know, anything that is available to them, they just need to take it and just hope to keep scaling up and get more damage. Your Zeus is level 12 now, so you have that extra punch in the Thunder God's Wrath. Being able to just get a, like, he has a shot as well. He's going for that Sanjin Kaya. Maybe he can get that Aghanim Scepter, Refresher. When you have all that, suddenly your damage output becomes so much higher, and it's like, okay, yeah, now we actually can kill the people we want to kill.
S4 nearly had it. Tumbler's toy, not enough. Couldn't gap close the courier. And Miracle felt this coming, so he manted and put himself in the trees. While bottom, the Yule split earth onto Hanskin. Finishes off the Marauder, and the Horn from Miracle chasing into Limp, but
Almost
breaks up to
catching
high
him.
ground. Gets there with a
Want to
heavenly jump.
confirm, if mid player picks a power rune with
This is
bottle,
ability
he
for
pass
Nigma to
bottle
play
to
every
position 1,
side of the
position 1
map
can't activate. You
simultaneously.
can't remove the bottle from your
Bottom, they've got
inventory
one up top, they've got relocate, Horn
if
ability
it's
to
filled
be
with a rune.
anywhere and everywhere on the map. That's where it feels like Goonsquad are having some struggles. They're not able to set up somewhere and get ready for the team fight.
So no.
So this feels like some old school global strat. I feel like for a while there was this new version where people were playing the Nature's Prophet carry with the Dawnbreaker and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, and here comes Nigma collapsing into their own jungle top. Another catch on S4, stunned through his Stampede as Mind Control just black hole straight into
the Chrono.
Pexu, but now he's been found with a Chrono on him. Aqua focuses down the Enigma. Kuroki coming in from the southern side, but the Moonlight Shadow's here. And he reveals a sentry from GH, but far too distant, away from Limp. No, they can't catch him now, can they? Oh, he's under it. Oh, maybe they can.
He'll show
He's
the
under, he's
ward.
under a sentry, another sentry. Observer ward a little deeper, heavenly jump. Oh, that's enough.
Mobility spells for everyone. I know.
Maybe I
Nigma
guess in the
have
minds of Goonsquad, you're probably just like
Oh, yeah.
thinking, hey, next Roshan, we've got our ultis. We'll fight around that.
I mean, you gotta fight at some point if you're Goonsquad.
Yeah, and a blink stomp into mid
Oh,
doesn't hurt.
nice
Good
arrow.
arrow connecting onto Miracle. Doesn't have Aegis anymore, and that's him
Okay.
dead. Even with the
Right.
heal of GH, he gets blown up by the Zeus.
What a
Oh,
great
Chase
punish.
is on now. Yeah, punish them. Find more. GH tethers across to Sumail. S4 does have another blink stomp. They've got no vision up on the high ground, though. They don't see what's
They're
happening.
actually having a pretty big struggle fest right now
Yeah.
on Nigma's
A
side.
little bit overeager. You
More
have that Vessel
surprising
Mirana
than I
that
would
they
have
just finished on
expected.
her last death, but just really gonna halter how much they can save with the IO. I think Nigma are playing sort of similar to the way they played last game, where they just try and make a line on the map.
Yeah,
They're
create
going-
a big barrier. And find Chen.
yeah, like,
Line drawn down bottom, so go push that wave out. Prep yourselves for next Roche.
yeah, if you've looked at any way that Nigma have been warding this game, they have wards bot. They're even refreshing their ward that is up for quite some time still. I think just maybe in case one gets dewarded, they have the other. I don't know. They had that one in the lane top. It's gone now, but it was there for a long time. They had that ward that lasted forever in the triangle. They're just trying to cover as much area as they can.
Yeah, see everything, know everything. Kuroki destroyed though by his S4 jump, but look at how quickly he falls to the Manta of Miracle. Desolate damage, just carving through the Centaur quickly. And yeah, if you can have this vision in the enemy side of the map, in the enemy jungle, you're seeing where Aqua's farming, you know that he's going to be relying on clearing out waves. You can also maneuver yourself with these global abilities. I can't quite take the tier 2. 30 seconds for Roche to respawn. And there they are. They know where Aqua's heading, right? They know he's not bottom jungle. He's not showing top. He's got to be trying to cut down towards bottom wave.
They don't even have to necessarily chase him. They have the option of like smoking back into him or running at him and forcing his TP. Because when he TPs, that's a lot, right? It's now a point of if he shows on a top wave or if he shows on a mid wave, he has to be there. He can't leave. He can't like push out bot and then TP out. You know that it's on cooldown. You know you can keep chasing him, hunt him down, make him uncomfortable, lessen his net worth. Getting a TP is such a massive thing.
Yeah, especially on a carry. Oh, it's Sumail.
Oh,
He just blinks
Sumail
in
going
aggressively.
wild.
Gets the jump on the
A little
Chen.
bit too
A
wild,
lot of magic
and he's
damage,
dead.
Though, gonna blow the Leshrac up, and now Aqua looking for the chrono, but
Okay.
he doesn't want to land it just on Kuro. GH was
Sumail,
trying to
question
relocate,
mark?
but didn't save Sumail in time. So the 1-for-1 trade going to be favoring Goonsquad so far. As it looks like Nigma just going to back themselves up and try and escape with the heroes they've got. You see Aqua, he just really doesn't want a chrono as support.
Sumail really
And
thought that he
maybe-
was
maybe
playing
he'll go a Miracle, but
Void Spirit.
S4 gonna whiff out on his Centaur stomp. Walks up high ground into Miracle. They do kill off GH in the end, but S4 has put himself
Look at
in
that
harm's
Kuro
way. He
damage,
needs to
holy
stampede
shit.
to get away.
That's for almost dying to
My
the end.
God, that was a very brave blink, though. Talk about that for a second. I think Sumail vastly overestimated how tanky he was. He got blown up almost immediately. I mean, he only has 1.6k health. It's just not enough to be doing that. I don't think Io guessed it either.
Yeah, didn't quite know what was going on. Well, like the chain stun from Goonsquad is pretty perfect as well, though. The stomp into arrow meant he couldn't Yules, couldn't keep himself alive. And they will just wander into the pit. And this is the great thing about Aqua not spending chrono there, is they do still have a chance. But it
It's
doesn't
very
look like
dead very
They
quickly.
understand how quickly Roshan falls, or if Nigma are doing it at all.
This has
Free
to be
shard
my biggest criticism of this team.
for
is just
Sumail.
that they're not keeping tabs on Roche. It took 2 lost Roches last game for them to kind of flip that switch and start to contest it. And now again, they're letting it go for free.
Yeah, no, I don't know if they've got the time to combat this. Arrow gonna hit into the Centaur there as Pengsu focused down by Sumail, and Mind Control just jumps straight onto S4. Doesn't want to spend his Black Hole just on a Centaur. Let Sumail do the stuns instead. And Kuro with that last impetus hit nets himself the kill.
No, it's looking better for Nigma now.
This is when Aqua starts to become really strong, though, right? He's got BKB, he's got Ag Shard. This is where Faceless Void is supreme hero on the map.
I'm glad we thought the exact same thing at the exact same time. That's what I wanted to say. He's big
Oh
now.
my God.
Oh god, okay. You
Nice.
can chrono on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, Sumail, he's got Split Earth landing in. Aqua doesn't land the chrono, and Sumail just blinks away. So they
Okay.
pop the Aegis. Apparently that's good enough for Goonsquad.
I guess they weren't confident about their ability to cancel
Wait,
the
I
relocate.
didn't
if
see
they
Saw
commit.
versus
I know.
Eyeballers.
Yeah, no Nimbus, no Zeus ult, no real way to
The
kill
fuck?
him.
Why didn't I see that game being played
I'm also
today?
wondering why Aqua didn't just chrono Miracle just then. The Spectre was all alone in that large camp in the triangle. Yeah, again, I guess maybe expecting Io to be nearby. Nigma once again invading. Leaving Miracle to farm down bottom. Can always join with a Haunt. But I don't know, losing Aegis that fast always feels so awkward because now we have 6 minutes of no Roshan, no clear directive or objective for teams to be taking.
Yeah. This sort of situation benefits both teams. I'm sure Aqua feels like he could always do with another item. I know that Zeus is going to be wanting his axe really badly. And on the other side, you have Nigma, who are playing with a Spectre. Spectre's, you know, one of the biggest, baddest carries in the game. Of course he wants to get another item. He would love to get a Basher and have that ability to lock down someone like Zeus before they can jump away and get saved. But Nigma are going to take the aggressive approach.
Yeah, and S4 not fast enough to blink away from that aggressive move out of Nigma. Aqua goes in, rewinds. Everybody's fine. Nobody dies. Or back and forth. Poke and prod, then run away.
6k net with lead for
Sumail
Nigma
doesn't
now.
run away though, does he? He just keeps charging
Oh,
forward.
will they do? How will
So
they handle
great.
this?
Split Earth, though.
You need a god like Chrono.
I was
I can
like
see on-
Hanscan also wanting to scale. Diffusal
But you
blade
kind
for
of
the
need to
Mirage
have
going up.
Chrono to counter Black Hole. Because they have no way to interrupt Black Hole otherwise.
Sumail's in. There's BKB on his Void. He might have to use it because he dies so very quickly. We'll get the time walk away. I didn't have the chain stuns on Nigma there, and Mind Control not wanting to spend that blink Black Hole or not being near enough by. More time for Goonsquad.
Smail's aggression is kind of what I like from this Faceless. Like, Faceless is jumping in. In some perfect case scenario, he manages to force a relocate, right? With his shard jumping in and out. But Smail's just doing the same thing with Blink.
I mean, Kuro just walks straight in. Mind Control gets the Black Hole only on S4, but Sumail is in the bank, aiming for the Chen. Aqua with a 3-man Chrono, though, and the Thunder God's Wrath. Miracle has already blown
That's
two
a
in the
nice
back.
Chrono, but no
And the
damage.
relocate out keeps Nigma alive. They are surviving as Aqua's BKB starting to wear out. Gets him towards high ground. Centaur and Chen both demolished as Nigma still full HP on everybody, ready to go high ground.
And they will, and there's nothing that can stop them. Especially, I mean, they've tried and tested and pushed their limits this game 100%. You've seen that from Sumail. They know that the only thing that really kills them is just a chain stun when he's out of position with no relocate. And Centaur's dead. There's no Chronosphere. There's nothing stopping them from really ending this game. And Miracle is so tanky. He has a Scotty and a Basher. Like, what are you really meant to do? You have to just keep poking with this Zeus shot and hope that you can do enough damage there?
He's doing a fair amount. Static field starting to stack up. S4 though, a very ballsy blink
stuck.
aggressively into the midst of Nigma. Getting clipped by
Oh,
the Split Earth as
Sumail?
well, but Sumail, he's
Ah,
so
he
tanky,
pops
heals
Bloodstone.
up with Eternal Shroud, lands another stun, the Split Earths are all over the place. Hanskin's
Look at that
gonna get
Bloodstone
caught again by
healing.
Another one, burned by the Pulse Nova, and S4, stunned before he can land a stomp. So sad for this Centaur to jump in and just get clipped by a stun. Rack's now falling, and Nigma chasing it towards Fountain.
Okay,
The Shen's
Sumail,
been
maybe a
found.
little bit too
Nimbus
greedy.
is down. Sumail is fine with the IO to back him up. Plenty of sustain, and another whiffed initiation from S4.
S4
Doesn't catch
is
anybody.
fucking up
Aqua
every
gonna
jump.
rewind the time walk. Trying to bait anything out he can from Nigma here. Time dilation there with the bash. He gets caught with a bash from Miracle. Oh my god. No bloody way.
That was a sadness moment right there.
This is a massacre. It's so hard to do anything. The amount of heals on Nigma. I mean, we talk about the Chen and his heals, but my god, this IO is pumping out so much. Sumail feels no fear. I don't think I've seen a player play with full confidence in a long time, and this is
The
full
least
confidence.
damage done on Goonsquad is the
This
face
whole
points.
game. Like, it's not even now that they're winning and stomping and he's showing off now. He has been playing this way from minute 5.
With gusto.
Yeah.
I mean, S4, he sees Sumail and he's like, yeah, probably time to run. The Horn will chase in towards Limp. They found the Zeus in the back. He throws Nimbus and Thunder God's Wrath, but that's it. Lights out for him. Hexu next on the menu as Nigma steamroll over Goonsquad here.
I don't really see a comeback potential here.
They can just run to any area they want, put a ward down, and play. They see anything, they know they can kill it.
Yeah, now they're on your doorstep with Blink, BKB, Black Hole ready for mind control.
They have not Black Hole. They have Chrono on a Goonsquad, but we saw last fight how that went. They got 3-man Chrono, but there's no damage. He had to commit pretty much the entirety of Chrono just to kill the Wraith Pack. And I really love the itemization from Nigma. Going a pipe on the Enchantress, going that Wraith Pact on the Enigma. They're trying to just nullify as much damage as they can, just to allow this Spectre to pretty much just be unkillable alongside the
There's a fucking moon shard.
Yeah, they've basically negated
on Spectre
presence in any of these team fights.
Yeah. It feels like the only damage he's doing is when they're trying to siege that high ground and he's just chipping them down with the Arc Lightning. Otherwise, yeah, he ults, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't matter.
Desperation.
It doesn't even matter.
Kind of
I tried
here.
so hard
Find kills
and got
on the back
so
lines.
far.
It's down to S4 to really catch out an IO.
Yeah. The dream Chrono here is onto IO and Enigma. Very hard to get, but maybe with a wraparound that's big enough. I don't know.
And you see Kuroki, right? Yeah, okay, you ping Kuroki, get him. Kill the Enchantress. And then what? The rest of Nigma rally around him, heal and relocate him. The Enchantress is out of there. And Sumail just jumps into the middle of all of them. They do get the Chrono landing onto Sumail. They'll blow up the Leshrac, or at least try to. Well, MC, oh!
Blink into Chrono by accident.
And he nearly whiffed the Black Hole, but he held onto it, so he will still have it, but no BKB if they go for round 2. And now they
that was a mistake by Sumail, by Kuro. Force the GH relocate to save Kuro. That was something that was very stupid. You can't have that happen ever.
Miracle Spectre there.
Relocate needs to be used to save a core, not a support.
Miracle knows he can play aggressively, and look at him shred.
Holy!
Oh my God, he didn't even need the Black Hole. Miracle.
That's Spectre damage, though.
Just 1v4s them. Bash, bash, bash. Just kill. Damage is enough. A triple kill.
What the frick was that Spectre damage?
Going to work.
Oh, I didn't even. I was trying to keep up with the kills, but these heroes were disappearing so fast. Oh, what a player.
And now they're on tier 4s. No buybacks really from Goonsquad to combat this. Nigma will take down the towers they need. And the throne completely exposed. S4 will buy back. Yeah,
that Spectre just... Look at the damage! It's against... Oh my lord.
Miracle and Sumail in towards them. They will lose the Leshrac, but Miracle picks up another triple kill. 13-1-9 and GG's called. Heading to game 3 here between Nigma and Goonsquad.
That was pretty wild.
They played like they were angry. That was beautiful Dota 2. I think their usage of wards this entire game was fantastic. Really just applying pressure everywhere and not letting Goonsquad breathe. I do think it felt like there was a difference in draft this time around. I like their approach from game 1 of having more team fight. You could really feel their lack of options, having to rush that Blink Dagger on Centaur, having to wait for that, and then being on the back foot in that
short
situation.
Time. He got it from the second rush.
The male was early on his Leshrac.
No idea.
Just like killing S4, taking space, taking farm, making everyone have just less gold than they really should.
Probably about 20.
Yeah, every small decision that they made just kind of compounded into this big, like, just lead and win, taking their Roches and having just full control.
Yeah, and you also felt that lack of damage, right? In game 1, they had the Snapfire with the kisses. You pair it with the coil, pair it with the Chrono, and you had those lava globs just being launched into Nigma heroes that gave them that that edge in the team fights. Here, you know, again, they have the Chen, does wonderfully with that Void, great laning stage, but you know, having a Mirana instead definitely felt like they were lacking just a bit more oomph in their team fights. Especially when, like you said, you mentioned towards the end, the itemization with Wraith Pack, the pipe, all this tankiness. This is what game one felt like it should have been for Nigma with the sustain they had, and they were kind of outplayed and outmaneuvered in the team fights by Goonsquad. This time, Sumail, hyper aggressive, jumps in, baits them all, and Miracle with those haunts. Superbly done in game two to tie things up, as we'll head to a break and return with game three.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Now, we've had a lot of 2-0s in the regional qualifiers for TI, but this one's a little bit different. Going the distance. Third game here between Goonsquad and Nigma Galaxy, as Nigma tying things up in game 2 to battle back with this kind of heal, push, map-controlled strategy that they're trying to run. Cheapo, Goonsquad, game 1 victory, game 2 loss. What went wrong for them there?
Definitely just felt like they didn't give themselves enough options with their draft. We saw how much they kind of struggled. Like, they played a lot of poking with the Centaur blink into Marana arrow, kind of trying to just fish for reactions and movement. But the longer the game went on, it felt like they really struggled with a lot of damage. They only really had that Zeus, and even then, the itemization from Nigma with that pipe and Wraith Bag just kind of made it really hard. It nullified a lot of it. They weren't killing people in Chrono anymore. It just felt kind of rough. I really loved their form in game 1. Whilst, like we said, there were some small problems. For the most part, I think them running with overwhelming team fight, it suits their style so well. Just the ability to always be able to take a fight seems great, and always having the damage to be able to do it as well. Like a Centaur stun into a Marana arrow, it's not super bursty, and
it's like a good start to a fight, but it's not a fight, right?
Exactly. Tell them.
Radiant team picked.
Oh, it's Bat Tusk, Puck, and Enigma gone. Goonsquad are going to steal the Enchantress away from Nigma and still go for the Faceless Void.
I like it. I'm down for it. I just want the next phase to go better in their draft. Like, the Marana was, in my opinion, not good. The just didn't give them damage. They didn't have ways to enable her on the map. What have we seen in the past? A Kunkka, an OD on the mid lane, stuff like this that you can just do a quick stun into arrow.
It's like the 1-2 punch.
Yeah. Instead, she was really confined to the top lane. She came mid and wasn't even able to really do anything. Also, just playing into summons, it makes it super hard to ever get a good arrow off. It was just kind of rough, I think.
Yeah, absolutely was. And obviously, we're comparing also to game 1 where they had that Snapfire Dawnbreaker, right? They had a really strong lane, really good combo with a bunch of their teamfight spells. So yeah, definitely curious to see what Hans can draft for himself here in game 3 as Nigma. DP Earthshaker, so going away from things a little bit. First picking a DP. Earthshaker, a very good response to this Ancient Void. I always love Earthshaker against these slippery heroes, the Pucks, the Voids, the Spirits. You just jump, you Echo Slam, you Chain Stun, and you kill.
The Shaker is quite powerful, and it also just pairs super nicely with DP. I rate DP so highly as an offlaner, especially after the change to the Siphon. While she's not so much of a tank like shredder anymore, she does so much more damage just in general, especially to squishy support. Something like an Enchantress whose tankiness usually comes from her untouchable, and old Siphon wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for her. This new Siphon, holy moly.
That's nasty.
Yeah.
Hey, even think about just level 1 here, like a good Fisher, a block off, and DP could open up on his Ench pretty quickly.
Yeah, I would like to see him play on the, we're talking about Radiant safe lane, the left side of the lane, so that doesn't happen, because as soon as you play along the right side and you start to try and go back to your tower, that's kind of where the Fisher blocks come off. So yeah, just play that left side and you're good. Faceless shouldn't, well, he might die, he might get worn down. I didn't see his skill build from last game, but the game 1 build when he went max time off, that would be a little bit scary into DP Earthshaker, who DP especially so good at harassing you and wearing you down.
Popping candy.
Yeah, that's the kind of insane thing for me, thinking about Dota historically. you would be flamed out of the game for picking a ranged offlaner, 4 or 5 years ago. It had to be a melee hero, had to be a blink stunner, all this stuff. But the fact that DP can just sit in a lane and just right-click you, just keep on right-clicking you. I'm a ranged hero, you're melee. What are you going to do about it? Then you add in Spirit Siphon and Crypt Swarm. She's securing range creeps. She's harassing you over and over again. It is nasty stuff.
Also, flexible to the mid lane.
Yeah.
It's just such a nice hero to open with. Seemingly so strong in this patch right now. We'll probably see a lot more DPs to come.
Pop rocks. Woo!
Goonsquad kind of have to be mindful of that. The Lina got banned out, which makes sense. We talk a lot about how Lina is just probably the strongest mid laner in terms of actual laning prowess. Maybe they could take another ranged mid on Goonsquad, something like a Queen of Pain for that damage into Chrono. Maybe, what else is there? Shadow Fiend if they want to be ultra spicy. We've seen some more Shadow Fiends coming out.
Yeah, I feel like Limper's, he's expanded his hero pool over the past couple of years. I think he was always, seen as one of those players that, he plays Zeus, he plays maybe a bit of Storm Spirit here and there. But now you're looking at his, his Pug, his potential to bring out some of these other slippery heroes. And Lina was always one of the big ones as well, so it's a nice respect ban against him.
I do feel that if they do not ban it here, Nigma will just take Io again. Unless Goonsquad are planning on taking it. Alright, nice ban, I'm glad. I was gonna say, there's no way on earth they do not pick it with a DP. Oh my god, it killed me now. I flamed it, I'm sorry. Clearly they see something I don't. I will...
I mean, it's just the hero, the player that loves
Previously,
playing
I thought
it.
it was good against the Ench, and I guess against the... Maybe it's just the overall strategy of that death ball.
10
that
seconds remaining.
No,
that
it's
Mirana,
very
Moonlight Shadow,
simple.
giving
It's
you
Hanskin.
invis, the
Hanskin
surprise gank
loves playing
capabilities,
Mirana.
Arrow into catapult.
It's just the
Maybe it's all these
player.
other little things that make them value her so much.
Yeah. I do. Obviously I see the benefits to a Mirana, and it's not like she has 0 damage. When you max that Starfall is a lot, because back when people were doing Bay Mirana, I think I was like kind of ignorant and was just like, oh, Bay Mirana, this is like pretty low damage support, and someone like bopped me on the head and said, no, Mirana's good, and I was like, okay. but we felt it last game. So I think the pick here from Goonsquad just needs to be better than it was last time. I think that Zeus, it was...
Doom Disruptor. Disruptor's always nice. Doom
the Centaur felt weird to me.
is okay.
As well, because he doesn't really do that much damage. He was kind of just a stun, so maybe if they're able to get a stun and a damage dealer out of their offlaner, that would maybe help the draft overall more.
It's just challenging that you don't know what these lanes are going to be. Like, where's this Doom going now? Does this mean is DP mid, Doom off lane?
Could be a Doom carry.
Could be Doom carry, yeah.
Yeah, saw a lot of that.
Position 3 Earthshaker carry. Oh yeah, Miracle carry Earthshaker coming through.
Bro, gimme now. I just right now Goonsquad are playing into. It's like you want someone that can build a BKB, or can play so far back that you don't need to get into the fight. But again, they're playing with Ench Mirana. Whilst Ench can kind of tank you, it's not ideal. Oh, bro, one of these is cool. What is happening? I'm scared.
Interesting.
What?
Is it an offlane S4 clockwork?
Yeah, maybe.
That would be pretty hype, like some cogs into arrow in your lane.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
I think to some Nouns gameplay, and I think of a core enchantress, but I'm not sure if that's what we want to do. Yeah, it's definitely new and exciting.
Yeah, then looking at Nigma, I guess the only hero really locked in is Kuroki Disruptor. That's what he's going to be on. I don't know where anyone else is going. I don't know, picking Clock into Disruptor always feel like, I think this Disruptor pick is sick. Like, overall. Really good against Faceless Void, pretty decent against Mirana. Picking Clock into it's a bit scary, but also blocks. Let's say Goonsquad wanted to pick, one of the spirits or someone who's able to be elusive. Having that Static Storm is always kind of gotcha.
This clock pick brings up a lot of issues for me. I think what you're saying about Disruptor is fantastic, and this hero already kind of is quite scary for Goonsquad to deal with in every way. On top of that, you have a Clockwork who is vulnerable to a lot of matchups. Assuming this is a core Clockwork, of course. they have no real way to deal with illusion heroes right now, so stuff like Phantom Lancer could be incredibly scary. Summons as well, things that just overrun you. Like the Lycan ban from Nigma, it's actually nice. Just because it helps, I think, Goonsquad as well, if that was what Nigma wanted to pick. And then, yeah, you have your mobility carries, stuff that can play really nicely into no lockdown, which Goonsquad, don't really have. God, I feel bad looking at this lineup.
Yeah, it feels like they're lacking lockdown. It feels like they're lacking tower damage, nuke damage into chrono. They've got initiate, right? They've got initiation.
Yes, they do have initiation.
Decent lanes with Ench Mirana. So this is what they've got to try and pivot from in this final pick. And I guess there's also, like you're saying, this surprise factor of, hey, is it a mid Mirana? Is it a core Clockwork? Is it core Enchantress? We don't know what's going on. And Nigma are going to have to try and make their best guesses as to that as well.
I don't think I've seen anyone doing mid Mirana. I know when we were covering, when I was covering
used to do that. But
Moon
in this batch, not really.
Was playing it in that region, but like it was once, and it was in Tour 1, so nearly a year ago.
Yeah.
And he picked it because it was his idea of a counter to Lina, I think. So I see none of that here. That's the only professional game I have to base my information off of.
We get rid of Morphling and TB. Some of those big, heavy, hard carries.
I do wonder what Goonsquad want though. I mean, there's always that potential for a big brain. Hey, we've picked Clockwork. Please pick PL. Oh, we got you. Leshrac time. Whoa.
5 seconds remaining.
They could definitely play a Leshrac of their own.
Oh, a troll.
That hero is so much better now that the Ensnare Pierce is BKB.
Yeah.
Every time I've seen him, he looks absolutely terrifying. You gotta be really kind of on top of kiting him. I think the best we saw maybe was a bunch of Yule Scepters and stuff, just things that put him in the air and keep him away.
5
Yeah,
seconds
Mirana, no
remaining.
diffusal this time around. Let's get that Yule Scepter up and running.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Ench is probably gonna go either some Aura item or a 4-staff, which is also kind of nice. You really want a combo breaker to deal with Nigma Galaxy right now because they have so much overwhelming control. Like Earthshaker getting a Fissure with Shard, he's going to be able to follow that up with more stuns, Blink in Echo. You want to kind of push someone out of that so he can't do it.
You may now select your heroes.
I don't understand where anything's going and I'm scared.
Against a ranged troll? I don't know about this.
Carry.
It's a mid Mirana. It's limp on Mirana.
Alright, cool. I'm going to hit my second ever professional Mirana game. Now I have so
Heck
much
yeah.
data. This is so exciting going forward.
S4 Veno. Yeah, but the point I wanted to look at was this game seems really difficult for Aqua.
Yeah.
Like you called it, the chain stun, the disable they've got, you have a Fissure with the Shard, you've got Blink Echo, you've got Silence from DP, Static Storm from Disruptor, Doom from Doom. The nets through BKB from Troll. If Aqua is ever like out of position or not preemptively BKBing or not chronoing the right targets, there's no one to save him, and he is the be-all and end-all of their team fight. The chrono matters so much in this game.
I guess the thing that I'm looking at is if they can take this S4 Veno and really snowball their lanes. Like you have to rush top, and you have a lot.
I'm definitely liking
this lane. I know it's not a melee
Nigma's
hero
draft.
control, but at the same time, anytime they get a cogs or what have you, it should lead to a death, or at least they have to make Nigma play really scared in that lane. So if they can take that tower, kind of really assert map control, and then maybe like swing it to a mid tower take, yeah, that's like the biggest thing I'm feeling.
Yeah,
I mean they could outplay. They could keep running you down. I think that was the nicest thing I saw about the Clockwork is that when they pick this, it is a hero that can just keep going and going and going. He's not really high cooldowns.
And he can move from lane to lane, right? He can bounce from top to mid. He can make things happen.
I mean, I'm on the
Nigma
Nigma train for this one.
Towers and really threaten them. They have the ability to go and get kills with Clockwork, hook into pushback with the cogs into an arrow, and it's a Mirana with core items this time, so she's actually going to be dealing damage.
Okay, we'll see how things pan out for them.
Yeah, they just have to be running at you, and honestly, they have the chance to do it. You're playing into a Doom. Like Doom is pretty slow. If you can kind of win your lanes and snowball off it, he feels pretty bad because he wants to get that Midas and stuff, right?
Yeah. What do you think about these lane swaps then from Nigma? Because it looks like they're putting Doom up top and maybe even at the start of the game running a tri-lane with this Troll Disruptor Earthshaker.
Oh, that's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice idea.
Put
I
early
rate
pressure
it.
on.
Yeah, in a game of tri-lanes, let's see. You have a Faceless Void and an Ench and a Clock. Versus a Disruptor and a Shaker. I mean, if Nigma get Fisher Block off, then they're pretty happy. They have the damage to kill. That should be really scary. But otherwise, I mean, I think
If it
Goonsquad
was
also have a lot of kill threat.
mid-ench, 3
Just
Veno,
Clockwork outputs a lot of
it would be
magical
doable.
damage.
Nah, it would
And
still
just
be shit.
naturally. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're not keyed into it yet. They don't know. But when they see it, they might consider TPing. The only fear is if they TP Handskin bot and then Nigma just dissolve their lane. I guess they don't want to mess over Miracle that badly. And they don't care. I'm sure they don't want to prioritize shutting down S4.
Double Fisher block. GH going to keep this creep wave very far back. Aqua trying to body block his own creep wave, but this is going to meet pretty far down the lane. And that gives that opportunity for Nigma to give chase and get some more Fishers going. What do we see? Do we see axes level 1? Yeah, ranged axes. So they've got the slow from Miracle. They start on Peksu though. Kuroki shows. Like I say, it's a natural place for him to be in, but now GH is going to appear, and so is Miracle. Hello. Nature's Attendants forced to level 1. Aqua just going to try and stand his ground, denies out a range creep, and quickly decides to run away.
That's nice. Using bodies together, I mean, they totally outnumbered in lane. You can literally just walk up to Aqua and click him, and there's nothing he can really do about it. They don't even have salves. It only has 2 tangos. He's bringing one on the courier.
Yeah, and this Fisher forcing a time walk. Gets him over the rocks.
And now that's 20 seconds that he's scared under his creeps. Luckily it's pushing in though. He should be okay.
It's just Nigma have this ability to pull back with a large camp. So they're going to have full control of lane equilibrium and still chipping away at Aqua under this tier 1. Fisher. Damage from Kuro and Miracle. There's no time walk for 2 seconds. They're trying to play around.
Well,
that
Aqua
fact. He's
is in
going
a
back
very
up
tough
now,
spot.
But he's dead. He tried to place a tree and didn't time walk.
Oh no.
He will respawn full HP and full mana and come back to lane, but I don't know, does he TP bot, or is there something Goonsquad can do here to change their lanes up?
It's pretty rough. I think maybe Hanskin needed to walk to bot as soon as he saw the lane. That way he's not like restricted by his TP.
I mean,
at the very least, yeah, they need to go on top.
Yeah, I keep in mind control in an awkward position. 4 last hits. He's got his Devour ready.
Yeah.
Quick little Gale and Cogs there, and they're the ones dragging the wave back top. So they're shutting down the Doom. Losing a lot on this Faceless
Yeah,
Void, though.
Slash care about
2 CS for him.
shutting down the Doom.
It doesn't feel good, but at least if you're in a situation where heroes are hitting you in a lane, the nice thing is it means the lane will push because they are dragging aggro. Like, look at this right now. Miracle hits him, and he doesn't hit back, so the creeps like stop hitting those creeps, which means it will push into the tower.
Trying to manipulate any way you can. He's taking so much damage from Thunderstrike, though.
The biggest thing is definitely how much can you be fine under your tower, because the lane will come under your tower, but you're tanking so much. You need to have so much regen. Your support needs to be buying you extra tangos. Because if they can keep Doom out of top lane, and Void is able to find farm, then you probably win this trade. Like, if you can survive a tri-lane, you're good.
Because now Hanskin has potential freedom to start moving into mid, where it looks like it was pretty even until the last wave, where Sumail took about a wave lead over the Mirana.
Yeah.
But now the gank comes in. Limp has 2 leaps, and there's no way. You're fully killing, just trying to bait out spells.
He'll throw the Fisher and force another leap.
And every time I look bot, Aqua just has Thunderstrike on him. They're trying to get in on top of Kuroki, and maybe a kill here. He pops his stick with a time walk forward. Glimpse back's not going to do enough. Goonsquad, they've...
On Earth would you mid Mirana? Sumail used to do that a decent amount, but that's also a couple of patches ago.
But a good strike back from the Radiant.
I'm like, yeah, he's surviving the tri-lane. Let's go, Aqua. And then I see his like 4 CS. 5 CS! Oh. This is very sad. Miracle has 20. Oh.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Yeah.
He's
You
got
have
his
to
Midas
consider-
queued though. That's the comeback.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, you have to consider though the whole tri-laning will mean that there is hopefully an XP deficit at some point. And like the support, either the supports will be underleveled or the core in the tri-lane will be underleveled. It looks like Miracle is getting a lot of solo XP and GH and Kuroki are the ones suffering. Okay, they got killed on my bad.
Yeah, another one on MC. That's fine. He steps forward. He gets cogs galed. He's stuck there.
Yeah. I know he was faffing around in the jungle for a little while, like eating creeps and stuff, because Hanskin's just running at him and making his life hard. So at least,
7
Void
CS,
one
but it is
CS higher than
Devour.
the Doom.
CS, so.
Let's go.
It is such a weird game, right? We're like looking for angles, looking for what do they do next? But it's such an out there situation. There's dire bottom tri lane, Doom solo top, and just dying to this Clockwork and Venomancer.
Yeah.
And Chantress still, one of the queens of laning, keeping Nigma at bay and keeping Aqua at least somewhat safe and sound, even though, like you're saying, his CS not really showing that.
Yeah. He's been buying him a lot of regen.
I mean, on Void, in the meantime, we reached 8.
Look like a pretty big win in
Oh,
the
yeah,
though.
Void's
GP
having a
now,
really fun
34-9.
time.
Limp starting to struggle in terms of last hits. Like, what comes out of this? We're getting close to 6 minutes, so active rune is about to be spawning. What's the play? What's the move?
Hanskin's come for the rune. It'd be nice to get it. You don't want to give DP the rune. She doesn't even have a bottle. I actually love this Falcon Blade and just focusing on this CS.
How much can a farm position 3 do?
Oh, my CS
Post laning.
Top rune DD. Guard it.
Spirit Vessel's pretty nasty against the DP and Troll, I guess,
Contending
but
with Pexu, who came in here as well. So
not much, to
both
be
supports
fair.
Guarding Goonsquad's mid lane, giving Limp a bit of a leg up there. As it looks like he wants to shift up.
Because
the
their
top, but
lineup
Dire
is
Lord will see
really
his movements.
dependent on playing the early game exceptionally, and they don't have any
tier
push
1.
except for like the Vano Plague Wards
Yeah,
and
I'm kind of wondering, like,
Ench,
what does
which
this
is
first
shit.
Exo get used for? And then I look at Sumail and he's not.
Because when you look at this game and you expect to take it late, you're probably going to get your ass beaten by a Troll.
Kuro bottom, Centaur stomped. Pexu looks like he's going to get himself another kill here. Might be dying in the return, and he misses the impetus because of the blind from the whirling axes. GH trying to close in. The further stacks for Miracle, 11. Give him the attack speed he needs to bring her down.
Okay, bot Faceless Boy got 1 CS during that, okay?
Oh, now he's been netted. Time walk. Glimpse back into the grasps of Miracle, and the Thunderstrike giving the vision. Now the Moonlight Shadow not fast enough. A double for Miracle bot.
Here's the thing, when you're playing DP mid and your side lane is going that well, I think you're pretty happy. And
mind control. Oh, he's stuck under his tower here. He's got Gale and Nova on him, but he's fighting back into Hanskin. There's no way out for you. I was about to say there's no stuns, and then GH pops up on the right-hand side of my screen.
yeah, but that's the thing, Sumail doesn't need to go bot because bot's already going so well. You don't have to worry. You look at the win condition on Goonsquad, it's probably this Faceless Void, and he's being handled, so I don't think Sumail feels super pressured. When they're diving tower like that, yeah, a TP is pretty effective, but otherwise he's not stressing, he's just farming.
I mean, it's 8 minutes in and your Void's level 4. He's come mid to help chip away at this tier 1 because Limp had a DD and he's like, right, can't go top, can't go bot, let's stick it mid. So I don't know, where does it... Aqua goes up top now. That's
Stick
his
it
home.
mid, boys.
Kick S4 out of the lane, go on S4, you go bottom or something, I don't know.
He's just a tower helper taker helper man.
Tower helper
He tries to
taker.
help mid, now he's gonna go help top, and then he's gonna be like, yep, this is my place. The nice thing about Veno is just that he can hold towers and defend areas really well, so wherever they want to put him, he should be okay. Even if it's like a dangerous area, well, actually, it's quite hard because he doesn't have max plague wards. That's kind of the biggest issue, because if he was to go bot, for example, you would just... Oh, there's a fight mid first. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch him out. Glimpse them around and back in. Nice stun from GH, set up by the
for
Disruptor.
Pexu.
Now the Spirit Siphon on Pexu. Looks like they're lining up for another kill. And Chantress, Nature's Attendance, not enough to heal her through the burst. Sumail with a double there. So they got tier 1 bottom with Miracle. He's shoving tier 2 already. This Troll, he's massively overfarmed. Sumail's having a great game. Mind Control, he's very sad on this Doom, but I don't think it matters that much.
It honestly doesn't. I talked not talked. We had a post-game interview with DM when he played Doom in a game like this, and he said he doesn't care because you're just gonna get money back anyway from Devour. Rest in peace, Kuroki.
Yeah, pick at least in the mid lane, but now Limp, if he gets netted here, he's rooted. Limp is caught, tries to get away with the Moonlight Shadow. The reveal is there and available for Sumail to finish.
They're
off.
so freaking hyper aggressive on Nigma. Holy shit.
Slowed down a bit by the Venomancer. But Sumail's
Miracle needs to be a little bit careful though.
Of the rest of Goonsquad. Well, S4 shows he was hunting GH, but Miracle will just turn around on him. Poison Nova's going to be annoying. We're going to see TPs out. The Battle Transit chasing the Enchantress. Pexu. He's going to try and turn here on Miracle. One shot misses
Uphill
again.
miss.
He just can't land anything.
Pexu is so sad. He might be just the most blindfolded, terrible aim ench I've ever seen in my life. Cannot land an enchant to save his life. Or an Impish, sorry.
So upsetting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking around, and obviously it's nice that you put focus on the mid lane and it gives Aqua that extra space to farm. He's coming up for his Midas. I was going to say if there was one thing that he was really good at in these last two games, it was managing to find his items.
But look at that faceless void farm. His net worth.
You're okay.
That's true.
Or lack thereof.
Oh, yeah, he's cracked level 6. He's a few hundred off the Midas. He's recovering. But yeah, he's the same net worth as the Doom. It's not a great spot. Like, you look at the comparison, right? Troll against Void, Nigma winning. DP against the Mirana, Nigma winning. The two real primary core heroes there. Definitely looking better for the Dire. Oh, Hansken didn't have the ability to catch up to GH. Hookshot on cooldown.
The nice thing is that the mid tower is nearly down. That is like a little bit of space for Goonsquad if they can take it. You just want to kind of take away the amount of places that Nigma can TP to. Because whenever you want to take a fight, whenever you want to make a move, you just want to limit Nigma's ability to connect to it. As well, just so much map control from having mid tower. Makes your Roche is easier too. They're so close to getting it. They'll just run Enchantress at it, as they should.
Put the Wild Wing up there.
Yeah.
GH and Miracle trying to defend this. But Mind Control, having Deja Vu, trapped in cogs and tagged by Gale, does battle back, and an Echo Slam there onto the Wild Wing and the Enchantress. Not gonna net them a kill on her, just the 1-for-1 trade, but like you said, Goonsquad, they get the job done. Tier 1 claimed by them. And they kept Aqua farming. Handamidas coming, 12 minutes in. Not awful, given the state of the game.
It's not great.
It's awful.
It's definitely not great. But he's gone relatively unpressured for a little while now. And getting this Midas is just his first step back into it. And
there are some safe lanes that have a Battle Fury by 12 minutes.
Into maybe a BKB. So I'm guessing that's when he'll feel comfortable to fight.
Oh, did they not see Miracle?
Miracle has his Battle Fury.
Troll. That would have been a huge grab
plus
for them.
boots by the same time that he has
GH instead now. Under the vision.
The Midas.
Earthshaker scouted and killed off. Courier dying as well. A nice little smoke there, neatly done by Goonsquad. It was very close to having a move onto Miracle's Troll, though, who has just completed Battle Fury. I'll still go on him, though. Tagged up by the Gale and the Nova. Miracle arrowed now inside the cog. Static Storm, though, from Kuro. Trying to turn back with a bit of team fight of his own, glimpsing the clockwork in towards them. But Hansken surviving with the bottle charges through from Limp.
That's a big kill.
And Mind Control unable to connect.
I'm a big fan of this little trio. Hey, look at them. They're just doing the right thing, making space for Aqua to farm. They know that that's their win condition. They know they need him to farm, so just go into
still only half the net
getting kills, and they have the ability to do so. Now's the time before we start to see Yulz's or BKBs come out, which would, or 4-stars even, that would really disrupt this combo.
The gank squad. I got tons of vision as well, both Veno and Clockwork providing through Plague Wards and Rocket Flares. And seeing Kuro, spotting Sumail's movement across. They know exactly where Nigma are and where they're setting up.
But there is a ticking time bomb to be aware of in the form of GH on his Shaker going for that Blink Dagger. We have... Luckily, Sumail is not going for any BKB or something. She so he will remain killable. Going for those boosts of travel instead. I mean, they're hoping to ramp up aggression on the map by going those boosts of travel, the ability to push out a wave and always connect to the team. And we've seen how scary Nigma are when they're able to kind of play 3 lanes. So that should help with that. And Mind Control like playing the nice game where he buys a drum for his team and not a Midas Smart.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, just hiding in the trees. Scouted. Hook shot it. Hanskin has found him. Oh, he's a bit tankier now, and the arrow misses completely. Straight over the top of the cogs. Mind Control still surviving, back under his tower, and maybe a deny coming. MC about to be dropped, but S4 gets the kill, claims it for himself. Limp came in here with his DD rune and his Maelstrom, but I can't turn this into anything further. They get a kill on the Doom, they force the Exo though. And Nigma Galaxy did bring majority of their squad down here to try and fight. It always seems like Goonsquad have a very good realization of where they need to be on the map. You know, they're forcing Nigma to be down here means that Nigma aren't in Roshan. They're not taking tier 1 top. They're not around the pit.
And that's a risky move though, because if you commit all your heroes bot, then they could just say, yeah, we're gonna give you the tower and we'll take Roche. That's always a fear.
Oh, S4 glimpsed into the field. Just a bit of poke there from Nigma. It looks like MC and Miracle holding hands and farming jungle together. The happy duo.
They want to kill.
Towards top, they do. Aqua is
They're only 1k ahead now? What? I guess the big difference is the fact that...
How do you start this?
They're anxious. Sorry.
They get it. They cut the tree perfectly. Yeah, they're just walking straight into it.
What's his name? Disruptor is super poor.
Done by Nigma.
Don't overthink it, bro.
Bottom.
Just walk up and do him.
Simple. And they're going to find a bonus one here, it looks like. Hanskin. Glimpse level 3. Allows Sumail to close the gap, even expending Static Storm to make sure that they can close in and kill off the clock. And the Blink Echo from GH finding the bonus. One after one, the dominoes tumble. Goonsquad losing 3 heroes in a row.
Limp Mills from going PKV
Maybe still
next.
a little risky to go into Roshan as Nigma, but they've put themselves in a good spot to swing out to these side lanes and keep the push going.
Yeah. Not necessary without the exorcism. I do really like how Nigma playing this game. You look at the scaling of the 2 cores, and yeah, Faceless Void is pretty scary, but at the same time, it's a Faceless Void with a Midas farming against a Troll Warlord with a Battle Fury.
Yeah.
And he's gonna just have way more farm than him. Especially given the start of the games. He was set up really well.
Great trial lane from Nigma. He's gonna have his Aghanim Scepter soon as well, so adding in that Dispel from the axes.
It's just, when you think about who was shut down on both sides, it sucks a little bit for Goonsquad, because they shut down the Mind Control on his Doom, but Doom, he's having impact like killing Faceless there, even without having items, and all he really needs is a Blink Dagger and some vision in these fights, just so he can get the right Doom off. Faceless Void isn't going to have a Linken's anytime in the near future. So it's really rough when you're playing that, and he's going to go for his Blink now, and then he'll have all he really needs. And meanwhile, Aqua, he's just trying for his life out here. He's in so much danger, bro.
Oh my god, yeah, and they can just start with the Static Storm. He's going to walk out of it, but the glimpse back, helped by the Infernal Blade, leads to the chain
No Doom
stuns
not even
for
needed,
days.
and Aqua's dead again.
Yeah.
Enigma just so great at executing these little ganks, shutting down Aqua even further. And again, it's this top side of the map, right? They've done this twice in a row now, where they come in, they swoop through, find a kill, control the top left corner, and now Peksu wide out in the open. Does have Hanskin and Limp nearby. They're pinging this. Nigma want to keep on chasing, and they'll get the glimpse. Spotted the Mirana with a little bit of vision. The hook shot back across onto the DP. Hanskin just trying to delay the aggression from Nigma as the arrow will whiff. Sumail turns with the Exo. Down goes the Clockwork, and now Miracle's in, shredding through the Enchantress. S4 in the grave as well. And Goonsquad, everybody 6 feet under, with Roshan wide open.
6k net with advantage, looking
Sumail has
mighty
back,
fine now.
Unfortunately, due to the Venom, so they'll probably just chill again. But you're not unhappy with this. Your net worth is increasing. You're taking good fights. They haven't expended Chrono in a while, but it's definitely difficult to get Aqua super involved. Just because they don't have a lot of Chrono damage like Game 1.
Truman, a man of truth this one, when casting with his eloquent utterances and graceful flamboyance. But a true man indeed, no pun intended, massive pun intended. Sup, how you doing, Carrots?
Force something here, but Aqua He's just staying down bottom to farm. Miracle tagged
I'm
by
just
the arrow.
enjoying the show.
Limp and S4 still
Ooh, nice
focusing,
echo.
but the blink echo from GH delays the aggression from Goonsquad and allows Miracle to get back to high ground, slip away, but the damage still comes. Limp gets in there as Aqua arrives with the 3-man chrono, and maybe
Miracle
now,
has Ags.
maybe now
Against the
damage
Venom.
of the arrow to DP, they'll find Sumail, and the chase
Actually,
forward from Goonsquad gets them a triple on Limp.
Roche?
Oh, the turnaround. The game no longer fully favoring Nigma.
Dude, Aqua's like the opposite of the Avatar. When you need him the most, he appears and gets a 3-man chrono.
But now the Doom finding Mirana, mind control, straight towards Limp. GH helps out. Trade for trade for trade. Just back and forth between the two squads in the games, in the series.
Yeah. When he respawns, he should have that BKB on Mirana, which is nice. He wants to obviously get to a point where he can stand a man fight, because right now it's a lot of having to leap out and be afraid constantly. Even with BKB, it's still scary. You can't man fight a troll, for example. This Vessel didn't work.
Still fighting around Roche. I mean, Courage is dying to Vessel. Plague Ward hits. In comes the Santa from the back and blasts him down. Mind control dying as well. Just a Spirit Vessel. Sumail and GH running out of gas a little bit, so they need Miracle to backstab in towards this Enchantress. Takes a while to bring it down, but once you got the further stacks going, it should be simple. Used his axes a little early there. Finally does dispel off the Gale. But Goonsquad does such an exceptional job of defending this Roche pit against Nigma at the exact time they want to be swooping in there to take it.
Miracle taking an alternate approach to how he wants to team fight.
Very interesting game so far.
Lineup. Yeah, this looks like a really nice BKB game. If you're playing Troll, you get this Ags and being able to dispel everything that Veno does, or Parker's ult, and these Vessels is so effective, especially when you're playing into Faceless Void, who you don't really have to worry about for quite a long time. And then going into a Satanic next. Oh wait, no, he's changed his mind. He wants the BKB. I was gonna say the Satanic, it's very greedy, but it is like quite a dominant item build to go when you're ahead on Troll, because he can just like lifesteal through all that damage. Yeah, it just man fight. But he's gonna play safe. They really want this win. It is game 3.
Yeah,
Big stakes.
Oh, Whirlington doesn't give vision and fog, right?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I don't really play Troll.
To go in mid, it's another 15 seconds for Chrono to come back off cooldown, but they go anyway. Straight on to MC's Doom. Down to half HP. Not got his ulti ready. Miracle turning onto the clockwork as Sumail looking to get into the back lines. It looks like
I think Limp used his ulti, his BKB too soon there.
On S4's Veno, who gets out the poison over onto GH. So no blink echo from your Earthshaker. A little tumble away with a toy.
They brought Aqua. There's potential here. Okay, fell back. And Goonsquad taking these very nice little pickoffs. The ability to just kind of get in, kill someone, and get out, and break the, split the fight apart with these cogs and just kind of fend Nigma off is quite effective. And they're trying to run in, but they have the disengage, and they have the drums from Eng. Mirana and Faceless have quite a fair bit of mobility too.
Yeah, and the area of the map they're doing it on as well. Under tier 2 is a little bit spooky, but they're forcing Nigma to be on the defensive. Now, ideally, Nigma want to be
How's Roche
playing
still not been
towards
taking this
top
game?
jungle where they can hold a high ground, hold a bit of vision, and play towards the pit. Like where they are now. That's where Nigma wanted to be, but Goonsquad just putting themselves in the way. But this is going to be the real test now. Can they keep their wards alive? Can they play under this bit of vision that they've got? Expire in 10 seconds. Oh, Nigma, clear out their jungle.
I want to see some 4-stars come out on Goonsquad too. I think when I was looking through, they went quite greedy. The clock has a veil, and there's the drums I mentioned on Edge. I just want a couple of ways to help disengage from the Earthshaker, from the Doom, from the Troll. There's a lot of heroes that stick on you. We saw mid, they were able to get away, but say you're silenced or stunned, it's just, you kind of need that, something that helps reposition.
Well, they're smoked up and eyeing up Sumail mid. DP does have the BKB now, so not a simple target to jump and kill. And S4, he loves this little tree line, just putting all his plague wards out, breaking smokes, making sure that Nigma know Goonsquad are there and ready to fight. And they've bought so much time for Aqua. He's racing up this net worth board, closing in on 10k.
Yeah, he's recovering great. It's nice because Goonsquad are playing a line in the middle of the map that sort of acts as a defense for Aqua to farm behind them in the safe part of the map.
Well,
And then they
Miracle's
can
got
just
his
kind of
BKB now done, so he
tackle
doesn't
two
really
areas
give a
at
damn.
once. They can poke at mid with the wards, but they can also send enter creeps at top.
Poke away at that tier 2.
Yeah.
Nigma doing a similar thing, coming in from that right-hand side.
Dragonlance next for Lim.
Tier 1 and immediately smoking. And Moonlight Shadow used already.
Roche has
means
not
they
been
don't
killed
have it
yet.
for this incoming team fight, and looks like Hanskin going to be the one that gets jumped on. Doesn't have buyback, so a 5v4 outside this Roche pit. Do Goonsquad want to try and fight this?
Chrono, not against it. That's for sure. It's obviously scary. It could go very terribly for you. They're even wrapping around on Nigma looking for that extra kill before they go in.
Bit scanned though. Good read by Goonsquad and S4 again. Perfect positioning here with Plague Wards and his body to see them coming. And Aqua silenced in the trees.
Doesn't have a BKB yet.
And I guess correctly as S4 gets off his poison over and a two-man chrono.
Oh, the
BKBs.
BKBs!
Nigma able to fight back with the Doom thrown in. They'll try and chase down Aqua's Void. Yes, they lose Kuroki, but it's a big win here for Nigma.
Ouch.
Static Storm's down. They've still got the Echo Slam as hook shot from Hanskin catching GH, but he's in the midst of a creep wave. Pretty decent damage there while Miracle chasing towards the Mirana. Sumail focusing in towards Clock will be able to pick up Hanskin, and a double kill for him comes out of it. Nigma, a triple for Sumail. Paxu shredded by Miracle. And Limp. Oh, he's scouted by the courier. No leaps remaining. He's gonna get a bit of distance here. But they know where he is. They're TPing back to come and catch him. They want this full team wipe desperately. Miracle and Mind Control. Can they find out where she is? They found her. So Male. Can't contend with a Moonlight Shadow. They've got no reveal. Oh, Limp is out there now.
The sneaky cat lady strikes again.
Yeah, that was a pretty odd team fight, like starting off with a Clockwork pick, then he was able to respawn as the wraparound connected into the top left corner of the map. Nigma still showing dominance though, as awesome male. He can't kill the Mirana alone, can he? Nah. Nah.
But a valiant effort, and revealed their ward. Maybe should know that. And they're just gonna take Roche. All this time wasting from Limp running around. Miracle knows what he wants.
What he really, really wants.
He wants Roche.
Tell him what he wants, what he really, really
gets bashed.
I like Mind Control and Kuroki doing a great job of just standing out there trying to block the hook. Giving no space to steal that Aegis. Now they're in a powerful position. They have a lot of outer tier 2 towers that they can take. There's the problem of Glyph that gets reset when they take one of them, as well as tier 3. So I don't think we'll see a Rax getting taken with this Aegis. However, they should be able to close them out quite a fair bit, especially now that Miracle sort of has hit his item timings. He has his own BKB now. He's even closing in on that Satanic.
Yeah. I mean, Goonsquad, they're quite spread here from their triangle up towards
Miracle's
top river. And a
almost
two-man
done with the
Fisher
full
with the
Satanic.
shard.
Diggity
Allowed
damn.
to lock down the clock of the Enchantress. Kinetic Fuel will try and hold her in place. Troll's focusing one, but Doom is being picked off on the other side. Chrono now comes from Aqua, locking Miracle in place, and the focus onto
Miracle
the Troll.
doesn't have his
It's not
ult,
gonna
but he
come
does
from
have
everybody.
BKB and Aegis.
Just the Mirana and Void trying to batter into him. But Goonsquad, with that fight, take down two heroes, delay Nigma's move, and they hold onto their triangle.
Yeah, it did use your Chrono though.
Yeah.
I think this is the second one now where we've seen the Goonsquad severely lack damage into this Chrono, not especially onto the BKBs. At least there they were able to kind of poke Miracle a little bit. I think Limp coming into this Dragon Lance going from Mjolnir, he is going to start to output more and more damage, especially if he can get to that, like the Daedalus late game.
Like that team fight feels like one. If Goonsquad loses this, they'll look back at it and think, okay, we kind of won the battle there, but we lost the war. You know, they spend these big cooldowns. Nigma are now ready to go back again, right? They've got just a couple of seconds for their ultis to re-arrive, come off cooldown. They pick off the Clockwork here. They've got Aegis still in their hands for 3 minutes. And a Doom down bottom on the Mirana means Mind Control with the TPs in from Sumail and Miracle will catch out Limp. And Kuroki, well, he dies mid lane to Peksu, but no big deal.
That's fine. It's just pause 5. Good to get what you can. It's very scary. I think Goonsquad have been playing really well. Okay, Peksu. Oh, that's sad.
Stuck around a little too long.
Poked his head out. Am I in the clear? No.
It's honestly, like, I'm impressed with Goonsquad being able to hold on so long with how the way this game started.
Poke and pick off of
it's a very impressive showing so far.
Mirana. It's been working for them. It's just getting harder now the more items that Nigma get. And it is something that maybe they can keep trying to do into this Aegis. They don't want to fully commit.
See what they can get. TP out from S4 cancelled. GH and Sumail. And again, it's this Nigma playstyle of we're top, now we're bot, now we're top again. You don't know where we are or where we're striking. Miracle is even hunting Hansken. A Clockwork, very dead on our screens. This is more time for Nigma to gather up their forces. Maybe even look for a move on mid. Aqua. Got time walk away, but the glimpse back in. The static storm is ready, but is it just BKB'd it? Yeah, he's just BKB'd it.
Oh well, you got no BKB. Nigma gonna point that out big time. You know, hey, if Void shows his face, we can kill him. Just commit. We have Aegis. They can play up aggressive now. Meanwhile, what do Goonsquad do? They just gotta try and push out any lane they can. Do they have vision on this map? Not really.
Nope, nothing. Nada.
Well, nope. It's scary to play like that. You have to really like push yourself and be brave and just try and get what you can.
How did the Phenomancer now get just below the Doom
ground
with how well he was playing?
Just for a minute, BKB Satanic. Incredibly tanky and very, very scary. Further stacks up to 12 on this tower. And he's got so much backup. Sumail and Kuro from range. I'll try and bring him down the once and we'll succeed.
Anyway, Radiant, they still have Faces Void, so there's always a chance.
Yeah, silenced up so they can't follow through. Good damage
and they have very good high ground defense.
We really expected out in that first Aegis.
With the Phenomancer Plague Wards. Nuisance.
Also, yeah, solid defense. You didn't lose your tower. Aqua's farming the whole time.
Oh, they dragging them out of the base. DP Exo.
Looking for glimpse, but they smoke.
They've got the vision. They found him. The Clockwork, the target of choice. Only one they could see. Arrows along in there on mind control. Maybe here with S4 poisoning him up. Will they able to bring him down? It's a lot of damage. TP home. Away he goes.
That was nearly really nice. Obviously, it doesn't feel good.
I'm still waiting for the moment where I'm going to see the impact of the Mirana.
Disruptor, unfortunately, Clocks either wasn't in range.
Still hasn't
broke,
really done shit.
Got back. My poor boy.
Yeah, sad times for him. Now Nigma just planting themselves in enemy triangle. Plague Wards are irritating, but they'll deal with them.
Yeah. This is always just the prime position when you're ahead, when you have Aegis, when you're looking for the next Aegis. I mean, just the ability to cut 2 waves. And as well, obviously Mind Control doesn't have them, but if you can send a hero bot with boost of travel to de-push it, the ability to always just reconnect your team very quickly in that triangle is nice and there. I think Mind Control is not showing right now because just in case they're looking to start a fight, Nigma are kind of positioning themselves to be ready. He's just not going to show on that wave. He doesn't want to give Goonsquad the opening.
This smoke.
They've drawn a line. He needs to come connect, I think.
He's got to start moving, but he's just farming. He wants his shard real bad, apparently.
Okay.
That's a pretty nice bit of chain disable that can land onto people. There's smoke. Dire scan. They know that Goonsquad are somewhere around that mid lane.
Kuro is really poor.
Moonlight Shadow's ready as well for Lim.
Like at this point in the game, normally you should get your Ags about done.
Well, I don't know where Nigma are. Again, that lack of vision definitely a bit of their downfall. Sumail landing that silence. Thinking about the move forward, immediately arrowed. They want to go for this, but the static storm's there, catching a few. Sumail with the heals. Is that enough? No.
Sumail's dead.
DP down, the Chrono now coming through. Onto Miracle's Troll and Goonsquad.
What?
2 huge kills. No buyback for Miracle in the patch. The first hit slapped down on the Mind Control Doom. 3 kills, one back out of the DP, but Nigma Galaxy potentially just throwing their entire lead and their victory away with this failed team fight. Aqua picks up a double.
Oh my god, Gary! He was off the map for so long they didn't know Aqua finished his Lincolns. He doomed the Lincolns.
Oh no!
On actual sad disaster there. I mean, the Disruptor ult looks so good at the start, but these BKBs coming back in. Nice Lincoln's reveal. What a great fight. Smell just a little bit out, going in a little bit too much there. I mean, into these BKBs, they really don't have these repositioning tools. So you look at Goonsquad, they have like 2 4-stars at least. And Nigma playing only to be aggressive, a blink on Disruptor, a blink on Shaker.
Okay, now hear me out. This was all a bait so GH can get the biggest Echo Slam of his life.
Yeah, they should all stand together as well and hold hands. Walk up that high ground together. Hey.
This is
Get a couple
some
of bounty runes in the outpost.
sick plays coming in though from
what a comeback.
Goonsquad.
I mean, what were we? 10k lead or something for Nigma, now completely disappearing. Roshan respawning in 1 minute. Goonsquad proving their teamfight execution can't be just shaken off by Nigma.
This has resulted in instant changes. Alright. Doom knows now there's
Well, I
Lincolns.
guess
That
they're
won't-
gonna
that
be
shouldn't
playing
happen
upper
again.
bracket is for
Sumail,
suckers.
changing his item build up, he wants to go for an Eon disc. Like, they want to prevent that from happening again. Kuroki's actually going for an Ags. Which is fair, I respect that. GH going for that 4-star. So we're looking for items that save now. We're looking to be able to pop that Lincolns. They're gonna just adjust how they take the next fight, and we
Yeah,
should
the
see something
Ange is
very different.
really farmed.
That being said, our boy Aqua,
Even
he's
the
getting
fucking
his items.
clockwork.
He's close to that Mjolnir. He's actually doing damage now.
I mean, well, he was like 6-7k behind the troll, and now it's only about a 4k difference in net worth. That's 1 item behind.
Yeah.
Chrono makes up for that.
Yeah, they took that really, really nicely, and I don't know. I mean, it's take any chance you can.
Oh, the Gale tag GH. Hook shot from Hansken. They found the Earthshaker. There's no turnaround play. I mean, Mind Control's blinked in and will stop the clockwork. Sumail trying to drain his life with the Spirit Siphon, but Aqua straight in on top of her. Death Prophet is being bashed into the ground, and they've got Mind Control's Doom locked down as well. DP dead for
Dive back
100
on
seconds.
Sumail.
She bought back in the prior fight. Goonsquad. Oh, they've got an arrow on the troll. Ah, okay. Never
Nah,
mind.
low
That was a bit
bracket,
effective there.
you know that.
They got the
For the
arrow
real
on the
Chads.
troll. No way! It's all over.
Never mind. Roshan is alive and no DP, no Doom. This is a huge victory for Goonsquad.
Very, what a chrono, man. That's all I can really say. Aqua hitting the perfect ones. He's getting totally involved.
Well,
with
if he
the team now.
plays
They're playing
fucking 3
together.
games in a
And
row faces
You
void.
see in that fight where DP just doesn't have armor. She went for a lot of, pretty greedy items to make himself look bigger, like the Kaya Sanj. He got the blink. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to go in. As a result, there's no Shivas. There's no armor. He is dying to face this void. He doesn't have that Eon disc yet. He's gonna need a little bit more.
And S4 scouts them coming.
Yeah, but
He makes sure there's
still,
no blink from
I mean,
GH,
of course
so
there's
watch
always
out
hope
for
because
Aqua.
faces void, but
Aegis and
Jesus.
Shard there on your void. I'll force Nigma back, but the hook shot in. Hansken wants to turn this into a fight. Miracle, he's got BKB Satanic Battle Trance, but he's got to use them ASAP. He doesn't the Satanic BKB was enough. But Aqua offering so much damage from this Faceless Void. And now chasing for more. GH gonna TP home. Mind Control Doom doesn't have the
BKB
TP
Satanic
ready.
Bash
It's
Bash
on
dead.
cooldown, but it looks like he's found a hidey hole in the trees.
I love the adjustment from game 2 with this clockwork and Marana. Hansken is doing so much work all game. Just every little poke that they've done has come off the back of him getting in there, getting that cogs, getting a good hook. Even then, catching the troll leading to his death.
Woohoo! I
he's-
had
he's playing out
Goonsquad
his
at
mind.
least
He's
in
doing
my
a
daily
great
predictions to win a map. I never in my fucking wildest dreams would have expected them
Look at
to
that net worth
beat
graph.
their
The
asses.
swing has
But
gone Mount
woohoo!
Everest on us. It's gone
Yeah.
10k one way.
They
to
got
10K
this.
the
I
other.
believe in you, Goonie.
Momentum definitely favouring Goonsquad as they boldly move up towards high
This is
ground.
weird because I want to see Nigma at TI.
Always got to be fearful though of this GH Earthshaker.
I'm very much torn.
I think this one Lincoln's reveal from Aqua was so big in turning the game.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And MC's trying to cut Wave's top.
Rip Dolskak.
Take that out.
It can't be ignored. There is still a Doom in play. Obviously, the Lincolns throws a wrench in things, but you always have to be careful. I think it's very important now that Goonsquad like tighten up their gameplay, don't allow themselves to get picked off.
I mean, at
Like,
this
they can lose
stage,
this game if
Limp
they get
also
chronoed
should be
or if
doing
they
some
get picked
damage,
off by
right?
this Earthshaker. There is a lot of stuns and a lot of lockdown on Nigma that gives them tools to still win this game. So as long as Goonsquad just stick together, play proper, use the 4 staffs, like save each other, position well, they're in a really good position right now, and they're playing really well.
And the jump from Aqua, he just goes straight onto Miracle. Physical damage from Lem, gonna get doomed up on the Mirage.
Oh, he's still dead.
Kuro chased into his own base now as this Aqua Void. The turnaround from GH though with the Echo Slap finds at least the Limperana. Buybacks coming out of Nigma to try and defend their base. They've lost MC though, and Sumail, gets back to high ground. Is poisoned over, really making them suffer. Pops the Eon disc. And Goonsquad still holding.
Why does he
ages,
pop
ready
the
to
Eon
go
disc
back
when he
up
only
high ground.
has
Now there's no
Veno
Exo,
ulti
no
on
Echo,
him?
No Doom, no Troll.
Idiot!
Oh, no.
Idiot! He just popped it for nothing because you couldn't die to Veno ult.
And such good chronospheres, and even though you're dooming the Mirana, it doesn't feel good. Mirana's gonna click no matter what. It's literally, she's just basically a budget Lina, you know?
Yeah. You banned Lina? Right, well, we'll pick Mirana. I
Yeah.
thought it was going to be maybe a bit scary.
Oh, he pops
for
a
Goonsquad.
code.
They lost their Mirana.
Ah,
Curry,
that
Reaver
might
on
be
it,
the
so
case.
No Satanic for them as the Static Storm from Kuro. It's well placed here. Aqua's jumped into it, but they've blown up Sumail.
Still doesn't do
They
that
have
much
the
damage though.
and
I
the
don't think it would
tankiness
have been
of
enough
course
to kill
still
him.
holding ages, means they can keep on going.
Hezekiah Sanchez's
Gives them all
HP
you
pool is
want,
actually
Kuro,
bigger
but
than
Aqua's
it
gonna
shows.
open up on your base now.
Well,
What
not
an
that
impressive
big because he has
turnaround.
0, as
Really
they
just comes
mentioned.
down to, like,
Very
extremely
important
nice
matter.
teamfight execution and always being sharp and alert. They
You know,
haven't dropped the ball.
no
They've been behind. They've
Armor
made plays
items
to
equals
get around
easy
it.
death.
And then as soon as Nigma Galaxy make a single mistake, as soon as they slip up, as soon as they're out of position for one moment, they take full advantage. I mean, this,
Oh, I thought he
this
was
the
at
faceless
around
void
like
who was 2K net
300
worth when
HP.
everyone else was 7K. Like, this is what a blow up.
I was just about to say the same thing. Well, look at him, top of the net worth now. Dreams have been made. Aqua has had some stellar.
I can't
performances
believe
on
that
this
they're
Faceless
actually
Void
winning this.
series. Well, the rest of the team smoked in behind him.
Two big things
Chrono-
to note. He does have a refresher,
He does.
and the Aegis is expiring, so there is a chance.
And Hanskin, he's in. He's under tier 4s. Oh, the cogs hold him in place. Mind control is about to die. Buyback is available, but Aqua's here with the Chrono 1 Miracle.
Bye,
Focus down
bye,
control,
refresher.
It up, and Aqua let it rip.
Leap.
Go for more, dive the fountain, find GH as well. Lincoln's pops so no glimpse back. GH dead to the bashes of Aqua. Double kill for him, diving the fountain.
Did Void
He's got
lost any games in
seconds
any
left on
region in
Aegis.
this qualifier?
But
Yes,
Nigma
they
looked
did.
down
He
and
did
out
late
now.
game
Troll and
against the
Earthshaker dead
TV
for well over a minute.
last week.
The tier 4 is being cracked, and Aqua reversing it, jumping forward, jumping back. Glyph already expended, and Goonsquad ready to take game 3. Go for the barracks.
Goonsquad
Try and
Pug!
see if Nigma here may be a holding a
Goon
buyback or a
Squad
troll or something
Pug!
like that. But
Let's
there's the
go,
Mega
Limp.
Sumail. He's BKB'd up and he's run back, but the hook shot angles straight in towards him, allows Aqua to make the jump and find another kill. This is over. Sheepo, they've done it.
They have? They actually took him down. I mean, this was after the start of this game. How could you honestly have expected it would go this way?
Well, upper brackets for bitches, isn't it?
Exactly, upper bracket is for bitches!
Goonsquad will be moving on. They'll be the ones facing up Liquid and Nigma. Down to the lower bracket.
Did these guys just flip a switch like mid game?
Wow.
Like game 1, they flipped the switch and they just ran Nigma over. Game 3, flipped the switch again. They're on it. I mean, they played pretty nice.
I can't believe that they actually lost that game with the
situation that they were
advantage they
put
had,
in.
because they had a
Our Faceless Void
stupidly
has
big
nothing. Our
advantage.
Faceless Void cannot fight. Let's just do our best to make a wall in front of him, give him that safe farm. Let's get any cheeky pick off we can, and just, God,
Now Goon
So
need to
nice
win one more
gameplay.
match to go
Really, really
TI
impressed.
in some
coming into
sort
the
of
regionals,
form.
we're kind of looking at
If
as
they
a
win the
four-horse
next
race, right? You've got Liquid,
series,
Secret,
then they
Nigma,
would.
Entity.
But the next
Those are
team
the
that
ones we
they'd be
want to look
playing
out
up
for. Now,
against is.
Goonsquad, they throw their name into the goblet
Who's
of
the
fire.
next
and
team
say
that they're playing
ready
up
to
against?
battle along with all the best of them. Really, really
Who
beautifully
played the previous
done.
series?
As we see there, of course, Team Liquid.
Oh,
Goonsquad
Liquid.
Going to be one of those
Actually, that is doable.
While Nigma drops
That is
down to face
actually
against
very
Brain in the
doable.
lower bracket. My goodness, what an upset! Beautifully done by Goonsquad.
Okay, we'll show you some Twitch chat. Sufil again, faking, King of Trash, and greediness.
For you. That's it for us and me and Cheapo here. We're done for today. But Owen and Fog are going to be taking the reins for the remaining 2 series as we have a quick break and return with them.
I still can't believe they lost that game. Holy shit. Oh no, there's no excuse. That game is something they should have never lost. It's that simple. That was horrendous. With that advantage, never should have lost that game. That laning stage especially, holy shit. The heroes were also pretty solid, the draft was good. Everything was good except for Nigma. It's just that simple, guys. It's that simple. Goonsquad were saving strats for TI qualifiers. And their strat is get Faces Void on Aqua every game. Now 2 back-to-back Stomp matches incoming. Yeah, Into the Breach is probably gonna get destroyed by Secret. I would assume Alliance can do something of a show against Entity though. Tony, to be fair, they are a dark horse. Because they only need to win against against Liquid, and then they're gonna go to at least last chance qualifiers. So I would consider that a dark horse because we've seen Liquid play. We know that they're definitely capable of losing the series. Who are the best dark horse candidates? Because, no, legit. Who are the best dark horse candidates? I would honestly not know who otherwise. I guess Alliance is the other only dark horse candidate. Because the others are just the top 4 candidates. They're not dark horses. Because Waterrune Enjoyers has no chance. Brame has no chance. Team Ball Reborn has no chance. Ivy has no chance. DGG Esports has no chance. Well, Nigma was one of the top teams. So you can't consider them a dark horse if they were considered one of the top teams. Dark horse would be an outsider that no one predicts, aka Goonsquad or Alliance, because they had such an abysmal performance in the last EPC. Then it's a dark horse. Or if you think Brame, but Brame has fucking no chance. Because Tinker's not in the meta, so Wish can't do shit. But outsider ain't dark horse. What? Well, I'm looking at Into the Breach and Brame. To be honest, I think they are better than Goonsquad. Then you are so very wrong. It's unbelievable. They're not even on the same planet. How is Into the Breach anywhere close to reasonable? The only reason you're saying those two team names is because you've seen them in like Dota 2 Champions League and the 1x series. Because Goonsquad doesn't play those tournaments. During the DPC season, actually, Goonsquad did beat Liquid as well. Oh, Into the Breach smacked Goonsquad. When? Is Elgenting qualifiers? Weren't those best of ones? Oh no, they beat Goonsquad 2-0, that is right. They were playing with not their full roster on Goonsquad though. They didn't have Peksu, and Hanskin was moved to position 5. But yeah, Goonsquad beat Hellraisers in the qualifier, and they beat 11 Monkeys as well. Does that mean shit? No. And they did not smack them. They lost to them. That's a 54 and a 42-minute game. That is not smacking. Yeah, and they played with Pablo instead of Peksu, and Peksu is way better than Pablo. Pablo was from, isn't he from that fucking Dean Bald Reborn team? But I thought, Tony, that you were also someone that said, you know, past performances mean nothing. That match is from that match is from 2 months ago. In a qualifier. I'm honestly, if you don't have, let's say, Into the Breach winning every single fucking, you know, Dota 2 Champions League tournament, then they have no chance. I see higher MMR. I believe they are a better team. Yeah, no, MMR is just actually a number. It's way more recent than Old Lions, but they did beat Nigma 2-1. I think that's pretty recent. Pretty good. They beat Nigma Liquid during the DPC League, which is also pretty impressive. Into the Breach got second in their DPC run, which the only team they lost to. That's actually pretty impressive. The only team they lost to was against Nigma Galaxy, actually. Not too bad. But then Nigma really performed well at the Riyadh Masters. You call this win significant? Yes, I do call this win significant. The only reason Liquid is in this mess is because of that loss to Goon. Yeah, if they won that, they would have gone to Le Major. I certainly won't. Okay. I call this a significant win. Why not? You had LGD there, you had Team Secret there, you had Team Spirit there, you had OG there. Of course, a couple of those teams had some substitutes in them, but the teams there were definitely way better than playing the 1xBet series and shit. Even with all those stand-ins. Nigma, LGD, Secret, Spirit, OG, Tundra, Liquid, RNG. Resso stood in for Ice Ice Ice, which actually made Team Secret better. Duck stood in for 33. Yeah, well, Tundra hasn't been looking that great anyway for a while now. Anna stood in for Matu on Team Liquid. Yeah, then you still had RNG with their full roster, OG with their full roster, Team Spirit with their full roster, TSM with their full roster, Nigma with their full roster, Secret with their full roster, LGD with their full roster. In what world is that not a decent benchmark? I think that's a very A-OK benchmark. Also, why the hell Doom didn't go with Midas, especially after that laning phase? Yeah, I don't actually have it. Wait, he didn't go Midas? Okay, yeah, that is kind of weird. Organize a Saudi Esports Federation. Let me also tell you one important thing. First place, 1.5 million. You know, if you won everything during the year, every major, every DPC season, you would still not make 1.5 mil. Literally everything, if you won everything this entire year without including TI, you still would not have made 1.5 mil. I think they cared a little bit about that event. I think they cared way more about that event than they cared about the actual DPC league.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in
Aegis
battle.
still
Where
sounds super
centaurs
weird.
Can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG bet. This is real.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Western Europe qualifiers for the International 2022. I'm Odie Pixel here, joined by Fogged. Fogged, we're halfway here through day one. Give us a little bit of
Dude, you
recap
can't
of what's
like
been
keep
happening,
on
just in case some
giving
of you are just
reasons
waking
why
up or
you
don't
think
blame
the
ya. Sometimes
tournament
down the
doesn't
line, it's
matter.
nice, especially
And
if you've
yeah,
got a day
there are
off.
less
What
teams.
have they missed
Majors
if
also
they
don't
have?
have that
What's been
many
going on?
teams.
Do I want to spoil?
There are 10
Well,
teams?
yeah,
Yeah, no,
spoiler alert.
then it doesn't matter.
Spoiler alert.
DPC
First
has 8 teams,
series,
it doesn't
I think
matter.
went the way everybody kind of figured it would. It was still a fun series to watch, but it was pretty dominant by Liquid. Yeah, we just had a bit of an upset, of course, in this last series.
It was
You know,
kind
they
of
lost.
easy to qualify
They
for
did lose.
playoffs.
I can't
You do
believe it.
know that
They lost not
there's only
only,
3
but they lost
playoff.
to a mid-Marana.
A mid-Marana.
To playoffs, you
Them,
mean?
bringing back sort of like the old
Well,
school
you know,
heroes, you know,
5
something
teams
that,
per
I don't
group,
think we'll see
top
other
3
teams
make
doing.
it through,
Even with
bottom
the
2
success it had, I
eliminated.
feel like that's a
TSM
very
and
limp
Liquid
thing
got
to
eliminated
do,
in the one,
he
and
did it.
Tundra and the Boosters in the
You
other.
know, Goonsquad, you know, to give them credit, this is a team that we have seen when they do win, they win. Like
And
their
that
DPC
was
performance. This team looked good, and you
that
know
was
they're here
literally
to put
every
the
team
work
that
in
had
through the interviews that we've had from them through
substitute
the DPC.
gone.
A very serious squad that you know their work's paying off already. First round, knocking Nigma Galaxy down to the lower bracket. Crazy stuff. Of course, Nigma Galaxy, they're allowed to face up against Brame in that series down there in the lower bracket. In terms of what we've got coming up, we've got 2 more great series for you today. First of all, and the series that's just about to start.
Bad
will be on the
IRL
screen
stuff.
shortly.
How
Team
bad was the
Secret
stomp
versus
inflicted
Into
by
the
Nigma?
Breach, as you can see here. And finally, we'll be ending the day off with Alliance versus
Stomp inflicted
Entity.
by Nigma?
You know, a quick
You
foreshadowing
mean
of
Nigma
what
that
we
lost?
expect to see from these 2 series. Any more potential for upsets today, Fogged? What do you reckon?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
this one
No,
should be pretty
that was
straightforward,
not
especially, you know,
a point.
Nisha.
What?
Nisha versus like Supreme. I think he's going to take over the game single-handedly, but
Okay.
Secret's been kind of on a rise, so I think this one should be pretty clear-cut. Entity versus Alliance, I think most people are.
Yeah,
definitely
they
gonna
won with
dominate
that
one.
really
I have to
fucking
agree.
dumpster fire of a
But then we
draft.
also do have spiciness, of course. Like looking further, of course, this doesn't say for tomorrow or anything like that, but in 2 days, I believe it is, right? For Goonsquad, they play versus Liquid. And for anybody who remembers in DPC, they beat Liquid. That was the game that kind of messed with Liquid to potentially maybe not allow them to hold like TI kind of things. If Liquid had won that game versus Goonsquad where they lost with a carry pudge to Adusa, maybe there could be a different storyline completely.
That's true.
Super cool matchup.
I remember
for
that game.
Goonsquad Liquid.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Without a doubt, if you weren't watching them already, Goonsquad definitely a team to keep your eye on. And for the other teams in this competition, you can't underrate what they're going to be able to bring against you. Anyway, let's get you into the game. The draft has just begun. We're going to get it onto your screens here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Secret versus Into the Breach. So here we go. I mean, Fogged, obviously me and you, we went through the entirety of Eastern Europe qualifiers about a week ago. Coming into this, and from what we've seen in the first 2 series already, are we seeing huge differences in this region and compared to also the other regions going on? You know, what do we expect to see coming out in these picks and bans? Anything that is a little bit different?
Not too much, to be honest with you. I think people are really starting to notice the really strong heroes like this one.
in the patch at the
They're left
moment.
as they were losing the
From
2 lanes that
Robbie
mattered
first
with the worst late game
first
draft.
phase,
How the fuck
leading
did they
pick of the
salvage
ban.
that?
And the ban's very appropriate.
Solid
Because we've seen
chronos.
The potency of Undying. What Marcy can
Couple
do
of
as well.
fuck ups
Incredibly
on the
powerful.
side
And
of
I think the other ones look at these bans
Nigma.
team appropriate,
Yeah, they kind of
Shaker in the
played
chat.
bad.
Not to say these aren't strong heroes as well.
I just
but
felt Riyadh was kind of weird. It was, but you can't say that it didn't matter.
Let's have a look, see what
That they
Secret
didn't
are
try
gonna grab
hard
them
in
for
that
their
tournament.
opening. Definitely feel yeah, as you say, these opening bans probably not going to change too much as the series develops. We're going to have a first pick Tusk here for Secret.
Okay, similar to what they were doing at ESL. I think they.
And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Nigma still make it through the lower bracket run.
Just wanted to have that tanky, active playmaker, BKB piercing, disable, etc. Save.
10 seconds remaining.
Didn't feel like a tournament where
Absolutely, yeah,
which
that's
we could
Snowball
accurately
saying
assess
messing
teams'
with the
potentials, but
offensive
there
potential
is
of a
no
lot of very
tournament that
popular heroes
exists
right
where
now.
you can accurately
Make huge moves around
assess
that.
teams' potentials.
And just having
Even the major, you can't do that.
Nice. And okay, so sticking to the traditional, this is literally what they opened with it. ESL multiple times. So let's see if there's going to be an early counter pick to Enigma. The big ones, of course, we've seen a lot of different answers, at least from different regions.
Two of the majors had teams with subs.
That sticks out heavily,
Yeah,
but looking at, like, China
exactly.
stuff,
There
like
is no
Warlock's
tournament
ban,
where that you can assess teams'
different
potentials
set up later on in the game. Maybe not
because of substitutes, because of visa issues, because of locations, because of travel times, because of literally anything. Players get COVID, players get sick.
That basher down the line will give you that bit of a potential to not only pierce the BKB, but of course, Lincoln's ain't going to do anything against it. That sort of ability to
Players have a bad day. Johnny stubbed his toe and he does not feel like playing. Ergo, his team loses.
Look pretty decent, depending on the other heroes, of course, that are picked up. Tusk can mess with Pango a little bit, though. The shards can, if you see like the shield press early, you can block him off a lot.
Dire team ban.
Can be a little bit harder. I like Pango quite a lot versus Enigma, though. Clearing out the Eidolons, even in lanes and stuff like that, is nice if you're up against him.
Absolutely. And for it being into the breach as well, do we sort of have a read of which position we are going to get this Pango in?
I guess not too sure at the moment. I know they've played it. I know they've played it in multiple roles.
5 seconds remaining.
So.
But I am going to work on uni stuff. So I'm a dip, actually. On front series. I'll see you guys. I don't know when, actually.
And I will see.
Hopefully you enjoyed the day. I did. It was fun games.
Towards those very
and
meta
yeah,
carry heroes
I'll see you next time.
Obviously,
Bye bye.
the biggest